Funhouse active. Yeah, king of the palace. Rubber like Malcolm. Balled up fist in the air to the fast lit. Yeah. Hands up in the air, they gun me down. I keep it on it, they crunching the numbers and bringing out. Young nigga got a fetish for success. If I ain't next, and I just leave impression. Next to rain on the window pane, puffin' plain Jane. Let them second guess me, wanna cop the Porsche with the porcelain skin. Grip the wheels, let the horses just spin. Why they trash, another chore on my list. Out of this orbit, I saw with the pen. I'm eating good, Miss Caloric as shit. I sipped the potion and poured it in. I on the tide while she poured it. Opportunity knock at the door, then I grin. They rush for the doors, then they open like biscuit. Pin stroke, game cold as the fridge. Sound wave for like more than the clicks. Cowboy bungers hurt the word for my shit. Ayy, wait. Being gritty, don't pity, they full thing with me, been real. Fuck trending, I'm hype, I'm litty, been this since scrimmage. Don't play game with me, I volley these hits like I play tennis. I dreamt this shit, now I live it, don't pitch me. I live here at the top of the titty, said I run this shit. How I try to with the pizza, but they flop with the vision, jaw drop when I spit it off top. Little bitch, me these 7 figures, catch the fade when they chip me. Bet I'll count it down to the penny wave. Ay, heavy is all on my mind, I've gotta make that end it. Bet I might spark that wildfire, rebel when I breach. Funhouse active. King of the palace, rubber like Malcolm. Balled up fist in the air to the flashlight. Yeah, hands up in the air, they gun me down. I keep it on it, they crunching the numbers, I'm bringing them out. Funhouse active, yeah, king of the palace, rubber like Malcolm. Balled up fist in the air to the flashlight. Yeah, hands up in the air, they gun me down. I keep it on it, they crunching the numbers, I'm bringing them out. I just might crash it, really I'm passive. Running from the manage, I just do cash me. I just want passion, love attraction. Let me do that shit. I just might crash it. See, I'm passive. Running from the manage, I just do cash me. I just want passion, love attraction. Let me do that shit. Charge on its last light. Same clothes on from last night. Still lit like it's last night. Young living in the fast life. Young. Smoke cloud from the hash pipe. Catch air from the half pipe. I need a centerfold from the shows with the mansion. Chandelier dancing. Counting a Branton. Yeah. Been had hella Franks when it's ballpark figures. Might be in the field, but I came from the trenches. You can tell it's my time. Look at better squint. I do like the charm on my wrist. Let me glitch. Want me pay the way? I'm the wave. I'm authentic. Sitting courtside, got a spray. Nigga, I bring the gang for the gang. Nothing but a thing when I sang. Young Usain, I sprinted. Getting fresh prints. Counting a blessing on blessing on blessing. They call me the reverend, y'all nigga play too much. I've been so gone off the prices, I end my hiatus by sparking that flame. Shit, y'all niggas stay in your lane, young entertained. I'm next to rain, the fuck is you saying? Out of my brain, not from this planet. Hide from the cameras, high up the energy sent to me. From the enemy, that's the advantage. By doing the damage, accounted advantage. I buy you my nemesis. This is my genesis, I never had privilege. They took our innocence, but fuck that, I'm young and I'm wild going ignorant like Funhouse active. King of the palace, rubber like Malcolm. Balled up fist in the air to the flashlight. Yeah, hands up in the air, they gun me down. I keep it on it, they crunching the numbers, I'm bringing them out. Funhouse active, yeah, king of the palace, rubber like Malcolm. Balled up fist in the air to the flashlight. Yeah, hands up in the air, they gun me down. I keep it on it, they crunching the numbers, I'm bringing them out. Funhouse active.
keep God first. I see evil, when I converse.
Not today, say.
This how God works. Play my position, what is given with no concerns.
Go.
Set it off. Top of the morning, I'm gonna set it off. You living boring, I'm gonna set it off. Shooting, I'm scoring, I'm gonna set it off. Like soldiers torn, I'm gonna set it off. Son of God, no, I am not son of man. Blessings keep falling, the fingers keep coming in. I got you, but just know I'm texting like Uncle Sam. Left to the bank, you know that I'm coming in. We don't do it for the bands though, we don't do it for the clout. Legacy on the line, so I'm moving in and out. Seen good ones turn top dog, greedy ones get knocked off. I keep looking at the bench like I could never not ball. Coach keep me in the game, Curry deadly with the range. I keep looking in the mirror like, who is he? I'm insane. Who am I? He insane. Guess I am the one to blame. What's done is done, won't change. Time to live up to my name. Real will be real, fake gon' fall. Took time with this here, I'm made for a while. No sleep in the while, I won't fall. No sleep in the while, I want it all. I keep God first. I see evil, when I converse.
Not today, say.
This how God works. Play my position, what is given with no concerns.
Go.
Set it off. Top of the morning, I'm gonna set it off. You living boring, I'm gonna set it off. Shooting, I'm scoring, I'm gonna set it off. Like soldiers torn, I'm gonna set it off. Told my baby, meet me at the bank. Told my mama, I'ma break the trend. Locked in, I'ma change the weight. Working for my baby's kids. Hard times couldn't make the rent. Working hard, couldn't save a cent. Lonely nights, just me and God. Swear to him, always made the ends. Grab a paper, see the news. Hate coming by the tools. Walk a mile in my shoes. Something you can never do. Got my back against the wall. Bet I always pull through. Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? Sending shots, I block 'em. Superman with the moves. Rock 'em, sock 'em, drop, bop 'em. Play to win, never lose. Run it up, I top 'em. Plate full, belly too. I hip hop or pop 'em. Anything I could do. The real won't be real, fake gon' fall. Took time with this here, I'm made for a while. No sleep in the while, I won't fall. No sleep in the while, I want it all. I keep God first. I see evil, when I converse.
Not today, say.
This how God works. Play my position, what is given with no concerns.
Go.
Set it off. Top of the morning, I'm gonna set it off. You living boring, I'm gonna set it off. Shooting, I'm scoring, I'm gonna set it off. Like soldiers torn, I'm gonna set it off.
up, pick it up.
You see the drippy, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and the giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the bus. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. You see the drippy, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and the giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the bus.
Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up.
I've been on the flex since flex zone. Neighborhood all in your eardrums. I ain't never scared like Bone Crush. Boy, I got God, don't fear none. My line busy, take no calls. Feels like I don't have no flaws. Snakes in the grass, cut those off. Yo, squad shady, my bros raw. No breaks, we go, 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 go. Throw shade, that's a no, 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 no. Go high, go low, low, low. Like spinning in a 644. Cash money like 504. Ball like AD24. No sleep, need more, more, more.
Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up.
You see the drippy, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and the giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the bus.
Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up.
You see the drippy, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and the giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the bus.
Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up.
Ooh, I'm a real one, my day ones. Try to speak up, can't say none. Try to dig dirt, there ain't none. I make the money that save up. 10 to 80, my savings. Take to the top on the baseline. New car, race on. Fast lane, pace on. Where the booyah, that's a flex. Not human, I ain't from another planet. I'ma teleport, might vanish. I'ma wake up, do damage. Drawing number 7, he's bored though. Working all night, need more though. I remember nights I was poor though.
All right, welcome everyone. We are here for a very special event. I'm joined by Jaime Staples. I'm Jeff Gross. We have got the $25,500 High Roller CPP online event. Jaime, welcome, and what are your thoughts?
Jeff, first of all, I'm excited to be doing commentary with you. Second of all, $25,000 buy-in. This is not a joke. I mean, somehow we've got a gig where we get to watch some of the very best players in the world play poker today, and they call this a job, man. It's going to be a blast. I'm excited to be here.
Yeah, I always say, this type of event, it's amazing because I would love to just watch it on my own, but the fact that we get to see whole cards, we get to see the best in the world doing what they do best, it's great. It's like, the white magic. We used to call the booth the World Series of Poker during the summers, coming in, looking at it. I feel like you always play better right after you see this type of stuff and you're really ingrained. So there's a lot of events left. I know you and I will be streaming in the next coming days as well. So this is, it's exciting. It is. I feel like we're going to, it'll rub off very well for us. So this is definitely some of the biggest names you'll get to see in poker, and I can't wait to get in action. Who's your pick? You got any early favorites? Some big names out here.
I mean, you can never bet against Ike Haxton, can you? I mean, the guy is an absolute legend of the game. He's operating on another level, and he has been for literal decades now. I mean, he was a legend when I first heard of the word poker. So I think I'm going to take him as an early favorite. How about you?
I like Sam Greenwood. I feel like he's always in the mix. He's just one of those guys that always seems to be the top of the chip counts and just cool, poised, collected. And he's off to a good start, I think, in this early on. So it's gonna be my pick today. But yeah, it's gonna be fun. No matter what happens, I think we're gonna see some of the best poker in the world and some of the biggest and brightest names. So this is definitely a treat. And I know Matt Staples, who's been on a heater himself, is going to be joining us a little later today, which is going to be fun. As you mentioned in your tweet, Streamhouse, Streamboat, we've done podcasts, done a lot of stuff together, the Ultimate Sweat, and the three of us together, I'm looking forward to that in itself. So that'll be very fun to have him come on as well.
So we have some of the structure information up here. It looks like $25,000 buy-in, late registration for 240 minutes, 1 million starting stack with blinds of 20 minutes. This is a 2-day event. We're playing down to 7 tonight, right, Jeff? I think that's the number. So I expect some deep play and time for these guys to really maneuver with their stacks. They're not under pressure to get to work. I mean, it's a slow, progressive tournament.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting to see in some of the spots where it's close, the low pocket pairs and late position versus opens off stack sizes, which guys are shoving and jamming, which guys are playing a little more cautiously. Obviously, these guys know GTO. They know how to play. They know the right, spot in the situation. Now, the interesting thing there is a lot of exploitative play in these small size fields with high buy-ins. A lot of people, they really get to know each other well. So it's interesting to see how you may see one player do something in one spot and he may not always do the same thing versus the same player. So I think this is really one of the treats of the game is you get to see how they kind of navigate against each other. So it's going to be fun. And again, it's too close to call. You mentioned Ike. I saw Dan Smith say that he thinks he'll be the unanimous best player in the world consensus by 2030. And I think that Ike is in top form, and he definitely has the respect of his peers and opponents. But again, there's just so many great players here. It's too close to call, and you got to win some flips. These you got to hold some. You got to cooler some people. You got to win some flips if you want to win a $2 million prize pool, 25K buy-in. I actually, Timothy Adams, that's another guy. He just seems to be like, he's one of those guys who was always in, like deep, seemed to kind of be short at the end of final tables or on the bubbles I've seen over the years. He's just always there. But in the last, 12, 18 months, he seems to be really finding the winner circle and getting trophies. He's also someone that just seems to build stacks and be a force deep, not just kind of coasting in anymore. He seems to make some big adjustments and one of the more dangerous players out there right now.
Absolutely. So we've got our table here. First, I notice a name that is infamous for you, raising it up here to 30,000. You know who that is, Jeff?
Let's see. Who we got?
The old Nick Petrangelo. Nick Petrangelo. Remember that one? That was a good one, dude. Petrangelo, legend of the game, has won some high rollers. David Cowling. Do you know David Cowling? I personally am not familiar.
Nope.
David?
Don't have him. And yeah, I'll let you take Nick's action for the calls for sure. That name's always giving me a tough situation, but we do see him in the action here. And sure enough, with the Houston, the King 10, he just takes the lead after being dominated pre-flop. Yeah, poker's funny with math. It just seems like, all right, these spots, you have ace-10 suited, position's so key, and also, just not making contact with the board a lot, and in a tough spot there where the King 10 does have the best position in the hand and does take the lead. Interesting to see sizings, and after getting flat on the turn, what Nick's going to do here. He's got a nice stack as well. Really,
nice hand, top pair with a 10 kicker. And if you're Vincent, I mean, that's my nightmare, right? Being out of position to Nick Petrangelo with the ace high, you don't have a lot of backdoor potential, but your hand's likely good right now. What do? Are you going to get sticky? You're going to call it down? Or are you just going to get owned later in the hand? Like, those are really difficult parts of poker, I think. And Nick Petrangelo takes one down there, scoops the first pot.
Yeah. He did outflop his opponent, and again, having position so key, but he also did make the best hand. Here we see, again, a situation that's true in poker. And what I like about hold cards up, it's so fun to see. It's so hard to make hand. When you get aces or you hit a set or you make two pair, it's so far and few between. Now look at this hand. Like, no one here really has a very premium hand, but it just shows you what players are able to fight, what players are able to win and go for spots. And we see Nikita go ahead and also one of the best players in the world. I mean, it's kind of like you start picking winners. It's hard to really pick winners in the field. When you start naming these names, like, oh, well, yeah, that guy won that high roller last week, or he's one of the best players in the world, and definitely another player that we have to mention as just sort of someone that's just been dominating play in the last year or so.
Let's standardize the names here. We got Makita B. I'm not going to attempt the last name. It's a tough one. Makita B, right? Party Poker Pro. Vyacheslav, we have here, B. Another one, Vincent D. Pascal Lefrancois, I know that one, a French-Canadian. David Cowling, and then Nick Petrangelo. So some of the best of the best. We see the queens open it up here. And Pascal with maybe something. The king, queen, Jeff, what are you feeling about this one?
Yeah, it's a good hand to 3-bet. It's just one of those spots where you're also got to remember this is short-handed. So he does go for the 3-bet, and it is, what are we playing? 6-handed right now. It's 7-handed table with 6-handed. So king, queen to a cutoff open, or I'm sorry, it's a hijack. With the hijack open and king, queen offsuit definitely plays better to 3-bet, and we do see Pascal go for that option here, which he does run into the top of the range, though, for Makita. So be interesting to see if this is a 4-bet or a flat. Generally, I think it's going to be a 4-bet with the queens, maybe kings he would flat. But he does go ahead and call.
He does go for the call. That's pretty interesting. Like you say, I mean, my thinking this spot is usually, the flat calls are going to be better with aces and kings, and the queens and the jacks that we might want to 4-bet are just so much more vulnerable. So they like to get more money in now. But we see Makita do something else here, and Makita is one of the best in the game. So whether this is always what he's doing with queens, or maybe he mixes in some calls and some 4-bets, we don't know, but makes for an interesting hand. Jack 9-4 in the flop, and Pascal has the gut shot.
Yeah, he's got 2 overs still to the board, has a gut shot. It's a rainbow board, so there's no flush draw possible, and he's for sure going to be, he obviously gets flatted, so he's got to be a little concerned, but he's going to keep the lead in the hand. And again, here, decision to if Makita's going to spring the trap or just call, and does go ahead and now re-raise. So pretty interesting. Pascal, not what he wants to see, right? He sort of has the lead. He's semi-bluffing, and now he has king high, getting re-raised. So bit of a difficult spot.
Yeah, this is a disastrous situation from my perspective because it's about another 150,000 to call, and there's 643K in the middle. You've got 2 overs, you've got a gut shot, and the king on the turn. Pascal takes the lead. Disaster for Makita. What now?
Well, if you're Pascal and you get raised and you call, you do improve. You got to think about what hands does he have. It's interesting here. The immediate draw that comes home is queen 10. Now, what queen 10 suiteds are here? What queen 10s are in the hand? Is Pascal going to 3-bet queen 10 pre-flop? You know, that's what these players start thinking about. And they actually block. I mean, Makita blocks queen 10 to the max.
Big
you got
time,
the super
yeah.
blockers with queens. And if you're Pascal, you block queen 10, which is definitely a hand that if you 3-bet would get flatted by Makita, and Makita could raise. So, you know, this is a board coverage pretty strong. Both players got a lot here, and Makita does elect to slow down with that turn. So very, very interesting and an interesting river. This is quite a hand to kick off the action here. It's great to watch how these guys play these spots. 2 of the best in the world, no doubt.
Jack on the river. I think this is definitely advantage for Makita. At least that's my first impression. I think Makita could definitely raise the flop with a lot of jacks, and would look at checking some turns on the king with the jack. So that story is consistent. They can call 3-bets with the jack as well. Pascal, also capable though, can bet call the flop with the jack. He can have this here.
Really, really interesting sizing. So he goes for what is that, a 10th pot? I mean, essentially a blocker, the ultimate blocker value bet. Very doesn't want to call a huge raise, but also is sort of accomplishes a few things here. I think that's sort of what his mentality is. I don't really want to check call a massive bet, but I also want to get a little bit of value, and he does go small and gets called.
That's a good example. I think that bet sizing of something you're just not going to see in the $500 buy-ins, right? Like that's where I feel like a lot of the difference must be, is the creativity of seeing a 1/10 pot bet on the river. And I'm sure some big over bets, some 2x pots that we're gonna be seeing coming up soon here. I think really, really interesting bet sizing and a great hand to kick us off.
Yeah, Pascal, he's another one of those guys who's been around for a long time. He's won a World Series bracelet. He made a chop in a WPT, a big one, and he's had some really great results. And I've seen him battling in the highest stakes online for the last couple of years as well. So he's a guy who's been around a long time, has a lot of success, and a really nice guy, really good player as well. I think Canada, Montreal in particular, and in that area, there's a very strong pedigree of players, and he fits in there in the top echelon with those tough Canadians.
As you know, Jeff, I'm on my way there soon, man. I've been working on my French. You know, I'm Duolingo like level 2 right now. I'm just gonna slide my way into that friend group and try and learn some things. That's the hope. Pascal, come on, dude. Let's chat. I don't know what I can help you with, Pascal, but I want to learn from you, man.
He's a great player. I actually in Montreal, I had a 3rd place finish in a WPT, and Pascal gave me one. It was a coin flip, but one of those ones you could tell your friends and make it look really dramatic. But I basically lost a flip that I flopped bottom set and all in, and I had him covered 3-handed WPT, and he had king 10 off. I had 4s, and it came jack 8-4, 2 hearts. He had king 10 off, and I'll never forget. I think it was Tony Dunstead, and queen of hearts on the turn would be interesting, and it came, brought him like open-ended in a flush draw, and he banged the ace of hearts like runner. So I ended up, and I was whatever. He ended up getting chopped heads up with Jonathan Waugh. It was a big one. It was like 800,000, 780,000 at first, and him and Jonathan Waugh chopped it up, and then I got 3rd. But it's one of those hands I never forget, and you know it is a coin flip, but it did run out a little salty. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's just been one of those guys who's just been there, always there. I'm not as familiar with, like you mentioned, there's a few guys I know very well and a few I don't, which is always fun too, because you don't know, did they satellite in? Are these guys the new breed that are the top in the world, or is it a mixture? And I think that's it's also fun because some of these guys probably don't play with them. The other players don't know them as well either, so they have to kind of learn and adjust as they go.
We are live on Twitch right now as well. The tournament is on a 30-minute delay, but we are on no delay with you guys in the chat. So what's up, everyone? Welcome, and thanks for tuning in. be great for you to contribute to the conversation. Any questions you have or thoughts you have about the play, I mean, drop it in the chat. We're going to be here for a while, so we have time to talk about it.
Yeah, so this will be a $2 million guaranteed. So what they need, I think the guarantees, I mean, the CPP's been doing very well. They're looking on pace here. Still an hour and a half of late reg. I believe they've got 1.4 million already collected. This should hit. And I mean, it's going to be a juicy first prize. 2 million guaranteed. It's going to be pretty sweet. And one re-entry, which is nice that Party Poker kind of limits this, especially in a 25K. It can get kind of out of hand. You have unlimited re-entry, things, you lose a flip, you get a little tilted, and you could be in for, make it 100 pack pretty easily. So it's nice that they make it big guarantee, and they do have that one re-entry, which is sort of a theme across the board on Party basically doing now, where it's essentially one re-entry, at least in flights and events for the most part, which is nice. And I think it's sort of been the consensus in poker that's sort of what people feel is like a good compromise from a freeze out or unlimited reentry. Where do you stand on that?
Yeah, I'm with it. I'm with it on the one reentry. I think the approach of very special and prestigious events, you go freeze out on them and give up on the guarantee, and then side events, less prestigious events, you go for one rebuy. I don't care if a side event has an unlimited rebuy. It does, because it doesn't mean too much to me. A 2K turbo side event, like, yeah, go for it. But a prestigious high roller like this, a main event, you want to limit that and keep it special, I think.
I agree.
Nick folded the ace-10 there under the gun. Ace-10 offsuit, 6-handed. I believe that's what just happened, which is interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting. I sometimes it's funny too, because I've seen it, especially with Twitch and streaming. Sometimes guys are playing a zillion tables. Sometimes they have their reason for whatever, that maybe they're just on a different level, or they're thinking of something that they just don't want to do. But I think it's like sometimes when there's spots that you feel are very close, or you're not sure, that maybe they just misclicked, or they timed out, or they whatever. So that is a bit peculiar. I think 8 or 9. I understand 8-handed, but 6-handed with ace-10 in his stack. I mean, it seems like a pretty clear open.
Chad is telling us no, he raised. So I guess I'm just wrong, Jeff.
Okay. Yeah, that would, like I said, I mean, it's just sometimes you might see something, or I might see something, or we just the player may see something or time out. I mean, you see people on Twitch and they'll like time out with the nuts and on the river, and they're like, well, and you're just like, but you just never know. But there we go. That makes more sense.
A little bet here with the ace deuce against the king 9. Nothing that Pascal can do there. I like seeing the car crashes in advance. This is not one of those hands. You do a quick look around, the king queen on the button, that's looking nice. Nothing else looking too nice. But I like the replayers when you see the aces, the queens, the jacks, and you just know it's coming. The anticipation.
But and then there's people that are like the Matrix players, where you see a crash come in and somehow it gets averted. Someone just dodges it, or they make a crazy hero play, and you're just it's just always fun, because you just never know. That's why you play the game. That's why the cards get dealt, and you just don't know what's going to happen exactly. And some of these guys are definitely capable of making big laydowns and spots that maybe you don't think, or that you or I would just never get away from. There's some of these guys that just they find a way or find a reason to make a world-class play. Jamie, well, I mean, I played. What's the biggest buy-in you played? You played the 25K in the Bahamas.
25 in the Bahamas, yeah, and then I don't know, like 5 or 6 10Ks, I think. Yeah, some online and some live. I played the 10K millions online last year. 2-bulleted that. World Series main event, 10K PCA, stuff like that. How about you? What's your high roller shot?
I played a couple 100Ks. I played the 125 Premier League, 125K, which is a little different because that's like a sit and go. You get money for points. So there's sort of, you're going to get some money back almost for sure with playing the multiple heats. But yeah, I mean, I played some of these, and honestly, I've done some of the high roller stuff. And the truth of the matter is a 25K online is really like 100K, I think, right? It's just, there's not a lot of 25Ks getting spread online. The 100Ks aren't just all the time. And these are the very best players in the world. And, online at 20, these guys are on a different level. There's just no question. These guys are the best of the best. Like, you really, satellite in or try your luck, sell some action. But this is there's no gimmies here. There is no one's giving anything away, and these guys are battling. I don't fancy I mean, it's one of those ones that like it gets, I think you should be one tabling too, you know, if you go ahead and if you take your shot here, this would be one that you wouldn't want to be playing, you know, 6, 8, 10 tables on.
No, I don't think so.
What do you think the most tables one of these players in this field is playing right now?
I still think there's probably some guys out there that are firing 6, 7, you know, but it also doesn't add up. Like firing a 500, well, you got the 25K on the side. It's 1/50th of the buy-in. It just doesn't make sense. I don't think, you know, it'd have to be 1K plus type stuff to make sense to me.
Yeah, I'm guilty of doing some of that silliness, like even just like in a 5K main or something. Like last Sunday, I was playing the CPP and I had like, you know, the $200 gladiator or whatever, $100 something tournament. I'm just like, what's wrong with me, man? Like, can't do that. Can't do that.
We have a question from Mr. Love Bluffin. What top pros are left? We were kind of just talking about this, but really, even though these aren't necessarily name pros or pros you might recognize from TV, these are, you know, 40 of the top 100 tournament players in the world right now. And they may not be internationally known or in the media in poker, but they are at the top of their craft. The cream really has risen to the top in these online high rollers in that, you know, they're the guys firing them. And there's still some satellites in, right? Of course, there's still some people taking some shots. I mean, the poker dream of playing these events is still a blast, and you can try your luck against them. But you see the regular guys, the Nick Petrangelo, the Makita B's, the Pascal Lafrancois. You see these guys in these events time after time. So they are the best in the world right now at what they're doing.
Yeah, no doubt. Actually, a guy who's sort of come up, I see Brock Wilson in there as well. He's someone that's sort of come with that Izmirovic, Ali sort of school in that camp. He's been battling at the highest stakes the last year or so, really come up fast. And this guy, Aram Zobian as well. I don't know if you're familiar with him, but he's someone that also has had some recent success and seems to be really taking his shots. And he's in second at the moment right now. But he or one of the top stacks. You know, he's someone that sort of burst onto the scene too. Poker's a big confidence game. You know, like he had a $1.8 million score. And, you know, he had a line WSOP big score, and you know, you hit a $1.8 million bank, and things change. You take a few shots, and you're in a different. You all of a sudden level up a bit. I think he final tabled the main. That's what it was. He final tabled the WSOP main in 2018. That's right.
Our lobby is ahead of this replay by a little bit here, but looking through, like you said, we have Stephen Chidwick. One of those guys you would put in the top 10, no matter who you ask in the world at tournament poker. Sam Greenwood, Elio Fox, Darren Elias, Nicholas Arstett, which I think is Lena. I'm pretty sure Lena 900. Ike Haxton, we talked about off the top. Timothy Adams, Daniel DeVoris. Dude, this is nasty, Jeff. We're lucky that we get to watch the cards up action on this one. This is awesome.
Yeah, I see Giraffe Ganger in there. I think there's. Who else? I mean, you name a name, and there's someone. You know who's also just been on fire is Juan Pardo Dominguez. That guy just seems like he's everywhere, playing everything. Adrian Mateos, I don't know if you mentioned him. Darren Elias won 4 WPT titles. Basically was heads up for a 5th recently as well, like before COVID. So, you know, just pretty incredible stuff, and some guys that are, man, yeah, it's fun to watch. That's all I'll say. Very fun to see what they're doing.
So we see Vincent here going for a bet on the turn 29,000, and David has trip queens. There's 3 ways of the turn. Third player folds, and the river 9. Check from the 4s. What are you betting here? I mean, we kind of missed the start of this hand, but you've got to be confident with your trip queens, I think. Club on the turn.
Yeah. Let's go for about half pot, a little over, and quick fold from force.
And that is 1.1 million for David Cowling. Vincent on quite a short stack here, 274,000. So his game is really different than everyone else at the table. He's got a reshove stack, less than 20 blinds, so gonna be looking for all-in situations where you can profit, as well as probably not opening up quite as aggressive with the bluffs.
To your question about does Anatoly Filatov play the high rollers? You know, Anatoly definitely, again, you could throw his name in as one of the best in the world, and he does battle, I believe, in a handful. I don't know. I think he's sort of you know, he's not automatic in every one, but he does mix it up and plays some of the bigger stakes online. But I think he's probably, you know, he plays some, not every one, but he definitely wouldn't be surprised to see him in these fields. Another party poker team pro, Roberto Romanello in here. Someone who's one of those guys in poker been around forever. I'm sure. I think he satellited in because I saw earlier on that he was battling in one. I think Jonathan Van Fleet and him were down to like 4 in one of these. So like, you know, again, he's a guy that may buy in or may just sat in and say, you know what, I'm gonna try to get in for 2,600. Party has great satellites. They do run a fair amount. They overlay decent bit. So it's another opportunity. You can go the path of trying to ladder up in satellite. We've seen some big stories during COVID, right? With some of these like $100 into the 600K score,
yes,
100K. Yeah. I mean, just some epic stuff. You know, you just never know. You run hot, you run pure for a few days, do like the moneymaker deal, and you just don't know, man. That's one thing about poker is so amazing. It's like controlled lottery in a way. You get to, like, you know, there's a lot of luck, but you actually at any given day, any given time, you could just rip one off. You know, you could be losing or on a variant downswing or whatever for 6 months, and you could just pop one in one day, and your whole everything just different, which is very not like many things you can say.
It's like you said, dude. It's like you're making profitable decisions, but the game is forcing you to take on more risk than is reasonable. But you have to. It's the rules of the game. It's like if you want an opportunity at this profit, you have to take on more risk than you want.
Yeah,
go for it. Good luck. You know,
you gotta say, you gotta make a disclaimer, gambler, you know, 18 plus, all this, and I'm not saying quit your day job, but you gotta gamble while you're young. Like, let's be honest. What are we talking about? You know, like the truth is, you gotta take a few shots in life. You gotta find, you know, sell action, get creative, satellite in, do some stuff, and try to you know. And meanwhile, as we're talking about that, look at this.
This is huge. Yeah, I mean, this is middle set against a straight here. Nick Petrangelo against Pascal Lefrancois. So 84,000 in the middle. I mean, Jeff, is this just like mash in the middle right now, or are we going to see some progression in this hand?
I think this will probably just go. Wow, actually, I have no idea. This is an interesting bet size. I really like this from Nick. Is kind of what I thought. Size up. You know, like it's one of those boards where your opponent could definitely have a piece, a 2-pair hand. You could catch him in with some weird stuff, and how it's like he knows. Like, how does he just go for the big sizing with the stone cold nuts on a rainbow board and just finds middle set here? So he does get what he wants, and he sees a re-raise. And now this, to me, is what poker's all about. Because, you know, in these spots, you just flat. Do you raise? Do you just peg your opponent on something that, you know, okay, he's probably got something pretty good. I have the 10 jack, so I'm just going to call. You do run the risk of the board texture getting kind of dicey or scary to kill your action, which sort of happened right here.
That's it with the jack on the turn. Nick still got the straight, but Pascal now can potentially get away from this hand at some point with the straightening card. I mean, that totally makes sense for Nick, right? Is going to bet the pair of 10s here on the flop on the bigger size. Might go for like a 10-9 suited bet on the bigger side as well. So you don't like that card with the set of 8s.
It's super interesting, though. At the same time, with that sizing, I think Pascal's maybe thinking that he might not necessarily have a 10x in his hand, and you see him lead out here. And a big thing I think is to focus on in these is the bet sizings. You know, what are players doing? What are they trying to accomplish? Why did Nick bet massive on the flop? And why is Pascal leading on a card that really is terrible for his particular hand? You know, and this is all about, what do you represent? What do my opponent have? What do I have? What am I representing? And how the action is played. And this is where they are just so in tune, and they are so alert to what their ranges are. They really get to dictate and control pot sizes in dicey situations. And here we see it, one where it's and even now the board gets a little more complicated. The backdoor flush does come home, so that changes things. You know, Nick goes from having the nuts to now queen 10 was the nuts on the turn to now there's a possible backdoor flush. I don't think he's too concerned about that, and now he's got a decision on what he wants to do. I mean, he's got to bet it, right? He's betting for sure. Just a matter of like sizing. Does he go?
I think so, yeah.
small, or is he trying to just do a one, kind of big piece of it here? It's interesting for sure. I'm actually no idea on this action's kind of bizarre. I don't really know what sizing he'll go with here. Maybe like 2/3 or. Oh, the over bet.
Wow.
Oh, he puts basically all in. Wow.
Goes for the double pot bet. Nick must think that Pascal is capped and incapable of having the straight, or he must think that his range is sort of capped here and that the all-in sizing is going to be better with bluffs and value.
You know what I think he's doing here? I think he might be trying to get a 10 to fold. That's what he's doing.
That makes sense. I mean, if you have a 10, what are you going to do?
That because he can rule out queen 10. I don't think he thinks his opponent would play queen 10 like this. And then he has jack 10, and if his opponent check raised and then led the turn, he could definitely have a 10, right? That's a reasonable hand to check raise on the flop. So now he's like thinking, all right, if this is not a great run out because now I'm chopping with the 10x and I might try to get a 10x to fold. He could definitely have hearts, and very, very interesting. Wow.
And Pascal, when we think about that as well, if Pascal, calls the raise on the flop, leads the turn, and completes the flush, how likely is it that Pascal's not going to bet a made flush on the river? I think a pretty low likelihood. You would see them continue to bet there on that heart, I would think. So yeah, that's again, that's a very creative play, right? Something that is very interesting. You're not going to see in the smaller stakes. You're not going to see from me. I'm just thinking in the box here, like, okay, what am I going to do? I like my hand. What do they have? I mean, that's a part of my game that is a difference between me, the average pro, and these guys playing at the highest level. That creativity. Yeah,
it's cool. It's very cool. I mean, that's what I'm saying. You kind of look and take away stuff in certain spots where, and again, you got to be careful because this is different. This is not always going to apply or be relevant to the stakes you may be playing in certain spots, but you can definitely get a look inside the brain of the best, and also maybe utilize some of the sizings and situations in whatever game you are playing, because it is interesting. And there's definitely a lot of times watching these super high rollers where I'm just like, whoa, or like I'll try it and use it in some spots where I wasn't doing it, or even thinking like that didn't even really cross my mind in that spot to overbet jam there. Very interesting hand.
Sevens against the ace queen here. Vyacheslav has got to decide whether they want to bet or not with this ace queen. They do go for it against Mikita with the 7, second pair.
I think that I joke about this hand, ace queen. I really do feel this is the most difficult hand to play in poker. It makes sense though, right? Tens, jacks, ace queen. Those are like kind of like upper value range hands that get in a lot of tough boards, and they're just tricky. I just kind of feel like the overall consensus about ace queen is it's really hard to make a strong value hand out of it, right? Like if you have an ace and an ace queen and ace flops, it's hard to really get someone like ace jack or ace 10 to pay you off for a huge amount. You're behind, or I get all in situations. Listen, if you're short, you get sub 20 blinds, ace queen, you're not upset to see it. Like it's like a hand you can just kind of flick in nicely. You're gonna, you can get called by worse in those spots, but I don't know. It just seems like really, really one of the harder hands to play. Would you put that up there as a difficult one? It makes, I think that's
yeah, I would agree. I mean, I think often a leak that people have when they're newer to poker is falling trap to the it's not a made hand, which was a style, a philosophy of poker that was really common, I think, when I was first getting into the game, and it was kind of the old school versus the new school, like not a made hand, not that valuable. You hear it with ace king all the time. I'm always worried about people falling too trapped to that concept, newer poker players of this hand isn't that good and they play it too passively. But I agree in that, man, it's just tough sometimes. Like you said, getting the value from the weaker aces, tough all-in situations. So I think you've pegged it, man. It used to be king jack was the hand, but I think it's changed over time.
Yeah, it's just because the other hands like king jack suited, king 10, like certain, it's just clear bluff, sort of like semi bluff hands, or hands get a little saucy with. The ace queen's kind of the one where I just find so many times you're there and you like 3-bet it, or you've got like a jam, there's like a raise and a jam, and it's like, man, like this feels like I'm supposed to go with it, but it's kind of, too nitty if you fold and too spewy if you call. Like it's just one of those ones you're just like,
Can't win.
I don't know. Hopefully we get
Michael
to see it.
S here with the flush draw against Makita, who has Jack 10, which is nothing on this board. I don't think Makita can do anything here. I mean, don't really have any backup anything, so just move on to the next hand.
Yeah. Ooh.
Ooh.
Oh,
Okay.
well,
A lot of pairs out there. Four pairs.
Sixes and the fours don't add up to one of those pretty looking kings, and pretty deep stacked. I guess Pascal will open. I mean, I think fours is the stone bottom of the opening range there. It's 7-handed under the gun. It's got a good stack. Be interesting to see if there's any creativity with a flat or a three, if it's just pure 3-bet. Now Nick has a decision if he wants to flat or 4-bet. And I think really just in those spots, you don't want to welcome in the odds to get set mines. So you're just going to generally, 4-bet in that particular scenario.
For the quick 4-bet. Now, Michael, do they have a 5-bet range? Do they go for the 5-bet bluffs here with any hands, or do they elect to call, play a pure call with the range? I'm not sure. I think I would probably call here with aces, kings, queens, jacks, to be honest, and ace king. But let's see what Michael elects to do.
Yeah, I like the close your eyes call thing. Also, there's an open in a 4-bet. You don't have an ace in your hand, so it's like very likely. Oh, he just went for the full.
Michael goes for the rip and a call.
Oh, okay.
Little spade free roll. You love to see that though, just for drama.
Yeah.
Shout out to everyone in the chat. We have Jeff Gross emote out there from Ivan. We have Spud BCFC. Do you have squads in your chat, Jeff?
For the party poker? What do you mean? Do I use squads in Twitch?
It's a thing where it's like people have started to make groups and they want to be called by their squad name, right? So we have a squad on my channel called the Donk Squad, and Spud is a member of the Donk Squad. I don't know if you knew this, Jeff. You can click on people's names in Twitch, and then you can rename them, and it shows up as that name whenever you see them on Twitch. So Spud is Spud BCFC / Donk Squad member.
Love it.
Yeah, man.
Wasn't aware of it.
You got to get some squads going. Some Brazilian squads, Miami squad. I've got a Chicago town squad, man. Chi-town.
Pretty cool. That's
Yeah.
pretty cool. Oh, man, technology's fun, that's for sure. Things are happening fast. All right, what do we got here? We got 8-9 suited and deuces. So we see an open and a flat. And now the 8-9 suited deciding, got backdoor straights, backdoor flushes, 9 high. Good, pretty easy one to just bet and try to win here. Not one of those tough ones. He doesn't have to worry about getting check raised and have a decision. He just would fold. And deuces. You're never going to like the deuces board, really, unless you hit the deuce. So, again, you would think this is pretty easy, just check fold, but looks like he's debating. Let's give it up.
We've got Kezu in the chat as well, who played the big deal the other day. Primarily a Dota streamer here on Twitch, but he's been playing a little bit of poker. What's up, Kezu? Welcome in. We are watching this $25,000 buy-in high roller event on a 30-minute delay, I think, with some of the very best, man. It's a good times.
I love the new theme, the new Caribbean party theme. They got the beach, they got the OJ, the coconut in there, and
nice.
One of the more special tournaments, Baha Mar down there in the Bahamas. Unfortunate, of course, with COVID. Hopefully next year. I mean, it's scary to think about that. To say, wow, I hope next year it's available. I mean, to think that a year out from now this could still not be live stops is scary. But I don't know what the real over under is. It's hard to say. I mean, it's like it's anyone's guess.
I think it'll be there, man. I think we got it. I think this summer, I'm calling a shot, dude. I think this summer is going to be a normal poker summer.
Okay.
I do. I'm optimistic. I'm flying high, man. Just like Pascal with the flush draw.
Yeah.
What a transition.
That guy doesn't listen. I know guys that miss, and I know guys that don't miss. That's a no miss. This guy. That's a high compliment, though. I don't want to be that guy like, oh, this guy runs good at this level. I mean, but, just certain guys you just know, like they got a little extra, goodness going for them. Yeah, Jack 6 suited.
Makes the flush on the turn. Goes check, check, though. King of spades in the river. And Pascal is going to go for the check here. I think this is going to work. No! Yaroslav checks back with the ace-8 and gets the bad news. I thought we might see a little bet there.
Just enough showdown, I think. He's not really trying to make much fold on that line, but yeah, could have gone either way there. All right, Nick with the ace-9 at full ring for the 7-handed table. So we saw him open the ace-10, I think 6-handed. Now ace-9 off, I guess that's probably his bottom cutoff. Even with that stack, I wouldn't have been shocked to see him open that, even though I think it's probably just slightly a fold. He does give it up though, even with his nice commanding stack. I think he has a chip lead at the table at the moment, but
yeah,
still
good spot.
That up.
1 million starting stack, so almost double stack, which I always like to convert it into potential dollars. You know, it doesn't work where you can just double it if you have a double stack, like, oh, I've made 25,000. It doesn't work like that exactly, but you know, you're like, oh, I'm up 15K on the stack right now, kind of. You know, I like that feeling. It's a fun thing.
See our friend KHEZU in the chat took part in the big deal recently, who is in there sweating. So hello, friend. He said 2 million prize money, not bad. I'd say, yeah, it's about the same fun as the big deal, but it's a little bigger money.
It's they're the same thing.
Yeah, so good to see him in there sweating along. You can give him a follow on Twitch, guys. Appreciate everyone coming in, saying hello. Where are you from? Let us know what's going on, and if you got a pick in this race. So I'm again too close to call. We mentioned a couple names, a lot of world beaters out here. So we'll see how this shakes out. But still, we'll be here until the final 7. So it should be a long day. You know, guys are battling, guys are playing their best, and this will be a full action packed day. We'll have Matt Staples join us here as well a little later.
It's gonna be fun, dude. The 3-pack on the high roller commentary. It's gonna be a good time. It's like Streamhouse throwbacks, you know. Just missing the Kmart, but no Kmart on the party squad, unfortunately. So yeah, that's all right though. Lock the doors, chat. We're locked in until final 7.
We're gonna be here for a while. I love it. This is, again, it's like it's the best training. I think people always ask about training sites. What can they do? What should I buy? This? Should I do that? There's a lot of free content in poker, and I think especially with these type of things where you get to see the best players in the world playing with the whole cards up, I think it's one of those things where you can kind of get a rare opportunity for entertainment and coaching. You know, this is something where you can learn a lot. You can really get to see some of the best, and you know, you'd also, while you're here watching, like we said, we're doing the commentary, but I know that I'm taking notes in my head and looking at spots, and hopefully, you know, even if 1 or 2 things stand with you over watching a stream, it's very valuable. You know, that's something that people pay money for. They pay coaching one-on-ones, they buy courses, and you know, the opportunity here, this is for sure a treat. And also it's interesting because you do get to see whole cards up a lot of times, but it's often at the final table is when people watch. So that's awesome and it's fun, but it's a completely different game. This sort of early middle stages, now that's the art of the game. Once you get down to, you know, you can learn ICM, you can basically play a sit and go for a lot of money and sort of understand and decide, do you want to go for it? Do you want to ladder? What's your strategy? But, you know, to build there and to get there, that's the hard part. And getting to watch these guys do that is really, really exciting.
Interesting lineup here with the King Queen against King Jack. King Jack suited being a much more playable hand, but of course we can see dominated in this situation. Flop coming down 8-5 deuce. Both players have missed. We can see Makita is barely in the lead. And Makita goes for the check raise here. Again, creativity on display. I guess saying that backdoor Queen of Spades, King High, no showdown value. I'm going to include this as my check raise bluff to combo with maybe my more vulnerable overpairs like my 9s and 10s and jacks perhaps. So really interesting hand there, and Makita takes it down. It's a very similar hand.
Yeah, that is really creative. It's also, again, having that key spade there, also realizing what he represents. I think he just has to decide, do I want to lead out and likely get flatted with kind of a modest hand, or do I want to go for the check raise and try to attack some hands that are, you know, low pairs, or exactly a hand that he's ahead of, but he doesn't want to keep going out of position. So really nice art, really nice display of that.
Jeff, when there was the $1 million one drop, did you play a satellite into that? Did you try and get into the 1 milli buy-in?
No, I didn't. I did not for the out there. I actually bought a few just action. I bought a few small sweats. I bought a Wild Bill. I bought a sweat of. He made the FT and who else? A few others. I had a little bit of a few other guys. Brandon who won or well technically won and just very small. You know, £1 million. It doesn't take much to get the blood going. You can go down to the point zero somethings and still have a nice sweat in there. So I had a few pieces. It was a lot of fun to watch though. But I didn't. We're a few years out, Jamie. We'll be there. I'm not worried about it, but you know, we got a little more time.
Yeah.
Are we going to get Matt soon? I think we might. Is Matt on the? Is he on the horizon here?
Matty Ice
and Matt.
Spoilers. We might be getting Matty Ice soon. Matt Staples, Party Poker Team Online. Also my brother. Getting word. I'm actually feeling it. I mean, he sends out like a bat signal when he's around poker.
I felt energetic.
We're gonna get him soon. He's not on the show yet, but just wait.
Okay. Matty Ice, man. Wow. All right. Well, listen, spoilers. Like I said, I felt it. I saw a kind of little glimpse. He might be nearby, but I do believe that he is here. He is ready. He's ready to rock and roll. Welcome into the stream, Mr. Matt Staples, also known as Matty Ice, which was born in Streamhouse, Montreal years ago. Matt, can you hear us? Are you with us? How are you doing?
I'm in. What's up? I'm in.
All right.
I think.
Lots going on. We're excited.
How do I sound?
You sound good. You're on camera. I think we're all good. You got
okay, good to go.
Speed chair there. You got your whole.
Yeah, I got my race car here. Ready to go.
That. All right, Matt. We already
speedy tournament.
It is. We picked a couple favorites. There's a lot of big names here. Give us a pick. You can see kind of the lobby, how things are shaking out. There's a little bit of a movement in the, people are separating, but give me a couple names that stand out that you like today.
Can you just forgive me for a second? Where are you guys watching this?
Well, we're on the Party Poker TV Twitch channel, and then I just kind of have the lobby up as well. But we are it is ahead of time. So, I think there's a delay, but we can see in real time the lobby too. But you could just pick some names, players you like. They're probably in. If you give a couple of your favorite players, they're probably in there. Is some of the high rollers you're familiar with?
Yeah, let me list off a few of the guys here as we try and find the feed of the tournament, okay? It should be where the webcams are generally. So we got Steven Chidwick in there, Pascal Lefrancois, we got João Vieira, Darren Elias, Nicholas Arstett, Elio Fox, Sam Greenwood, Daniel Dvoris, Mateos.
Mateos, I've played a lot with Mateos. I like him.
Okay.
And I think I've won more pots against him than he's won against me.
Whoa.
Hello.
But I'm just saying I like him for that reason because I don't have bad vibes with him because I've won a lot of pots. But I like him and I would like to see him go deep.
There you go. All right.
Yeah, that's an early call. All right.
Very nice.
You know what? I think I'm going to pick Pascal as my horse because he's a Canadian, French Canadian. I'm trying to learn French. Pascal Lefrancois. I'm choosing him. He's my guy.
He definitely knows how to get it done. I think that's the guy that can close it out. It's a good pick.
Okay, guys, I'll be able to commentate better in 2 minutes. I'm getting the lobby open. We'll be ready to go.
Get acclimated. We got plenty of firepower here. We're ready to rock. We're rolled up. We're ready to go. We got full day for you. We're going down to 7. So strap in, take your time. No one's rushed. We got a lot of poker left for today. So this is definitely a treat. We're gonna pick up the action here. We got a lot of hands, a lot of playable hands. We got ace king, pocket sevens, ace 6 suited, feeling pretty nice with a nut flush draw on the button in position. So we see the ace king sort of semi bluffing, keeping the lead in the hand on a very wet board into multiple players. A little surprised to kind of go out here targeting this, but he does go for it, and he's not going to shake the ace 6 of spades just yet. That's for sure.
No, loving their situation. 188K in the middle. They're going to continue. Just how do they go about doing it? Do they want to raise now and try and take down the pot, or force a big pot, or just call and see a turn? My first impression is call and see a turn in position here, and they do.
Yeah. Does pick up a straight draw as well, although would not feel super comfortable if he hits that. But now we see, I mean, this is very interesting. The ace king just really barreling in. It was a multi-way, gets called twice. And now, I mean, if you get called twice, the stack to pot ratio is less than 1. Ace king off is, there's not many hands you could think of that you get called twice and you're beating here. I mean, the nut flush draw is the only ones really, right? You'd have to have the combinations of ace X suited that don't pair the board, and that gets pretty light. And wow, follows through.
Go the triple barrel. It's gonna work here. The ace six suited obviously folding, beating. I mean, Vincent's bluff. I mean, you're not even beating the bluff, so you got to give it up. And pretty nasty triple barrel there to take it down. I don't think I would not proceed with anything like that. So that's interesting. I guess kind of figuring on that board and how wet it was that he would think his opponent he'd hear about the jack, I think is sort of his logic there. And he just followed through. So very nice hand.
Okay, I got the lobby up. This field is pretty wild, isn't it?
Stack.
It's nasty. It's a nasty field.
Every name is a name.
Yeah. Exactly. You got to pick. I mean, you can't really pick wrong here, but you can see sort of how it's shaken out. I think some of the bigger names in there with some big stacks already sort of separating themselves. 5x starting is the lead with the Chidwick currently, but we're a bit behind on the delay as well. So
the replay is a bit behind the lobby. Okay.
Yeah. Who do you got? Give me a pick. Just give me like 2 guys that win. I think Jamie picked. He likes Pascal. He's trying to make.
Mateos is in there. He's one of 2.
Okay.
What about on our table though that we're spectating?
Yeah, I can't see the names yet. it's in like
blurry.
Yeah.
You can click full screen and then it'll make it less blurry if you want.
It is. I still can't read the names. I do see Petrangelo. Not my pick, but I see him.
Okay.
That's a Jeff classic, man. I remember me and you talking about, I forget where you're doing commentary, dude, but the Petrangelo was definitely, man, I remember talking with you about that, Matt. We were loving the Petrangelo call, Jeff. I think of Nick as Petrangelo from now on.
Petrangelo?
Petrangelo.
Yeah, I really had a hard time with that. I forget which one that was, but it was,
I think that was a Triton call you were on.
Yeah.
You're doing the Triton columns.
Yeah, no disrespect, obviously, world class. Good luck to him, and definitely a talent. All right, we got 6-7 and Queen Jack. It's a pretty interesting board with a strong open-ended draw on the flop that now has the board pairs, but we do see a check with the trips over slip a little rope. These guys have about a similar stack size. Oh, there's a lot of money in there.
I mean, we could definitely see a shove on the turn here from the 6-7. They do elect to check, though, which they're going to be happy about. And Vincent now with the trips. How are they going to get the most money?
Yeah.
Jam, take it. Easy done.
Full bit.
Looking around here, not a lot of enthusiastic looking hands. I mean, if I had to guess here, I'd say the 4-6 suited against the big blind. So let's see if Vincent D does go for the raise with Jack 8 off. Guys, you opening this here? Am I too nitty? The Jack 8, you clicking it?
No, I'm not going to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jeff, what are you feeling about the Jack 8?
Situation or like just on? I mean, on this
Let's
spot.
pretend that they're not the world's best. They're just random people out there in the internet. Are you playing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe wrongfully so, but
I think it is a correct open. I think it is.
I'd open that, but
When you're deep like this, the 7-8s, the 10-8s. I think even Jack 8.
man, he's just blasting. He's going there. He's got the bottom pair. Thinks he needs a little protection / feel out where he's at. He does go for the bet, and ace-6 in the lead. You know, probably feels okay. Still not fist pumping.
Mm-hmm. You're seeing it turn at least if you're Michael, and turns a 3 of diamonds. This is where it gets interesting because Vincent is not going to feel great about his hand. Does have an option to try and bluff equity or try and get the showdown. He goes check.
Yeah. Now, part of the problem there on that board with the Jack 8, you do block sort of the better draw. Like the Jack's a key card for drawing hands, and I think that's sort of part of the issue he's going to have. And obviously 6-7, 10-7, but the Jack 10. I think he's just kind of realizing, all right, it's not a great spot. Let's check the side and see what we're going to do. Interesting.
This is a pretty close spot though, on the river.
For sure. Yeah, you can take away the 9s, and you got it sort of comes down to what you think your opponent will do with an ace, like a modest ace on that board, and it does make the right fold ultimately. But yeah, interesting hand. Interesting hands. Again, no one has anything really exciting here. No one even has a face card actually.
10 high is the best hand at the moment.
Pascal's got it on lock. Is he going to click open the 10-9 offsuit? That's another one that I'm probably, I don't know, like I would probably fold, but I should maybe open as the bottom of the range. What are you guys doing with the 10-9 off here? You're clicking
open.
it? High five?
On the open, on the button? Yeah, I'm going to raise that.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Good.
10-9 has got a lot of potential, and just also his stack. Like, he doesn't have to worry about really like a jam. This is another thing to consider on the button. Like he's got a great stack. The players in the button no one's got like a 12, 13, 17 blind stack where he's gonna have to really worry about getting ripped on. So he's pretty comfortably opening and not expecting to get harassed or at least not have to deal with an all-in situation. So yeah.
Where are you guys drawing the line on that? Is it like the 7-6 off are you still clicking it open here? I mean, it's a little different on these stack sizes. I'm used to being like 30 blinds where you are pitching that into the muck, but at 100 blinds here, I guess even you click the 7-6, don't you? Go for it.
I don't think I'd open 7-6, but I would open 7-8. So that's the line.
That's in the vicinity. I think it depends. Yeah, stack sizes, but also what you believe your opponents in the blind, what ability you think they are. So let's just say at 25K, guys are gonna be their abilities available. So that's checked off and then you have to think, all right, is this guy 3-betting like a savage? Is he just always going to give me? Is he defending 100%? That's where you start making some exploitative situations, and that's why poker's so beautiful, because it starts pre-flop. It starts on your whether you open or not, then on the flop, turn, river, and you really have. As we mentioned earlier, Matt, these are special fields too with the size, like 30, 40, 50 player range. These guys have a lot of history with each other. They're playing a lot. So when we're playing online, let's just say like 100s, 200s, 500s, even $50, whatever tournaments, you're playing a lot of different people. There's 500,000 person fields. You're not really seeing a lot of the same guys all the time. You see some, but here, like, they really do play a lot with each other, and they have specific notes, specific reads, and if they, it just sort of adds to it where there's a lot more exploits being done.
Yeah, I'm sure they think about very specific hands they played against each other quite often, and that'll play a factor.
Pascal going for the 3-bet pre-flop with the king queen, and Vincent peeling it off with the suited broadways, but pretty difficult flop for Vincent to do anything on here. Pascal loving it with the king queen top pair. Queen of hearts backdoor as well.
Just Queen of Hearts, such a key card too. It really is. Like the hands that he's getting flattered with, it's a lot of the broadways that are suited, as we actually see a Queen Jack suited. That's he's got to feel very comfortable. I didn't see what size. What did he bet on the flop? What was the pot size?
1/5, 50K or so.
Yeah, so he's just got, such a smash of that board in that situation. Doesn't have to go too big. We were talking about Ace Queen earlier, Matt. That's a hand I just say, it just seems to let me down. I just can't. But I want to know, what do you think is the hardest hand to play? Give me your pair that you think is the trickiest, and your like premiums is what's some. I mean, everyone always likes to say jacks. It's
pair. I think sevens and eights. Sevens and eights. I think it's pretty easy to fold deuces through sixes, and I think it's not that hard to play the better ones. But the middling ones, it's like, okay, yeah, like I'm gonna call 3 bets. I'm going to be opening them from every position of the table. So you kind of have to play them like a good hand, but it so rarely works out as a good hand when you're on middling or deeper stack sizes. So I don't know. I'm sure that's where I make the most mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm a
Maybe.
sevens guy too, man. Sevens I
Sevens.
think was the number for pair, for sure. What about non-pair, like unpaired hand? What's the tough one?
Um, it's not ace queen. I'm not on Jeff's team. It's not ace queen. I like ace queen. I'm on board with it. I guess I get down maybe into ace 10, ace jack. Yeah. Even actually, you know what? Let's go with king queen. King queen offsuit.
Whoa,
Yeah, king
that's
queen
a
offsuit.
controversial call. Very playable hand. The king queen off.
Yeah, playing over 3 barrels, not very easy. Playing with gutters on ace jack, ace 10 boards, not very easy.
Man, I would take king queen all day over ace jack offsuit. Ace jack offsuit, dude, it's just like, yeah, showdown value sort of, impossible to get value. Like king queen, you're not going to try and take it to the river very often. So you get to put in raises, you get to mess around, you clear
Yeah,
your
that's
outs on
kind
the
of my
turn
point, Matt.
river.
That's like more of like a bluff. Like, let's talk pre-flop. Like, that's like a spot where you know you're bluffing, sort of like semi-bluffing with king queen, but ace queen sort of, you know, it's like in the midst, like as it's a strong hand, but it's.
Well,
sort
I
of-
think I would just I think I'd just be making something up then.
okay.
I don't think I have a hand like that.
All right. Well, guys, we did flip tables here while we were in a deep discussion. They just do a little flipperoo on us. We see Timothy Adams there, some other names that stand out. I think we got Mr. Ike Haxton, I believe, and some other legends here. So we're gonna switch up the table here.
Matty Ice is Mateos on our table. Timothy Adams. A lot of absolute bosses in here. And right into a hand. Almedin. Is that how you say that? Almedin?
That's Ali is Emirovich.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. I believe.
Oh, okay. I'm just going to say Ali.
Yeah. Yeah, this is got the king 10 right there. So again, powerful flop, got backdoor clubs, and you know this is just a spot where the ace deuce suited in the lead. It's really hard to get to the end. And 6-8 suited actually, I'm sorry, does flop bottom pair on that flop too. So 3-way there. King 10 though definitely could put some pressure on the opponents here. Has position, has reasonable bluff cards. If a club can rep, right, club comes, he's got that option to bluff. He still could win with a king or a 10 in his mind, and of course he is open-ended with a queen or a 7. And we do see a pretty small bet. Tricky spot with the 6-8 suited. Another player as well. You got an interloper behind. He does go ahead and make the call though.
Mr. Ike Haxton. I've been looking forward to learning from his decisions today. Seeing what he's up to, because you've got to know there's good sound logic behind it. So you get to see the play and then try and reverse engineer why he did that. You almost don't even have to question whether it was good or not.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, there's not much room for critical thinking in judging these guys' plays. Like they're gonna have a reason for whatever they're doing. It's either a reason based on history or they just understand it better. You know, they've just been around the block more than any of us. Do you think there's room for criticism when watching these guys? Like, do you not think that they have the right idea when thinking about these spots?
No, I mean, you're right. I mean, you're bringing up one of the problems, I think, with poker commentary in general, which is people can have the wrong outcome come out and be making the right decision and have the right reasons, but we don't get their reasons, you know?
Yeah.
So maybe a play that they're supposed to make 1 in 5 times, they're making, and it's not the standard play, but it's the right move. And what can we say about that? You know, we're just a couple bums on some high stakes, man. That's
It's
it.
also tricky when a result happens that you wouldn't have done a play and it doesn't work out for them. You're like, oh man, like, yeah, they blew that. I would have got that right. But like, really, maybe it's just results oriented and they did it perfect. And that's why you're not doing it right most of the time, but it worked out there. As we see it here, we see some big hands. Ace 5 suited, one of those fun 30% against any hand but aces. People really rep Ace 5 hard. That's one where you'll see some weird stuff going on where big pots get played, but for the right reasons. That's just a great semi-bluff candidate. Now we see a real hand in 9s, and then we see Ace King from Mr. Hacks as well. So this is this could be some fireworks here.
My impression for Ike Haxton. I mean, if we just look at the stacks, he's happy to go with his hand here. He's up against 30 blinds and 22 blinds. And he is just going to go for the 4-bet here, basically putting the other players all in.
Yeah.
I
Interesting.
think we have a gamble. Take a side here, chat. I mean, take a side. I don't know if Almeida and Ali is going to get it all in. I'm going to call it for the Ace-King Isaac Haxton if we get a gamble. You guys have a feeling either way?
I'll take nines.
Yeah, I'll take
Okay.
that.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll take the nines.
Okay.
But
They call.
Wow.
Wow, a flat.
a little flop. Well, now he's definitely getting it in.
888 on the flop.
That is very strange.
I think, yeah, you know, it's interesting. I just wonder in his mind if you play this way, like maybe he just literally is like, all right, I'm going with it, unless it's like an ace king or ace queen or queen king, like any combination of two of those three. Maybe you just like, I'm going with it. I don't know. It just seems kind of like you just feel like you could talk yourself into folding. You know, he's not going to fold on like a queen or king high flop.
Yeah, that was kind of my thinking too. It's you perform the same against his good hands, but you might fold at a few extra against his bluffs. Maybe.
Maybe,
Who knows? Yeah.
The question
you
is,
also
does
wanna-
Ike continue with the shove on every flop? Every board texture, does he always bet the remaining 200,000? Do you think? Is there any scenario where Ike would
Yeah,
ever
fold.
check?
He's never. You think like check fold? You mean, or just like check and decide? Like he's just
Yeah,
not
like
gonna
ever.
fold.
Would Ike ever check fold? Like if he
No.
has ace-5 suited, is he ever going to check fold
Oh,
on
okay,
like, I
sure,
don't know,
man.
I don't
a
know.
king, queen,
Don't know.
7? I don't know either. High level poker, lots of things to think about, chat. I don't know the answers. I think that's what you got to do with this kind of commentary, Matt. Getting back to what you just said, you
Yeah.
can't really criticize these guys. I think it's kind of just like bring up interesting ideas and question it. You know, don't be critical, but consider different options.
What do you know? Got the ace queen and jacks. These are my two picks for the harder hands to play. And Ali getting faced with a little bit of a squeeze. This seems to be population tendency, Matt. What have you noticed lately? I feel like the people out of the blinds are playing super aggressive. A lot of
Aggressive.
a lot of like ace fives and king 10, king jacks.
Here's the sweat. Jack's gonna take it.
Obviously, that we should ask him that right
Nicholas.
there. That's an easy double for jacks versus ace queen. King queen on the right. Oh, what the guy's done.
Pairs are hot.
Pairs are hot.
Pairs are hot. Yeah, I agree, Jeff. I think squeezing from small blind, big blind, really whoa. Why can I hear myself? Okay, my bad. Yeah, I think squeezing and check raising are the two things that have changed the most.
Lucas going for the raise here with queens. Ike Haxton with the ace-4 suited is going to go for a call here, which is kind of interesting. My brain immediately goes to decent 3-betting hand with these 3 behind, but elects to call. Adrian Mateos with the ace-9 suited is going to quickly squeeze it up on the button.
Like we said. There it is.
Wow.
Wasting no time, just piles it in.
And that should be that.
This is nice to watch because sometimes these guys do sneak down into the 320 or the 530. You know, they do sneak down. You can definitely see them in our tournaments sometimes.
Nicholas you'll see in there for sure. Adrian on a Sunday.
think I've played one time with Ike Caxton. Only one tournament ever, so he likes to stick up into the high rollers.
Yeah. Okay, so these are you know, I think one of the more interesting spots too is the big blind. What hands to defend, what hands to fold. Like the 4-5 you'd rather have than like maybe a Jack 8 or a Queen 9, or like, you know, or even like a King 9. Those hands are kind of tricky or dominate a lot. So I really like to see how players play their big blind. What hands are continuing multi-way, especially when it's like a raise flat and then a big blind. So I think the 4-5 was pretty obvious in my mind. But what do you notice, Jamie? Do you find some tricky spots where you're in we got hands that you're in the big blind, you're like, man, I'm getting such a good price, but I only have 25 blinds and like I'm gonna be dominate a lot here. That's
100%. Yeah, I mean that's the thought process, and it's honestly exhausting at some point because it's a really difficult thing to model and to come up with a good answer because it's so dependent on your opponents. You know, against some people, like, yeah, you got to click in the Jack 7 because you're gonna get paid when you make 2 pairs, and then against some people, you're just torching money because you're not going to see that aggression that you need to make up for it. So it's a really hard part of the game, and I think one that generally there's a lot of figuring out still to do. We have a lot of work to figure out those multi-way pots.
Yeah, no, it's great. And then those obviously those do become more tricky. The more you hear about solvers and this type of stuff, it can get a little intimidating, but really the multi-way pots, those are the ones that are the hardest, and then just less work has been done and it's harder to kind of come to a firm conclusion. That's really where you gotta understand exploits and understand. That's where, like, when you're paying attention to the game, know what people are capable of doing and what they're likely have. That's there's a lot of maneuverability when it goes multi-way, and I think the people are more aggressive in taking risks. You know, they really do find they gather more chips, because I think a default setting is like, all right, it's 4-5 way, I have to have the nuts here. Like, that's kind of like a default sort of thought. Like, the stronger hand you need, the more multi-way, which makes some sense. But also that's where you can really use blockers and you can take advantage of some situations, because people do, feel that way. So I think that's an interesting part. Hopefully we get to see more of those multi-way big blind sort of defend in close spots. We got a lot of pokers. 7-handed we're going to tonight, boys. I hope you're ready. This is there's a lot of players left. They're still in the re-entry period. We are getting close to that $2 million guarantee, and there's still a bunch of players left. So 7 out of what's the over under on time? Who's taking shots now? I'm telling you, this could be a late one.
Lock the doors. This is Streamhouse Marathon version 2.
Yeah, this is
Super High Roller edition. I think 7 hours, man. That's what I'm thinking.
Well, we know you don't need to sleep, Jamie, as you showed us at the stream house. You were up for the donations. You could be woken up at any time. That was wild. I think you went like 98% on the donos. There was only one time, Matt. I think you were the one we went up there and like we
felt so bad. We felt so bad. We'd woken it up so many times.
Yeah, it was like 4 or 5 a.m. and you were zonked out. I mean, there was literally like we almost called the ambulance at one point. You were out, like you weren't moving, and it was a big dono. I think there was like a $300 donation, and we just couldn't get there on getting you up. But rightfully so, man. You were
in for it too. Montreal post-COVID version 2. Wake me up any dono over 100. Lock it in. I'm confirmed.
I'm there.
You want to run another stream house?
100%, man. Montreal.
Run a week.
I got the place. I'm gonna be there in 2 weeks. Post-COVID, we gotta lock the doors. Bring the sheriff hat. We're raising some money. It's gonna be dope.
What about
Jeff's thinking? He's thinking.
Thanks, party. They're gonna do that. It's gonna be great.
What about wives, girlfriend in Matt's case potentially? I don't know. You know, whatever. Like, what are we doing with babies? Are babies allowed? Do we have a second house for family members and friends? Like, what are we doing?
Don't have any.
Yeah.
Second house, man. Second house is the normal people house.
We're doing double house.
Yeah, it's where girlfriends, fiancés, wives, children all hang. And when you're off, you can go to the second house if you want to visit with the normal people.
That's just seems wrong. I don't know. Something about that just seems wrong. Just ship them off to the other house. Something just doesn't seem right.
Vacation for them, man. A vacation. A nice, we get some nice massages in there. Some nice catered food. It could be. Listen,
my understanding.
What about Chef Antonio? I've been following on him on Instagram ever since.
Legend. He's a legend.
Yeah, I didn't realize he was a legend at the time, but now I understand. Yeah,
great guy. We'll definitely that'll hopefully we'll have that will be some. I'm in. I don't know when we could do it, but I'm in. I would be in for it. I think I could rally one more time. It's not getting easier. The more I'll know, like you guys will soon probably have babies. You'll do the marry, all this stuff. Like you'll see, it's not easy to just go around and do whatever whenever. So the sooner the better. I think if we're gonna do these type of events.
How did Deuce 3 just win that pot?
Just scooped it, huh? Missed it. We got excited about stream.
Well, there was 4 hearts. They did not have a heart. Bets went out.
Ooh, ace queen. We are again 6-handed here. It's good to pay attention. I'll say one thing sort of is a easy thing to miss is when you're playing, especially if you're grinding, playing multiple tables. I think sometimes people don't notice when it makes a big difference, of course, when you have 6, 7, 8-handed. What hands, what ranges you should be playing, and I think that's something that people don't always pay attention to. There's like, oh, it's an 8-handed tournament. There's they might miss a spot or two, or it could be even for a period of time where there's a player or even 2 missing from a table. So we do see here it is again 6-handed because there's a seat missing, and we see an open and the queen jack folds on the button, and the king jack off flat in the small. And here we got a hand 6-8. See, so here we go. There's a similar situation. We see 6-8 Bennett, and he has plenty of chips, and we do see the 6-8 fold there. What's your cutoff, Matt, in that spot to call with?
Yeah, I think I fold as well, actually, against under the gun. It has to be connected for me, or it has to get up to more jack 9, I think, in a gapper.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing about the jack 9 is that's when you start running into more dominated territory, though.
Yeah, it might even be backwards, honestly. Maybe 6-8's even better than jack 9, just because of that. But
well, we see the Prince of Darkness, which Jungle Man calls him, Ike Haxton, fold 6-8. So pretty sure I'm folding that from now on. I'm out on 6-8 in that situation. He just got rid of it. I'm actually that would be interesting to see what his charts look like in that spot. And look at this, ace queen, just second place, best hand, best position, just second, going to a river. Both players have pretty interesting spades in their hand too. This is a hand where Reeves might think he might have to bluff. Like he's got a key card. His flatting range consists a lot of suited, and gets snap called by Adrian, rightfully so. Interesting hand there. What do you think about the king jack flat, guys? King jack offsuit flat under the gun raise, 6-handed, pretty deep though.
Quite deep. I think that's probably the factor.
I think it's fine.
Yeah.
Sergey make a big time move, 7-7 all in against Nicholas under the gun, but we see Mateos in the big blind with the big one, ace king. Uh-oh. Who are you taking? Ace king?
That's my boy, ace king.
I'll take 7s this time. Listen, we're fighting it out. 7s.
Mm-hmm. Pairs have been hot.
You gonna break this tie, Jeff? Or are you just gonna leave us hanging? What's going on? Ace king or 7?
Jeff's taking 6-5.
Yeah, I'm taking ace king. I've never seen Mateos. I've never seen Mateos lose an important pot. I'm gonna go with him.
7's clean.
Oh, pairs are hot.
Wow, look at
Sergey doing it, my boy.
that. Math. It's just math. Best hand holds. Mateos can afford it. He's got still a very healthy stack. I think that's a comment though. We've played enough poker to understand math and understand hands and equities and things. But when you feel when you play or see someone that you just feel like doesn't lose hands, like that means they're on a different level, because the math is the same over time, and it's just one of those things. Like I think Mateos is there's no doubt he's one of the best players in the world, and I think it does seem like the best players just seem to win a few more flips. But I think that's also because they're just covering people more often, right? They're just they get more chances. They're covering more, and obviously it is the math does even out. Any thoughts on that, guys? Or do you think some people sun run, or do it just that the equities haven't run out over time, and some guys are just on a different level of RNG? They got the perfect time.
I don't think you play enough with anyone to really know, to be honest. That's where my head's at.
I think that some guys definitely are sun running, but no one has the complete picture to call who is and who isn't. You know, you
Yeah.
can't look at like even 5 spots you've seen and be like, that guy's above EV because maybe he's been dealt more coolers. You're not counting those, you know?
Exactly.
So, yeah.
I'm also defending Sunrunners as the resident Sunrunner in this call. So
Listen, okay, actually, I do have to call Matt a Sunrunner to the nth degree. How many royal flushes do you have in the last 2 years?
I have 20 royal flushes in my career. Played for
How many?
5 years. 20. I have 20.
20.
Wow.
That's like more than I have lifetime. I've played at
Way
least
more than
triple
I
the
have
amount of hands.
No, I think I might have a record based on number of hands. Like
It's
I might.
yeah, he's a Sunrunner, bro. Confirmed.
I don't like talking about. If you start talking about like the same thing, even almost feel bad, kind of joking. Like you start bringing in names to people you think Sunrun and stuff. It's like, 'cause it's sort of disrespectful at some point because it's like saying. But I have a couple that I find it comical. I've like it's literally I'll watch streams and I'll be like, oh, okay,
Yeah.
like, you know, oh yeah, you won that.
I have to fight the urge sometimes. Like sometimes my immediate thought inside my head is like, oh yeah, it must be nice or something like that.
Yeah,
And I'm like, nah, they probably run
a little bit. Like I don't want to come from that place at all because
Yeah, me neither.
it is what it is. And like to your point, there's no way that one of us could see anyone we're thinking in enough of a sample. But like in that little like whatever.
Oh, aces, kings.
Hello.
Oh, wow.
Oof.
This is what I was talking about, dude. You can pre-spectate the train crash, you know, the car crash. You know what's coming in this situation. I mean, maybe not. I could be wrong. Maybe Nicholas goes for the sneaky little flat. We go to a flop and it's ace 7 deuce. But more likely this is going to happen.
There's always 20% equity. Although if we notice something here, there is a king not available. So there is a pure one outer if this were to go in.
Pain.
Pure one outer. And we do see again missing a seat. So 6-handed on a under the gun, 6-handed versus the cutoff. I mean, 6-handed is just this is massive hands. There's no way out. There's no way out really. Like unless you flat and get a crazy board. And Ike just thinking, how do I proceed? Do I ever want to flat? What sizing do I raise? We're pretty deep. Little timing business here. Gives it to 310.
And I pose the question to you guys again here with the kings. So I do not have a 6-bet range. So I just flat here with everything I play, I think. Nicholas says no. Oh!
Oh my.
One outer on the river.
Dude.
Absolutely carnage.
This is a 25K buy-in, man. That's a 1 out 25 bands bank, bro.
Pretty poker team pro as well. Anyone want any conspiracy theorists out there? Talk about not running hot. I mean,
That was a disgusting thought.
What?
wow. This
King on the river, dude? 1 out?
one out is so ridiculous. That is a one out. Yeah, one outer on the river. That's
140 blind pot, man, and a 25K. Oh. Well, Nicholas, did we just give him the title? Did they sunrun? They might have just earned the title. That's sick, man.
Yeah,
Wow.
fold the heads up.
Wow. It does feel so. I mean, the one on the river too. It just shows you. Listen, it's just never over till it's over. There's really no other example you can say. Getting one out on the river is basically the definition of that. So yeah, I mean, listen, the pot played itself, but Nicholas gets a very fortuitous roll on the river there. I believe that is Lena 900 across the sites, right? That's Nicholas and a very tough player, arguably one of the best poker players in the world as well. Maybe one that is known less just at least from the live versions, right? He's online. Everyone knows him online, but live maybe not quite as much. And man, that's a big one.
I do have good news for you guys, though. Confirmed, there's one re-entry in this event. I've got the live lobby open. No spoilers. Mr. Isaac Haxton does re-enter the tournament. He's still in. Don't worry. Ike action still to come.
Okay, Ike's not retired, and
No.
Man, there's one there. There's one as well. Like a guy you could say, oh, he's obviously running well because he's considered maybe the best in the world, and he's gotten but it happens, right? It goes around. It doesn't. It does kind of even out.
Jeff, we got a little info here on Ali Ismarovic. I struggle with his name. I'm going to call him Ali, right?
Yeah.
So we got a bit of a profile on him here, our player at the bottom of the table. Country is Bosnia, but lives in Vancouver. He's got live earnings of 8.9 million. Titles to his name: the 2019 50K WPT 5 Diamond Poker Classic for 600,000. Also the 2018 Poker Masters 52K event number 6 for 799,000. He coached at Grips. He's one of the members of the Upswing 109th all-time money list, first in Bosnia. 22 WSOP cashes, 3 final tables, etc. So this guy is a newer player. I mean, he is a younger guy, but absolutely smashing it. He's got the purple jacket and one of the best of the games in a very, very quick amount of time. So exciting to see him play.
Yes. Yeah, he's with that school with the, I think, like Ricky Guan and Brock Wilson. That's kind of like their crew, and that guy Brock Wilson sort of emerged as well, he's in this tournament. He plays high rollers and one of the really talents of the game. So yeah, they're young. These guys are young and firing up. So it's cool to see. It's fun to see guys just shoot up the stakes very quickly, and the poker dream still very alive, and people showing it right there. It's
amazing how quickly people become insanely good at poker and like get up to the highest stakes.
Look who we got on the table here. We got Sir Watts, Mike Watson raising up with the Ace King here in the hijack.
Sir Watts, another just absolute crusher. Guy is on the quieter side. He's just one of those guys that kind of goes about his business, just gets it done. Went to Waterloo, similar Mike McDonald, I think around the same time, and he won the PCA main back in the day. And if you look at his Henna Mob, that is he's got quite the resume. Oh, and I mean, Adamo. How can we not talk about Adamo? This guy, I think he's leading the CPP 5K, 5 mil, still day 1B to come. Also, maybe one of the regarded as the best player in the world. You start running, it's like at some point you guys can say this or different points, but he is a fun one to watch. He's the guy executes huge over bets and just goes for it all the time. So this is quite a lineup, and I think that is going to bring us to the first break of the stream today. And we've still got another 30 minutes in real time of registration. So this $2 million guarantee, it's sort of hovering around the time, and we're going to take a break, and we'll be back for the next portion of this tournament with Jaime Staples, Matt Staples. We'll be back very soon. All right, welcome back. We are here, joined with Jaime Staples, Matt Staples, the brothers from the Ultimate Sweat Team Party Online as well. We have got a long day of action. We're playing down to 7-handed, and we have got some of the biggest and brightest stars in the game here. 25,500 CPP online. Fellas, what stands out? What's going on? Still sticking with your picks?
This table's amazing. It's so good. You almost can't get a better table.
It is, dude. I mean, it's going to be some very high-level poker. Guys, low-key, I got a blanket here. I'm cozy. I'm just settled in for a nice day of high-stakes poker. I'm chilling out. I'm going to learn some things from some of the best. That's what's up.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun to watch. We're going to pick up the action here. Looks like mid-hand. We got some pairs and broadways. Queen 10 suited.
Oh, look who's back.
2 7s and Queen Jack. So Queen Jack does have the best hand. We see Queen 10 suited. Going for it, going to get 7s to fold. And then Artur, who also is a guy I don't think we've talked about today. He is one of the absolute crushers. During COVID, he's really emerged. He seems to have taken down high rollers, and he's been in all the biggest stakes action. I actually was there in Russia right before COVID kind of broke out, like as it was sort of being announced and closing borders. I was doing commentary, and he was, I believe, winning. I think he won an event, maybe got second in another. And that was the first time I heard of him. So this was around like early March of this year. And then from then on, he has just been, I just see him everywhere. I see him leading high rollers and playing all of it. So
yeah, he won. I forget which series it was. A high roller series from Party Poker. He had won the leaderboard for that series. So he's pretty used to these stakes.
Yes, he is, and we see a nice play there, by the way, with Patrice Brandt taken down with the worst hand. He got middle pair to fold and a pair of 7s to go, and he went with the lead gut shot, just followed through with that. So really nice hand. Really nice hand from Patrice Brandt, who I also have heard of, but I'm not so familiar with his resume. Are you aware of him?
I am not. I have not looked into it, but this is my first Patrice exposure, I think.
Okay, I just got a visual on him. I do recognize him, but I've never played with him. And it looks like he's from Germany, and he's had 111K cash. And he had a good live score for 70K just before in January this year, and looks like he's got some experience, so he's in the mix. One of the players I know the least about. Very nice hand from him.
We've got a giveaway going on in the chat, boys, and the keyword is pina colada. When was the last pina colada you had, real life?
Costa Rica, 2017.
No idea. Pina colada? No idea. I don't think I've had one. I've been about years, but maybe not a long time. Definitely been a lot. There's some pina coladas in the chat though, right there.
Yeah.
People are going for it. Get that giveaway. All right. Well, we got a pair of 7s and Queen King here. Artur going to be opening the action shortly, and likely, probably going to be a flat, but they're pretty deep-ish. What's it, 40-something blinds? And then we see Dan Shack, who I think is one of the more interesting guys in poker. Right? Just the guy that is an absolute savage. And look at him just attacking here with a min click, maybe a misclick, or is this just next level? What happened here?
You know how I was talking about how we shouldn't criticize any plays we see? That's gonna apply here. I don't know what to think about this.
That's all right.
I'm not gonna think. I'm actually not gonna think about it.
It's not in a book. There's no books on this play. This is pure Dan Shack genius or madness. I'm not here to call it.
Well, he could look like a genius oftentimes because it's hard to make a pair. In this case, Artur just gets the absolute top of the range really for flatting and just gets the check raise. And interesting, very interesting hand there. I think Dan was stepping outside the box on there. I'm gonna go with he had a plan and just didn't get the board or situation he wanted. Got creative. He's very short. He's got about 11 blinds now. Is that right? No. Yeah, 12 blinds.
12. Yep.
But listen to me. Let me just make a disclaimer about Dan Shack. Okay. He's been around poker for a long time. Look at his high roller results. They're very impressive. He's won big events live. He has battled with the best. He's a trader by natural trait, sort of in the Bill Perkins school of, kind of plays poker for fun. Dan's actually done a little more serious work in terms of he's on the tour. I mean, he's around stuff, going to the stops, playing the stuff. whereas Bill kind of pops in and out. So I mean, Dan is no stranger to the bright lights and big stakes. He has got a really impressive resume. I actually got to just pull up his Hennemob because it is.
Was that a Dan play or was that a misclick? I don't doubt. I know that he's a very good player. I'm just curious.
He's got over $10 million.
I'm not calling him out. I'm just curious. That play specifically.
I think it was a play. I'm not going misclick there. I think it was a move, just an absolute move there. I think he looks pretty darn strong. Like that is off that stack, and the min touch click is pretty aggressive. Pretty aggressive play, but
The min touch. I don't think I've ever heard it called the min touch. I like it though.
Just a little tap.
A little min touch. This is interesting. I mean, two of, again, in my opinion, the top 10 tournament poker players in the world. Stevie Chidwick against Ike Haxton here on bullet 2. Second and third pair, deuce kickers. Who's going to end up with this pot here?
King 2, Queen 2. Very interesting bets. These are also fun spots. These broadways are like 2-pair hands where people like the sizings, who attacks, who goes for these, who check calls or bet, betting. This is again kind of unconventional, I think, from a lot of players' trains of thought.
Ike goes for the call there, and Stevie wins. I was wondering in my head, do we ever see a raise a small percentage of the time, turning this bad kicker queen into a bluff? But I guess he thought, and he can call sometimes there with that queen. What did you guys think about that? The call down, check on the turn.
Yeah, I think blind versus blind, Steven can show up with enough random hands that might want to bluff on that board. So I think getting a very good price, it's probably not too bad to call.
Yeah, no, I think again it's pretty polarizing. I mean, granted, he didn't have a polarizing hand, but it's just like I think for that price, he's happy to just get to click it, see if he's got a winner. Yeah, I do think a raise is possible though, but these guys also probably have the most history. You're talking about guys that battle a lot. Stevie and Ike are two of like the top guys that they play. Not only are they battling online, but those guys are playing a ton of live together, and they got a lot of history and know each other's games and abilities really well. So.
We have a bit of a profile on Ike Haxton here. 35 years old, originally from the USA. 27 million in live earnings. It's pretty wild. 12th on the all-time money list in the USA, 16th all-time money list internationally. A party poker ambassador. Has 4 over 1 million cashes. And that's just his tournament game. Of course, he's known in the highest stakes cash games, Hold'em, Omaha, short deck. I mean, the guy does it all.
4 cashes over $1 million, you said?
4, yeah.
Wow.
Which one is that?
I know that he won the 2018 Super High Roller Bowl Las Vegas for $3.6 million. Ike.
Okay, yeah. He's also a guy that's always kind of been considered one of the best, but I feel like he had a period of time where he sort of was like, not there, just not really crushing, and now I think he's sort of back, like just in form, and just he's had massive scores, and people are fearing him. I mentioned earlier, Matt, I don't know if you saw that Dan Smith tweeted that he thinks Ike will be the consensus #1 player in the world by 2030. It's a long range, it's kind of a weird timeline. Like 10 years in poker's forever. Guys that are around even like 10, there's not a lot of 10-year guys that 20-year in the game, but yeah, it's safe to say Ike's there. We see Brandt go for a pretty thin bet here on a pretty wet board. King Jack gets home. He doesn't have a king or a jack or a spade, which are all pretty relevant kind of blockers, and really just targeting, I guess, the queen or a 10, and does go for a small bet here and gets the call. Nice hand. Very nice. I like how Patrice, he's battling. He's making some moves and fighting for pots. Interesting to see how he's going to keep going here. He's got a tough seat with Big Stack Stevie and Ike two to his immediate left.
Gonna raise it up with the one of the most beautiful hands in poker, I think, the Jack 10 suited. diamonds right behind the hearts in terms of aesthetic from my perspective, guys.
Yeah, it's a good suit. Good looking suit in blue too. It's just clean. It does look nice. It looks nice.
Shout out to Party Poker on this
Yeah.
blue as well, because it is
Party
a
Poker blue is
powerful,
very nice.
piercing blue, man.
Great.
Double
Yeah.
P blue for Party Poker.
We saw King Queen off fold there from a player where he just lost. Maybe a little bit of got a little business on the river there. Didn't feel good about it, and he just lays down the King Queen. Matt, what do you like there? Do you like the fold, the flat?
No, I'd never fold. Never.
Yeah, me either. Who is Alexander S? I don't have him tagged. Actually, it's a guy I'm not so familiar with. I'm sure he's probably one of the best in the world as well. Just not sure about that, but I don't think that would be. I would not fold that either. But do you like the flat or 3-bet, Matt, off those stacks? They got, let's see, what's he sitting on a kind of vulnerable 30 blinds?
30 blinds. I think I would 3-bet 30 blinds.
Mm-hmm.
Here's a question for the short stack wizards in the chat and you guys. I mean, I'm putting you on the spot because I don't know the answer. But can you just shove King Queen there as well for 30 profitably? Do you think you can just go for the rip?
Yeah, I think I'd prefer the like 6.5 or 6
Yeah.
blinds out of position, but listen, you can definitely you can push some equities. If you're feeling it. Depends on what you think, how you do on the field. I think that's a good answer too. Sometimes in a table, in a situation, in a field, sometimes you got to just loosen the belt a little and check people's temperature.
Just give a little touch,
You just
a
gotta
little touch tap.
just rip it on them. People don't like the call. All right, Ike with a pretty small 3-bet here.
Pretty short stack as well, 30 blinds. So would like to give the perception of being able to get away from the hands as well. I bet you that would be a different sizing if Ike had 100 blinds. If both of them had 100 blinds.
Yeah, he's in position, stack kind of short. Now, also really interesting, I'd say something that to pay attention to is understanding on flops like this when you have jacks. It's so easy to say, oh, how does that overcome? It's going to come a high percentage of the time. If you get familiar with the percentages of when you have 10s, jacks, queens, and what the percent of the overcards coming, it happens a lot where there's at least one. And this is actually not a bad flop for him. It's a rainbow board. You got to think, what my opponent probably doesn't have ace king. I 3-bet, I would hear from them. Then it's like, all right, do they have king queen? Maybe that's one of the only hands you're really worried about. And then you block king jack, which would be the king jack suited. So it's actually a pretty good flop for jacks in that scenario. You're not really ever going to get raised there either. By those hands.
I think that's one of the nice parts about that. You're not going to face a lot of raises in a 3-bet pot on that king high board.
Yeah.
And I would say one of the biggest differences is that the approach on that flop at these stakes when you're playing against really high level competent players, as opposed to at your local 1-2 game, in post-COVID pandemic, it's totally okay to check, and I'm going to bet turns and rivers because old man Charlie's going to give me some info about his hand here. So you check back, live poker, small stakes, just check back on that board and bet turn and river. But at these high levels, they're thinking about how do all of my hands do against all of their hands in this situation. And just like Jeff and Matt broke down perfectly, jacks are winning still by a large margin, and they want to show aggression.
Yep, agreed. Another thing too, we did see kings and kings earlier. We saw aces to kings, but if you do look as well, whole cards up, you get to kind of see a nice thing to get some practice with what hands and what people get, what the distribution of cards look like. And here's another example where no one even has a king high in this hand. Queen jack off, actually the best hand. We do see Ike open. A couple suited hearts, late position, gonna fold. Dan Shack getting really short here. He's in that 8 blind now through the going to be on the button next hand with 8 big blinds after his creative 10-4 didn't pan out. But Ike back on the rebuy after taking that nasty one outer, as we would see it on the river. He's back just over starting stack with $1 million. And again, he's got a good position though. He's got a good seat on the left of Stephen Chidwick, who has a massive lead on the table at the moment.
Party Poker tweeted out that clip. I just dropped the retweet on it. It's that's a moment in time, dude. That's one of the sickest high roller hands I think that have been streamed here. He could take it though. I mean, he's like Caxton. So it'll be okay.
He's gonna be all right. I like his chances. See Rob Young engaging, saying Ike poker, but you know he's definitely gonna be okay. He's a guy that can afford a 25K buy-in for a reload.
Yeah.
He'll be okay. All right, we see an open and a defend. King Jack off, 7-9 offsuit with 1 heart. So both players connecting a bit here. Some potential. We do see Ike go ahead and bet his mid pair with no heart. And Chidwick not interested.
So did either of you guys consider like flicking any satellites for this? What's your current career's trajectory for like, I'll try and satellite into those buy-ins? Like, are you trying to take shots at 25s or take shots at 10s or 5s? Like, what's the deal?
I'm satelliting into the buy-ins that Jeff fires, is what I'm currently on.
Well,
So I'm satelliting into the 5K. That worked out last week, but I think I played one 215 phase into the 2600 into the 25K. I think I played that once, but yeah, I'm a level below at the moment. I'm trying to get into the 5Ks, maybe a 10K. 25K is just a little much.
I'll say this: the satellites are, I think, one of the best things for online. I think there's the ton of value in them, and I've historically done. I love them. I think they're great. This last Sunday, Matt, they had that 51. The bigger the guarantee satellites, the better it is. It's just nice. Like when there's 50 seats, like you can literally like fold in a lot of the time, or give yourself like a really good chance of getting in if you get towards the end of that. Like it's just such a good spot. But this last Sunday was one of my worst satellite experience of all time, because like I was like cruising that. I saw you in there, Matt. I was like 90 left. I had like 18 blinds, but I was sort of up stuck, right? I had like 5 million or 7 million chips. You start with $1 million. I was down to like 5, and then like I just decided to like jam ace 5 on a button open. Didn't get in, right? So I was like pretty much almost guaranteed a seat, like close, a big one. Then I lost 10 plus satellites for that 5K, and then I played the 5K and semi punted off, and it was a tough few hours. The satellites are valuable, but my advice would be, if you bubble or don't get in a satellite, take it easy, take the governor off, regroup, because it can get expensive. When you're in for more satellites than the actual cost of the buy-in, that's tough.
That always hurts when you fire the satellites and you brick all of them and then have to fire it anyway. You just end up in the event anyway. That's the worst.
Yeah, but it happens, and it's part of it. Sometimes though, like we've all had good outcomes. Maybe you win 2 or 3 in a row, and you just feel like you're the best satellite player in the world. And then there's times where you just, light it up. So it's fine anyway. But yeah, satellites are good. That's the moral story. It's a good opportunity to kind of take some shots, and definitely a lot of steps, phases, and satellites run on Party Poker, which are really cool to see you kind of get a shot. Like we said, we've seen Jamie. We saw some of the stories: $100 to 600K score on Party Poker, I believe.
Yeah.
There was that happened this COVID. We've seen some other ones. I know Mary, Great Bluff, who's actually in the chat at the moment, took a 55 into the 5K big game. She was one of the chip leaders, and then she took a couple cold ones and still cashed for over 10K. So there are those stories, though, they happen, and people are doing it, and it's definitely it's definitely obtainable.
There were some people in the main event. I don't know if it was this series or the last series. 5K main event. They were in it for 1 cent. 2 people got into the tournament for 1 cent.
That's wild.
It's a 50,000x satellite journey into the main. I mean, that's
pretty insane. Look at this. Some real hands here. A7 suited. We see Ike go for the 3-bet. Could flat this stacked up. He does go for the 3-bet. Again, just sort of realizing 9's a strong hand in this position, this dynamic, and then gets a decent ace 8 and a king 9 suited. I know Artur would have loved to peel and get involved to a flop. But this is Ike. By not flatting, this is okay. We'll go to a flop here. All right, everyone gets something. But I think a good rule of thumb too. I think we're all sort of in the same training group, guys. We've done some raise your edge and such. Like it's important to know what the blinds are, how they play, and also how they are. If you think people in the blinds are really tough and good players, it's generally good to kind of isolate and 3-bet and get those guys out. And if you think people are going to make some big errors and play kind of crazy, sometimes you want to flat and give them a little rope to come in and enter the pot out of position. But we do see Ike go for the 3-bet against Chidwick, take control, best hand, best position, and they go to a flop.
And I mean, bet the 9s here again with the range advantage. He's going to want to c-bet a lot of his hands in this spot, a lot of his 3-bet hands. Get a call from Chidwick and 10 of clubs on the turn, Matt.
Just going to have to check it back. Can keep bluffing here with a lot of different hands. I think just checking the 9s.
I agree with you, but I'm always just so worried watching it. I'm just like, man, what if he doesn't do it? He's the legend.
That's fine. That's all good.
What if he bets again?
Yeah, this is interesting on the river here. So sometimes players could just check the side, but sometimes it's also like Stevie may put out a blocker bet here just because he what is ace king or ace jack could hero. You don't want to call maybe a big bet, but he does go for the check and then go check. Makes sense. Nice hand. Look at that. Ike back up to 1.7 after that one outer river in a big pot. He's back and sitting pretty with a nice healthy stack.
And on one of your hands you don't like so much, Jeff, ace queen. Picks it up. Let's see if he can make it work though. It's a good lineup behind him. Ace 6 of diamonds in the big blind dominating. Maybe the king 6 suited goes for the open here. It's a good spot.
Yeah, this is one.
I think king 6. Oh yeah, I was gonna say I think king 6 can open.
Yeah, with that stack size. Also, it seemed like Alexander. We see him passing the king queen off. That's something maybe the players noting if they're keeping an eye on the stream and or if they're familiar with players' games. That that's a good rule to understand the button when you're opening. How is the button playing? Are they tight? Are they aggressive? Are they playing conservatively? Are they making moves? So you get a little more confident in flicking in some opens when you realize the button's probably going to play a little more of a solid game. And again, I'm not saying that's necessarily the case. Just from we seeing the king queen off fold in the small blind to a single open, maybe that Stevie might be able to deduct that. And look at this. We see a flat with the ace queen. There's that we talking, Matt. The ace, the big blind kind of crazy
squeeze. Yeah.
Wild. And the ace queen gonna hold up versus the ace 6 suited. Not easy, but
You sound surprised, Jeff.
not easy.
Yeah. Any thoughts on the ace queen play, Jeff?
Love it. I love it.
Your ace queen bias is very strong, Jeff.
That's all I'm saying. Keep track of it. You'll see. But yeah, there's one in the W column.
2.5 million for Ike. He is well above his first bullet now. Got that back and more.
I saw Dan. Did Dan Shack get a couple shoves through? Or did he double? Did I miss something?
I was just wondering the same thing. Where did those chips come from?
That was kind of yeah. I might need a replayer on that. I didn't see. I did not see him win a hand.
Sometimes with the replayer, I don't know, on break or something, it can skip ahead a few hands and stuff. So we might have missed a few.
All right, so again, player missing, 6-handed at the moment, 7-10 suited, pretty confident we'll see an open. Although this is one of those spots where we look at he could even maybe work in some limps. You don't really want to min raise, call off the small blind, but he does go for the min raise. Interesting. And Dan's certainly going to shove, yeah.
I think Dan Shack would scare me away from opening hands like this.
Right. I almost think limping would be nice with like the full range there. Almost like limp your 7-10 suiteds, queen 9s, and your aces and kings and stuff in that spot. But you're right. Dan Shack is definitely a guy not afraid. And look at this though. Be a good time to be afraid because Ike has the bullets. He's got him again. He had him before. It didn't work out.
Fold.
Oh, there's a lot of hands. 5s and 8 queen jack suited, 2 playable ones here, and we do see the fold. Alexander. I think could note that he is playing fairly solid. Although, don't really want to. Kind of got an awkward stack to start peeling and getting creative there.
Yeah, I think in the hijack, sub 30 blinds, it's not super crucial to flat fives there.
Right.
Probably a decent amount of checking here. The aces.
Stevie Chidwick with the trip twos I've just clued into.
Does go for the check.
So Ike Haxton, I guess, thinking that very dry boards, I'm going to get 2 streets of value often. Stephen Chidwick has the capability of having a bunch of twos, whereas in this position I have ace 2 suited and quad
Pocket
twos, and that's about it.
Yeah.
So I want to control here, and I don't want to open up the ability for Stephen Chidwick to just raise 2x pot and ship the river and own me.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah, I think just the lack of having a 2 and like these guys do balance their ranges usually, and this one doesn't need to protect on turns. If he had 8s or 9s, he's probably more likely to go for a bet here. I think that's the general practice, but I'm wondering if he's going to raise against the small sizing here.
Yeah, just thinking that maybe his opponent's getting too good of a price to peel a heart. There's also Dan behind too. You don't really want to let him just get in there with Jack 10 of hearts that maybe would check back on the flop in this situation, and he does go ahead and turn up the heat here. And Stevie has to like this. Really not too worried about. He's blocking. The hands that he's losing to really are 3s and 7s in his mind. I guess ace 2 suited, pretty unlikely. And would Ike open 3s in this position with his stack pre-flop? Probably 6-handed under the gun with his chip lead. So, interesting here. I think Stevie will just. I don't know, actually.
My first thought is call, but I mean, these guys have a lot of experience against each other.
Yeah.
And this is a leveling spot where it's like a really good price. Ike is going to bluff sometimes and then also value raise, and Stephen Chidwick can re-bluff saying, I have a deuce and you don't. Or, I'm value raising with this deuce, or I'm going to re-bluff on this expectation. So it's a really interesting leveling spot, I think. The default, like you said, Jeff, is just like call with the deuce, let Ike bluff, or value bet. Ike! Ike, you're insane, Ike!
Wow.
Oh.
What's going on, dude? He rips the 1-outer to bust the tournament. He rips the 2-outer. Stevie Chidwick has got trips.
The river giveth and taketh. Unbelievable.
The best against the best. Barry G shows up. Look at this.
Wow. Full circle, literally full circle. Not a lot of time. I mean, this is actually deja vu, but reversed. And he just gonna pile.
Hey, deserved. Deserved. He already took his beat.
Man, Stevie.
How does he do it? Look at that. 5.2 million.
Wow. Into the chip lead, nonetheless. I mean, just
Second bullet paying off nicely there.
Never a doubt on the re-entry, and just comes right in full force. Has to feel good. I mean, there's talk about being not have to be steamed for long. I mean, he just literally took it to the moon from there right away. It's just crazy. ETC just crushed it. Just absolutely crushing it. And Dan finally finds a hand. Patrice Brandt, one of those guys, a little creative. I think he's definitely a guy who could put the 3-bet in. Pretty good hand of flat too, though. Patrice seems a little more spicy. He's got a little spice. Has Wheaties today. What does he do? What's he going to do? And Ike's got a hand that he would love to play. This could be the rule of thought, though. If you're Patrice, I think this is sort of that school of thought. The blinds are both 2 of the best. Do I really want to just be flatting and bringing them in? No, I think you want to. Oh, he just ripped it. He just absolutely ripped it.
See, that's a lot. It's 32 blinds. He's going to get the bad news.
Yeah, that is.
Runs out clean for Dan Shack. I mean, I wonder on that one. That's one of those spots you can just look at Dan Shack's opening range, can look at the ranges behind and see whether you think the shove or the 3-bet call is better, or the flat. You know, like they all seem like options, just not folding.
Yeah, I think, man, I guess then if you take it to the next level, if you 3-bet and Dan's a guy that's got a lot of 4-bet creativity, are you like inducing a 4-bet with the ace-9 suited off that stack depth and Dan? So I don't know. Maybe that was sort of like his thought. Like, I'm going to get like some low pairs to fold. You know, king, queen I don't really want to necessarily induce for the jam there and just sort of try to take it down. But I don't know, Matt, where are you at on that?
I think 3-bet seems very attractive over jam.
Yeah.
Just the way I think about the game. It's just tough for you. It's tough for you to have a really bad hand against that short stack open, I think, which means that the blinds, it's very tough for them to be out of line and like 4-bet you with a worse hand, you know? Like maybe with some pairs they can do it and then you have to fold a flip. But yeah, I'm surprised that they just shoved it like that, because I think you fold out the blinds with a 3-bet either way, and then you can avoid getting cooler because you can fold against the 4-bet from the blinds. So that's how I would think about it. But
Yep.
Mike with the queen 8 going for the click here. Alexander in the small blind with
Pretty
the
easy
slam
stuff.
dunk.
Crossed here. I
Yeah.
think
Stuff cross. Man, I have missed the Jeff Bros window,
So
bro.
many-
Just give it a touch, stuff crust.
give
To
it a
the moon.
touch.
gonna get the fold. So nice.
I'll never forget. Check your temperature. That was one of my favorite stream moments of all time.
Man, we spent a lot of good. There's been a lot of good years, that's for sure. I just still the stream boat, man. The hurricane derailed the whole thing. That was crazy.
Yeah.
Still sort of. We got some credits somewhere down in the Caribbean. We might have to run it back at some point. I'm not sure. It might be just gone, but that was crazy. There was like a jailbreak on the island. You remember this? This is
Yeah, they
yeah.
let all the
I mean,
prisoners
almost
out because they were gonna starve. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We were gonna stick it through, and that was a really nasty hurricane.
Vicanti almost went full blown alpha male, just like I'm gonna stick.
I'm
it,"
gonna stay.
like plant the American flag and just like rough it.
That'd be a real horror movie.
Just stonewall the hurricane.
Yeah.
It's a good thing we left, boys. I mean, we were thinking we're coming back in 3-4 days, and like 3-4 months later, it was still a mess. You know, we
Yeah.
dodged one there.
Yeah, Ike in a really good position here now. I mean, he has got over double second at the table, a few sub 1 million stacks. I mean, he is in complete control here. And it's also 6-handed at the moment, not 7.
We haven't seen too many crazy plays though so far. Dan Shack's click with 10-4 was really it. Seen a few shoves for more big blinds than I would have expected. The ace-9 and the ace-6. Both of diamonds. But pretty straightforward pots. I guess the deuce-3, you guys missed that play. But there was a double float with 3 high without the suit, and there was 4 of the suit on the board, and he took down a crazy bluff. That's the other pot that stood out.
All right, we got.
This could get interesting.
Yeah, 2 creative players.
In real time, you guys, the registration has closed. I don't know where we stand with the delay here, but 2.1 million in the prize pool collected. And we have a first place that is correct down in the bottom corner, 585,000. 13th place with the 57K. So we have locked in the financial rewards up for grabs here.
585, very juicy purse. Nice event. Unfortunately, not live at the Bahamar, which it would have been, but you know, doing a good job getting the series online, getting people come out. 84 total entrants. Very, very nice. About half the field left at the moment. We're playing down to 7 today. 13 will cash. Now, this is one of those bubbles where they can it generally can take a long time. And why, when you build a stack, it's so valuable to fight for those chips, build something here, because you can either be kind of coasting in, folding in, and trying to make it, or you can be really putting pressure, shoving, playing more fun. Looks like we're gonna flip tables.
New table here. Look at this one.
Little flipperoo, and man, what a table it is. There's Mr. Trickett.
Hard not to root for. Sam Trick. Yeah.
Shout out to the man right there. Cal Burns, also one of the best players in the world, you could say. I mean, this is the who's who. Sam Greenwood, that was my pick at the start of the show. And honestly, you could pick any guy here. These are literally any 6 of these guys can get it done, and they've done it before in high rollers. All these guys on their resume, very impressive, very fun table to watch. So let's get a new dynamic going here and see what's happening. We see a king open right out the gate.
Bujtas with the King 7, like you said. We got Darren Elias and Nick Petrangelo as well. It's beastie, boys. I'm looking forward to seeing what's going on here. 6-handed. King 7 suited. This is, honestly, the King 7 suiteds weren't in the 2010 playbooks, but they're definitely in the 2020 playbooks of the opens and early position, these suited hands.
Yeah, Darren's wheel spinning here. He sees, he's got a big stack. He's in position. Problem is, Sam, flatting there. You're not really looking to induce a shove. And also, you got Sam Greenwood to deal with. Sort of talking about that. You want to flat, have other players come in. And I think Queen Jack off is a considerable hand at 3-bet. He knows that this chip leader is probably going to be opening pretty wide. And he definitely had a decision there. Could have done a few things. And wow.
Oh, here's a 3-bet.
Look at Greenwood, the 5-4 suited, 6-handed under the gun against the chip leader. Not in my arsenal. I don't know. That's not going to be in my hand of ripping it upstairs. But look at that. That was a nice little pickup there. Disclaimer: anyone calling disclaimer on their next few streams? If you see 5-4 spades going up for an under the gun raise in the big line, you'll know where you saw it.
That's the Sam Greenwood touch exclusive.
I see. All right, we got Darren. We're going to raise the ace-9, late position. Trickett's going to muck. Sam Greenwood, fresh off a 5-4 steel wheel experiment, takes a hand off. And then we've got another player in the big blind with a good hand, dominating hand, and goes for the 3-bet. Could flat. This is one where the ace-jack, ace-queens. I think this is also late position, right? It's not different than Nick opening. Got a cutoff opening against a spot where ace-jack just feels it's going to be the best hand and does go ahead and take it up. Flatter raise there, Jamie. Do you like either? Or do you think it just depends? I mean,
I like the 3-bet. Listen, I trust in Bujtas. I'm learning as we go along here, man. I have my own strategy, but I much prefer to see what these guys do and say that's what I should be doing. I like it. I like the 3-ball. Good question in the chat here. Shout out to everyone on Twitch that's hanging out, watch the stream today. We're up to about 250 people hanging out, and at least 5 of those people are in this tournament. So good luck to you guys. Jamie and Matt, when you were studying poker, sometimes did you fight each other for a poker decision? I'm going to extend this because we've all lived together in stream houses. Boys, poker strategy, what are the conversations like? Because it has never been a heated discussion about turn ranges. I think it's a much more casual discussion about poker, kind of like we're having here, right?
Yeah, I think it's mainly just us listening to Jeff recount his daily recap. Jamie and I would finish our sessions, say like how'd it go, and then Jeff would just have this whole lineup of poker hands that happened throughout the Sunday, talking about just witchcraft and experimental plays and all that.
Yeah, this guy's clicking buttons in here for sure. There's some...
No, we've never done the deep strategy.
No. And I feel like when you do sit down and get quantitative about it and you get in depth about it, I mean, it's not an environment where there needs to be any arguments that take place. You can disagree, but it's just like, I think this factor is more important. mean, there's nothing personal about it, you know? It's like you have a set of parameters, and then you try and solve for the set of parameters using math, and then you argue on whether the parameters are correct or not. And that's kind of it.
Yeah. It's also why poker's so fun, because it's just like the answers are, you can do different things in different spots and not necessarily be wrong or right. And you have your reasons. People have their reasons. There's history. There's maybe you're not picking up on the button stack size, the small blind stack size, tendencies. So it's fun because you don't know, right? Like we don't know exactly what's going to happen most of the time or how they're going to play. I mean, it's just fun to see different players do different things in different spots. I think it's also why the game's so great, because even so, like against players, like you're never really going to be in the exact same spot, you know, and a lot of times, a lot of different players you'll play against, different stacks they'll have, different positions you get hands, different boards. There's so many different board outcomes and flops and possibilities. So it's just, you're just constantly seeing new things in poker and new situations and nuances of a lot of similar situations that are just a little bit different. And we do see Bujitas here just really open it up. He's got the Jack-9 off. Got Petrangelo and Darren Elias in the big. I mean, three absolute savage crushers, and just flicking in the Jack-9 just casually for min raise. You know, I mean, it's a bit disrespectful, but he's. I love it. I love it that he's going for it. Makes it fun to watch. And we see Nick flat. Let's go to a flop. Oh, hello. Maybe why you shouldn't open the Jack-9 off. This exact situation, you're gonna get in a tough spot often. This is a tough flop to deal with. Bit tough flop. So let's see. We see a quarter pot. Check call makes sense. Innocuous turn. Innocuous. What do you think here? What's the sizing Petrangelo? He size up here. It's getting a little more dicey. Possible flush happens. What do you think? Hits him with the 2/3? Going big, 2/3. Just 2/3. Check call, and then it's going to be interesting to see on the river here. All right, backdoor hearts coming. We have Matt is taking a mid-hand break. He had to walk it off. All right, let's see here. This is a tough spot. What do you do if you're Nick? What's your size here, Jamie? You still feel good?
You know, I have to be honest. I miss most of this hand, dude. The Petrangelo, the history of the Petrangelo. We couldn't keep it together. So I don't have any commentary on the sizing here.
All right, half pot.
Okay.
Tough spot for sure. I mean, listen to me. I'll say this though. To be fair, I think when you see players, the best in the world, opening hands that are maybe a bit in the bottom of the range, you know, it just shows you they're very comfortable playing post flop. Because look, when you play this type of hand, and I mean, this is not like an insane open. I was kind of getting carried away on that. It's like out of line. It's not. But like when you play modest hands, you're going to get a lot of modest spots. And I think that's kind of ultimately where you have to be comfortable in your game post flop if you're gonna be playing hands. Matt, I don't know. I mean, am I saying something wrong?
No, it's Jamie. It's Jamie.
Okay.
No, you're fine.
You have to be very confident in your ability to play and make good decisions, because a lot of times you have to make top pair folds or middle pair folds or tricky, you know, even hero folds at times. So obviously one of the guys, an absolute legend crusher, and yeah, Jack-9s, I think that's in the standard open. It just felt a little light, and the flop was a bit crazy.
Yeah, I think Jack-9. I really do think it's okay.
No, it is. It's fine. It's on the bottom part, but it's allowed. And he's not going to slow down. This guy's he's got chips. He's got a plan. He's going for a title. He's opening the fours, six-handed under the gun. Again, he's got a big stack. I mean, he can open a lot more hands than a lot of other players.
He can. These guys are going to be a lot better at playing back. You know, I'm sure a lot of you in the audience have had that moment where feeling confident on a table, it's a smaller buy-in, and people are really worried about the pay jumps, and you can really go crazy, open it up, be 3-betting a ton of stuff. I mean, these guys know how to play back against that stuff. Like, they know the perfect response to getting out of line, and they'll make sure to put you back in line. So I think it's really bold what Bujtas is doing here. Just V-pipping a lot of hands, man.
Yeah. Well, pretty nice flop. Still set 9-4 deuce, rainbow. Oh, I'm sorry, 9-4 deuce, 2 diamonds. Doesn't have a diamond. Ace jack though, one of those hands.
Overbet.
Top
Oh,
of the
1/3.
Interesting.
You say overbet because Bujtas has a lot more queens than Sergi does. Is that what your thinking was?
Yeah, it's just a very good card for him, and it's he doesn't block the 9. There's still a lot of flush draws and straight draws out there. It's just, and they're very deep too, right? So you're gonna favor big sizings on overcards generally. So that was me going for my guess, and what you were scared of earlier being wrong just happened.
I mean, yeah, he's got options. It's nice. It's nice there. You can definitely do different things, and this is really where, again, the big part of poker is understanding what your hand is and what your hand is perceived as, and then what your opponent's likely hand is, right? And what sizing you want to go with. So, I mean, it's oftentimes there's multiple sizings that would work well. So you just don't know. But you can guess,
if you have a set there and you're just 100 big blinds deep, you're betting 1/3 on the turn. I'm always overbetting or something along those lines.
I would go big on the board.
Yeah, it's just I feel like you're also not going to be inducing a lot of raises after your opponent just calls on a 9-4-2 and the turn's a queen. They don't have a lot of hands that can start raising, right? So the pot is not going to get built.
True.
I'm not saying it's a bad bet. That's where my head's at.
I want to respond to the chat here. Is Staples closet trolling Jeff Gross? That is not what's happening here, dude. Jeff Gross just cracks me up in a big way. I've gotten on a little giggle streak here. It's tough to break. I'm cool now. It's fine. It's just you're a funny guy, Jeff.
Yeah,
man.
Jeff's just so funny. And if Jamie starts going, I'm gonna start going. That's just how it works.
Yeah. Yeah.
A lot of history in us three. We've been in a lot of like late night, stream up, boat, ultimate sweat, as mentioned, podcasts, multiple. We know each other well. Yeah, if we get to it, let's give. They're playing for about 600 grand at first. Playing down to a final table. Let's lock it up, boys. Let's get a little more serious here. Can we lock it in? Let's engage on some high level poker. We got things going on. Guys are opening King 5. This guy is fun to watch. He's officially been in a high percentage of the hands at this point. We see Nick actually lay down the A7, which not a fun hand to play out of position there, but I think against Bujita's opening, we see he's opening a lot of hands. Do you think, what percent of the players do you think are tuning into the stream? Maybe not for the commentary that are playing, but just to see the cards, like, that they know how to play. We're just curious, like, do you think they're all watching? I think you should. If you can see access, you might as well know, especially online. Like, it's not like a live table where you have to be on your phone and you can kind of just have it up. I would imagine they're watching.
Yeah, I'd say 60%. Some of the guys probably don't know it's happening. And then some of the guys are just really successful. They just don't care. So I don't know. That's my guess.
That's slower than I would have said, but yeah, it's I think you're right. Not everyone. I'd say probably 89 to 97. I think everyone's pretty much tuning in at this point. I would say that I would disagree actually that people don't know. I think like at some point either like someone they know or a friend who is in their group of friends would say, hey, by the way, this is what's going on, or like whatever. But yeah, I do think that's true. Probably not all have it up. And look at this hand for Mr. Burns. 2 kings on the puck. Nick, does he want to open against Sam Stack here? Does he 2 tough players with chips on his left? He does go for it. I thought it's pretty close. Does Burns ever flat here with Sam in the big blind short?
I think so. I think it's a pretty fun spot to do so, especially Darren Elias being an aggressive player. I think some percentage of the time you do want to flat kings, induce the squeeze, induce Darren. What do you think, Matty?
Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be some sort of mix going on. I'm not sure how it's going to be decided. I think if there was 2 short stacks, it'd be more appealing.
Yeah. the same time, it looks so obvious. If you flat there and there's two shorties, like it looks pretty strong too. But I think you're right. I think it's just a mix. And man, I will say these guys relentless. He also really hasn't had premiums. He's just basically had like a lot of borderline hands, and he's just selected one answer each time it's been go.
Yeah.
He's done one speed of upstairs.
There's those hands you talk yourself out of, like, yeah, it's if I was in a better position. Like, well, if it was a little better, sure.
Yeah, that's the difference. You go, this one's close, and then you fold. These guys go, this one's close, I'm gonna raise.
Yeah.
I'm going up. Does check a weak top pair in a multi-way pot. Darren's flat for sure. Probably alarming as well with Sam off that really short stack in the small. I think this, and also the fact that Fujita's been opening so much. I do think that makes Darren's hand even look that much stronger on the flat. And that's the level. I mean, these guys are thinking about all that. Every hand when they open, like, all right, what's happening? What's he doing? What's his range? He's considering that Sam's short. So a lot of levels. And then we do see now Sergey L decide that he's got a blocker to the nuts plus a now second top pair and going to go bet call here pretty quickly. Darren, no decision. Just going to get out of the way. And then we go to a river. Ace on the river. Both players not loving that river.
I guess just a check probably.
I don't think it'd be crazy to go for bet here, though. Since Sergey chose the small sizing.
Yeah, I mean, talk about value. These are spots where like the world's best are going to pick up some bets, whereas like a lot of like I'm pretty sure I would just check back as well. But I guess he did check back, and that is going to be the last hand before we take a break. Here we are joined by Jaime Staples, Matt Staples. I'm Jeff Gross. We have got a 25K CPP online tournament. We have hit the final registration. There is 2.1 million in the purse. 7 will play down to 13 cash, 585,000 up top. We'll see you guys after the break. All right, welcome back. We are here at the 25K CPP online. Got 2.1 in the prize pool. I'm joined by Jaime Staples, Matt Staples. We're calling the action absolutely full circle. Ike gets one outed on the river, aces to kings, re-enters, then gets aces versus trips, one to come, peels the ace. Steven Chidwick bombs in all of it, doubles, and he takes the chip lead at that juncture. Guys, thoughts?
It's a great story. It's nice to have Ike up near the chip lead, or in the chip lead, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, Ike Haxton, a legend. What does Joey Ingram call him the Wizard? I feel like there's some sort of Ike Haxton name, something like that. He's living up the Prince.
Prince of Darkness.
Oh, Prince of Darkness. Okay. All right. Well, he's doing big things in this tournament. That's all I know. Not on our table right now, but we have an amazing lineup. Some of the best players in the world. So I'm excited to see how we get on this hour.
Wow. Let's do it. Here we go. We got some action. We have got action in here. King 9, Ace Queen. Again, just holding strong. Ace Queen's got a pretty good chunk of this board.
It's doing okay again, Jeff. Your theory with Ace Queen, I don't know. It's breaking down in front of our eyes.
It is getting a little it's getting a little dicey. But yeah, King 9. I mean, shit, it still has to win. Maybe a weird river gets bluffed. It's hard. It's just hard all the time. It's not over till it's over. But Ace Queen does have a lock on the hand if they don't fold. So good looking board here for the Ace Queen. Darren Elias sees a lead in the turn. Pretty sure he's not going to be interested in continuing here. Although you do start thinking about the hands are flatting, it's mostly pairs, good aces, and then broadways. And King 9 actually, beats a few hands, but yeah, ultimately too hard to get too creative there to try to stick on and maybe drawing dead. So he does give it up.
Looking around at the hands here, Sam Trickett has a decision in the cutoff, I think, with the Queen 10 and the 20 blinds. Sergey with a nice looking Ace 9 suited.
Yeah. 20 blinds, late position. I think he can open this.
What does Sergey do, right? Sam's sitting on 20 blinds. Sergey's got 2 players behind to worry about. Are you guys flatting here? Are you 3-betting? What are your thoughts on this spot?
I'm flatting. Yeah, I'm gonna flat. I'm not thrilled to 3-bet call or 3-bet fold against Sam Trickett, and I don't know. I don't mind having a flatting range on the button.
It's interesting though. We have been seeing very aggressive lines with the Ace 9 suited in these close spots. I think the big factor is in these spots you're not really trying to invite those world-class players to come in and go multi-way, but I think you could argue either. I do kind of like lean towards flat there myself, but
yeah, that hasn't been the trend though against short stacks so far. So
right.
Got David Peters peeling off the King 9 suited on the button here. We do have a giveaway going on in the chat. Pirates is the keyword. Gentlemen, when's the last time you saw the Pirates show at Treasure Island in person? What year? When was the last time you watched it?
Off the board.
6 years, maybe.
Wow. What about you, Jamie?
Yeah, it's probably on the same trip. Probably about 6 years ago. I would give it that. Underwhelming. 5 out of 10.
Yeah, it's doesn't stand out for me. We got some
It's not, that show is not going to make your trip.
No.
It's not going to break it, but it won't make it. That's for sure.
All right, we got a situation. We goes the check call on the flop. Ace Jack still in the lead. King 9 suited does pick up a few more outs. 3 more really. The 7, he already had the heart, so three non-hearts. 7 is there. King or 9 is going to be a winner in hearts. So now what do you do? Pretty deep-ish here. King high, gotta believe is not good. What's David? What's the play here? Keeps control. He does pick up more outs.
He's loving the situation. I think
big bet.
Goes for 3/4 of the pot. I mean, I guess Kale raising under the gun isn't going to have any of the 2-pair combos. David Peters isn't going to have as many either, but probably has more sets and pair plus straight draws than Kale does, I would guess. Just have to go wrong with the King 9 suited there. It's like you love your spot.
Yep. Okay, so we see 7s in the big blinds. And decent. We haven't really seen a lot of small blind, big blind pots today, which is always a really interesting part of the game to see how players proceed. And I think that's a function of this table. At least Bujita has not been really taking hands off. He does bin the 10-3, but we do see a limp. We see a limp in, and Cal Burns with the 7s. Probably gonna raise, but I mean he is yeah, gonna raise. I think there it is, 140. 3.5x.
Nick with the Queen 10. I think the 2 broadways has got to continue, and I don't think a hand you would want to re-raise here. Probably just call and see a flop. Yep. Okay. This is interesting, right? 7s are ahead. but it sure doesn't look like that with the overcards. Difficult for sevens to get to showdown.
Yeah, a bit tricky. It's also in these spots, generally the hands are consistent of that he's raising out of the big blind. He's going to have a lot of just stone air, like the 4-6s and those type of hands, or really good cards. And the hand that Nick's hand looks a lot like the 9-10, Queen 10, Jack 10, those type of hands suited. So Burns does elect to take the lead and bet, getting a little protection. And Nick obviously calling with the open-ended there. Queen 10, pretty good board coverage. And this is a fun one to watch, see how these players play this spot.
Yeah, I wonder if he's raising turnover, Nick, in that spot, or raising flop, I should say. Seems tempting.
Yeah.
Probably has more limp calls of King X than raises in big blind, right? Like I don't think King 5 necessarily goes for the raise there, but it would limp call.
Yeah.
And now the river, I mean, the turn's a tough spot for Nick if he faces a bet, but it goes check, check, and on the river, you've got Queen High. My head is thinking, well, you've got a bluff here with this hand. You're going to value bet your King X and your Jack X, and probably other pairs as well. So this seems like a good bluff. Wow.
It's going to get called at that price, surely.
1/10.
The 1/10 is interesting.
Guys, what's going on? We've seen 2 1/10 bets. What's happening? Someone bring me up to speed.
No limit hold'em. There's no limits.
Chat. What's happening up there? Why are we seeing the 1/10 bets in the best in the world?
Oh. What is new things are going on right now, so that's definitely the 1/10 you don't see a ton, at least I'm not used to it. We've seen it multiple times, and we do also pick up here now with Mr. Shaq with the aces, hand rank 1 on the button.
So this is where we see, is he going to click it back now that he has aces? Does he go for the min click?
But there's no one's going to open this, right? There's Nicholas doesn't open here, I don't think.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
So now this could be a limp, but I think he's going to see how many blinds. He got 12. I guess he'll probably just keep him in raise. Yeah, it's kind of weird to limp off that stack size.
People pointing out we do have Ike Haxton on the table again, up to 6 million. So has come back from that bust out re-entry all the way up to 6x starting stack, which is pretty impressive. One to watch. Dan with the top set. What are you doing here, Dan Shaq? You love your hand. You have 3 of the aces. You can see there's only 1 left. You going for the check back?
Yeah, I think check back is pretty nice. Because you are going to want to check Jack X here and a 6 if you ever have it with the min raise. So it's nice to have an ace that checks, and like this one for sure.
Well, he doesn't get any action here. I mean, Lucas has a decent there's some cards he may try to bluff here. He has King 10 in his range, and man, just Daniel doesn't get the pot he wanted there. Try to give his opponent a chance to bluff, catch up a little bit, but does still win the pot. Important pot. He's back up to getting close to what he's got, 15, a little over 16 blinds. So Dan's still weaving and bobbing in this. Daniel Colpoy is a guy who's been around for a long time as well. I'm not sure if you guys are so familiar with him. Good player. Lucas Reeves, a guy I've seen a lot this COVID. He's been at the table a lot. Seems like he's always in the biggest events. And Martin Mathis, I think did he win a party event for one of the majors for $1 million? That name sounds very familiar. I believe he might have won one of the party for $1 million to first. I'm not sure about that, but Jamie, do you know him?
Don't know. No, don't know.
Yeah,
Marty Mathis is a Lipo Fund, right? Yeah, I think Lipo Fund.
Yeah, it's the guy I'm thinking of. Yeah, it is him. He's very,
Yeah.
very, very tough player. DTO, I know he works with them and does stuff. He won the 2019 Rio Party Poker Millions for $873,000. So
Wow.
He was leading a Party Poker Live promotion as well. He used to have an old 2+2 thread where he wrote about like his journey in poker and playing. I mean, he was back on those forums when I got into the game. He was already a legend. You know, he's one of the big posters and guys that people looked up to. So he's been in it for decades.
All right, we got a raise, a flat. King 10 suited, definitely one you could 3-bet. Does go for the flat, and Ike in the blind. This is one of those ones, those aces that are just kind of tricky. Don't really want to, you're going to be dominated a lot. Definitely a squeezable hand. Does go for it.
He knows. He just knows,
He knows
when to put the pressure on here. And back on Lucas Reeves, though. I mean, hang on. King 10 suited. You're playing against Ike Haxton. You know he's capable. You've got the button. You've got a decent price, actually. Is it too crazy? Too much?
I'm out. Wow.
He's in. Lucas, I respect it. Listen, Lucas, we're kind of on the same brainwave.
I like the flat. I like it. I think Ike did put a pretty hefty price, though. It was not a great price. I mean, he put tax on it, low tariff tax. But it was still, I think, ultimately Lucas knows the possibility here, and I think he figures this is just one of those value flats that he's just going to have to see a flop with. But as it plays out, Ike going to down bet here, 20% pot, and this is kind of the problem. Now you kind of feel, you know, yeah, I think he just can't. It's a little too curious to go peel in there on that flop, so he gets out of the way. Man, that's not a good looking hand selections here. There's not much to talk, not much to get excited about. You could pretty much walk away on this one. This is
Lucas might roll this one.
We do have something exciting though, guys. James Dempsey is in the chat. The regular host of the show. On an off day, he's still popping into the stream even when he's not doing the comms. What a committed man.
He's got to make sure the show's up to par.
Respect, yeah. Keep us in line, man. We don't want any giggle fits over Petrangelo, man.
all right. Not a lot of playable hands either. Ike with 6.797 million. He is gonna, I'm sure, open with his stack and not really have to worry about a jam stack. So this is one where he's gonna confidently open the button. Does go a little bit. Goes 2.2. And, you know, these are one of those things we talk about. Some of the guys, some of the big heaters in poker, Bonomo, Fedor Holst, Dan Coleman, guys that just seem to go on absolute benders of runs that just absolutely get stuff done. They talk about this confidence. You know, when you're in the matrix, when you're feeling good, people seem to not really want to play pots with you. Daniel does defend 8-6, rightfully so. You know, he's getting a good price. And it's not multi-way action, but I just feel like these are spots where you start like getting a little intimidated by players. When players are on a heater, when they're just winning, people are scared of you. They talk about it. You just don't really want to battle with them. You know, that's like, all right, well, maybe I should peel this 4-bet, or I'm gonna you just gotta a little more. Man, I don't know how many times you guys will see like an online crusher, like one of the top guys, and you're in a spot where you know it's close. You're just like, all right, you know, I got a good question in the Twitch chat. I'm gonna take that and let this pot.
Yeah.
You know? Oh yeah, I'm gonna hotkey over to that other table and just not make a tight fold. But you know, I think there is a bit of that, and I think at at the highest level, it still exists. Even though these guys are all can hold their own, there is definitely a little bit of that confidence in guys that are sort of peaking or running hot or whatever you want to call it at the moment, where guys get a little bit afraid. I think Ike's in that category right now. But
yeah, you know, I think it's interesting for the stakes that we're playing on the regular, the 500s and the 320s on daily grind type stuff. Nicholas Astet is one of those players. I think, you know, he's the lane of 900s, the C Darwins. Those are the guys at the mid stakes.
You guys just see that open?
I saw that. Didn't expect it. That is a borderline
10-4 offsuit.
Yeah, I'm gonna adjust the 3-bet range on Nicholas's when I see him next week at the tables. Probably gonna come a little more aggressive out of the blinds. That was a bit wide, especially against Dan, who's a bit of a cagey player.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking.
Both named Dan, but Shaq, who's we've seen getting out of line a bit more than normal here. And Ike The ace-5 does give up. See, that's where Lucas opened the ace-5 in the same exact spot basically a few hands ago. I think those are close. I think those weak ace wheels are sometimes better just to fold in those spots. Ooh, and there's Dan. I would think 7-8 suited would spark his interest to a button open, but he does let that one go.
You know, I played one tournament with Dan Shack, and I opened, I think, the cutoff, and he flatted 5-4 suited in the small blind with 10 big blinds. So what does that mean that he folds 7-8 suited here to the button raise? What does that exactly mean? At the end of the day, what does that mean?
I think he's tired of your shit, man. I think that's what it means, dude.
Interesting, but what tournament was it? Online?
Yeah, I don't know. It was probably a WPT event, I think. Maybe it was the 3K.
When you say the 3K, there's so many 3Ks. There was like a 3K. every
Well,
week.
I don't know which one it was. One of the 3Ks.
Enough. I just want to point out that it's not there was party.
There was,
Poker
yes, there was like a weekly 3K. I don't know which one it was.
Hello, they had all the WPTs rolled through.
Yeah, that was a crazy summer, boys. Holy smokes.
This year is crazy. What a year!
Yeah.
Absolute year has just gone by. What do you think, Matt? Live poker stop. What do you next summer? Is things back to normal?
I'll probably get back into it a little later than most, I think. When things are really cleared up, because I wasn't much of a live player before that anyway, so
Right.
it's not like I'm itching to get back to it. But I was actually looking forward this year to taking more trips, but that got shut down pretty quick. So yeah, it's just not really an experience I've had yet playing live poker, so I'm excited to try it out, but have to wait.
All right, King 8 suited, Ace 4 offsuit, and this looks like, yeah, so Mike just trying to keep control of the pot there.
After Twitch is like long gone, would you ever consider doing a year world tour? You know, Maddie, assuming you don't have kids and stuff at that point, would you ever do like a January to December, you know, Australia, Bahamas, Europe, UK, Canada, just all over the place?
I can see that being fun, yeah. Yeah, definitely. If I could get my live poker game to a point where I was confident to just go play all these different tournaments, I would be super down.
Yeah, so this is a good sign. I mean, this was a big buy-in, 25K, the CPP number 4 high roller, 2 million guarantee. Did get over the guarantee, 2.1, 13 gonna cash, and we will play down to 7 today. Should be a pretty intense bubble. Anytime you got a $50,000 plus bubble, don't care who you are, whether you got all the money, some of the money, you're a grinder, you're a satellite player, you don't want to bubble a tournament, especially of the bigger buy-ins online. So you can really expect a exciting bubble situation today. So we'll play through that and all the way down to the final 7, which locks up $84,837, and then that will be coming back. Not today. We'll finish it down to 7, and then we'll pick that back up. There'll be another day for you guys to see that, but today down to 7, and it's nice to see Ike. As we mentioned, I think that was your pick, Jamie. Was it Ike at the beginning of the day? He's thrived after a 1-outer on the river, just coming right in, and does give up. Man, look at the walk. That's why you don't want to look live. It just hurts. You get walked with aces. That is actually funny enough. That's who Ike. And there's aces next hand. Aces are flying around, but Ike actually lost originally to Nicholas with the king on the river, the 1-outer, and then just now Nicholas had aces there. So these guys are right back positioned at the same table together. 6-handed here, and Mike Watson going to try his luck with aces. And,
we need a Mateos update.
Yeah, that would be nice.
You need a
Oh.
Whoa! Don't blink.
Oh, never mind.
No. Pascal was actually my pick. I didn't pick him as favorite, but Pascal was my team. I've chosen him as my teammate in this event, and we've got him here at the top of the table. 1P, Dmitry Urbanovich, Party Poker Team Pro, Timothy Adams, Daniel Dvoris. I think we actually have a little profile on Dmitry Urbanovich here. Born in Belarus, Polish nationality, lives in Warsaw, age 25, 6 million in live earnings, online 3 million in earnings. 2018 W Coupe title, 10K. 2019 KO Series title for 200,000. 2016 EPT Dublin main event. I was doing commentary on that. Heads up, by the way. Actually, it's pretty interesting. And 2015 EPT Malta high roller win for 570K. He's known as Coliseum over at PokerStars, and I remember a thread when he won 3 Sunday majors in one day. Like 3 Sunday tournaments in one day. It was absolutely insane. Yeah. So, a legend of the game, Dmitry Urbanovich. See if I can find what those events were. It was insane.
He's going to be all in as well.
Queen 9 suited, Pascal with a close spot. How many blinds is that? 10 blinds, ace 9. Everyone's got a nice little hand here. And I think, I mean, Daniel, it actually, if Pascal folds, it'd be interesting to see what Daniel does. It's 10 blinds. It's about...
Oh, ace 9 calls.
And it's a tough one to win. What a flop. Daniel would have flopped with the straight flush draw. Would Daniel have called the divorce? Was he calling there if it folds? I think it's, what's that, 10 blinds?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure on that one either.
You think we would know at this point, but I'm not sure.
I'm not sure there either.
This spot could get spicy.
Pretty hands here too. Jake Schindler, right? That's Jacob Schindler on the button. We got Pascal with 8s, Timothy Adams with a min raise, and we do just see a call here. And 30 blinds for Mr. Schindler. Does go ahead and call behind. This spot always feels tricky to me too. This one, like the ace 10 suited in a multi-way. You do have the button, but going to be dominated a lot. And Mr. Adams, how are we? Tops out, how they run, everything good? Pretty dry board. You talk yourself into it, just slip a little rope.
Yeah, I think check gonna happen here.
Pascal doesn't hate their spot. It really depends on the turn, how much money they're going to lose in this hand. But I think 8s feel okay about their situation here. And ace 10 not knowing anything doesn't feel terrible either. Everyone's cool with it.
Ace 10 can't like this. I mean, they got no backdoor hearts. I mean, they're really speeding without a governor here. And now a rainbow card, interesting card, pretty big brick. One of the biggest bricks you could have. There's no backdoor flush draw that comes home. There's no Broadway straight stuff. So Tim's going to go ahead and go for the double rope here, which I like. I think it makes sense on this particular turn. He actually may be just checking a lot, like almost everything on the turn, but
8's not falling for the trap either. They're going to go for the check. Jacob. And okay.
Not really the run out you want if you're Tim. You're really looking for a queen, king, or ace there to peel off. Obviously, you're trying to give a chance for a set to catch up as well. But that river, 8-9 suited, is 8-9 suited in there? Probably not. You probably would have heard from 8-9 suited on the turn. And he just decides to go for a small bet. Thinks he's not really going to get called by a lot here. Even a 10 might have a hard time calling a big bet.
I think we will see Jacob call here with the ace 10 though when it's been played so passively. I think you could expect Timothy Adams to even value bet a worse 10 here. So I think ace 10 feels okay.
Yeah, with this sizing, king 10, queen 10 definitely could do the same thing.
Yeah. Still really interesting, just seeing how top set plays on that board, trying to give your opponents a chance to catch up, trying to, some people might just not give that much rope, and Tim really just tried to give the maximum opportunity for people to catch up there. Didn't really get a great run out, still got a little more money.
Juan has got a bit of a moment here. I'm curious if someone else opens before, but Juan on 14 blinds has a profitable jam, but also a good limp. Where I think it becomes difficult, we're not going to see it here as a limp. If you get jammed on, you just hate it. But so I'm curious how Juan plays this in the small blind.
He's got a. I think he
does
well,
limp.
Interesting.
So I think it's just tough, at least at the stakes I'm playing, when you just get ripped on there for 14 blinds, right? Oh, Marius. Whew.
Pretty frustrating flop there for Juan. I mean, you got such a value hand. Like, yeah, you don't necessarily think your opponent has a deuce, but he gets to have all the deuces. You know, getting to just check back there, and it's just really one of the worst case scenario flops. No even backdoor spades, like
It sucks too, because you're 4-1 against a min bet. It's like, man, the range is so wide here. It's so easy to get owned, and you're guessing, you know, blind versus blind. You're really guessing about what your opponent's approach is. It's easy to feel vulnerable and making some big guesses in those spots.
Strategies can change so much too, player to player.
Like
when you check,
when you just fold, always, everyone. Just so you know,
when you check back and you have 80% of hands or more, the strategy on what you're going to be betting could be super different between a few players, right?
What did you guys think about the pre-flop spot? Just to get your thoughts for my own game with the queen 10 there, 14 blinds. Are you guys just going to limp call the shove? If the shove comes in, are you just going to jam it to prevent in the first place? Like, what's the situation there?
Yeah, I think I would jam because I'm not sure if limp calling is good.
Yeah.
Limp folding seems so bad, and yeah, the limp call, I'm not sure against like somebody in like a 55 whether it's even the right play. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I would probably just shove.
I think it depends too. It really does. That is where it is so player dependent on your opponent in the big blind, and also their stack size. I think that matters a lot as well. What their stack is and what you're hoping to do. What you think how wide they're going to be aggressive against you. In that particular spot, their stacks were kind of close. Tricky one. Also, I would not limp there. I wouldn't have limped there. But again, that's maybe a bit different in some of the field types and the size in the game. Is it a knockout tournament? Is it a turbo? Is it a $50 tournament? Is it a 500? Is it a 5K? Is the player known? Do you have history? How are you perceived? How is the table playing? What are the other stacks at the table? There's just a lot of factors, I think, on those spots that matter a bit. That like you kind of just that's what the best players are able to do is they take that all in, and then they come up and they're like, all right, well, I'm going to do this 85% of the time. I'm going to do this 15. I'm looking at my second hand on my AP. It was what Juan Pardo's saying, and he just randomized it probably. I don't think he's always limping there with that. So
it's a beautiful game, man. It's a beautiful game. There's like you said, Jeff, all these just 100 different factors. You know what I think about it as is like a potion. You're building a potion. It's just like little bits of ingredients, like 2 shakes of position, like 5 shakes of your hand, like a little pinch of like what's our history, right?
Yeah,
it all comes together. But the difference is these guys, they don't just come out with one thing. They come out with an option of 5 things. And sometimes they choose one part of this, and sometimes it's 4 other things. It's just a whole nother level.
Yeah.
Imagine if we could go back to, 2000, talking to the best players in the game of poker in the year 2000. And we told them that the best players in the world are, like 4-bet bluffing ace-5 suited against 3 bets 2/3 of the time, and then folding, a quarter of the time, and flat calling like 6% of the time. Like I wonder what like a Stu Unger would have said, to that progression, how the game has changed, because it's just very different than how it was played back then.
Well, I'm going for a little steal there with the ace-8. He was very short to raise that one up.
Yeah.
People are not afraid to raise off 11, 12, 10 big blinds in these stakes. I feel like you see less open jams and a lot more just open raising. They want to keep that option open to raise fold or raise call. Get like, you know, play more of their range, get tricky.
Yeah, this is so limp, probably gonna be a lot of limps, and Daniel Divorce with the ace-10, pretty big hand here, blind on blind, 6-handed. He does go for 3.5x.
Pascal's got a hand that has the option to limp re-raise in this spot with some playability post flop, so it's not a bad limp re-raise hand. You need some bluffs there, but elects to call with the suited version here and flops a pair of threes, which is ahead for now.
Yeah, not a great flop for the ace 10, but still going to be in the lead a fair amount. Let's go for a quarter pot, a little less actually.
Yep. Do some turn. So I think it's an interesting one, right? Because Daniel can have some deuces that bluff and bet on the flop. You know, like they're gonna turn some like deuce 6 into a bluff and just raise pre-flop deuce 6 suited, things like that. So both of them can improve on this deuce, and ranges are very wide.
There's a Pascal. That's a clean run out. He was ahead after the flop the whole way and gets a really, you know, non-tricky river, call it that. That's pretty nice, pretty clean run out. Now he just has to think about what he wants to do. What is he targeting? What are the likely hands his opponent has? What does he get called by ace high? That's the most obvious one. Your opponent raised you pre-flop, took a shot on the flop, and now ace, you know, you beat 4-5 misses, 4-6 misses. He played 6-3 like this. What would he do with 6-4, 4-5, 4, you know? Also, a lot of maybe ace size goes big. I mean, this is a very, very cagey raise shot here on the river. Polarizes it to the max. And if you're Daniel, you hate it because you're gonna get blown off a chop here too sometimes. Wow, what do you think about the sizing? Just goes for it, targeting a king, I guess. Or I mean, man, really, really big size there. All right, we're gonna flip the table. See Sergey Muck threes under the gun. David Peters in the mix. Another name not to sneeze at. We got a lot of Elio Fox as well. Absolute savage. And then we're going to pick up the action with Samuel and Darren Elias with Queen 10 suited, 9-10 suited, small, or I guess under the gun. And three-way. I'm sorry, three-way. King Jack 9-10 suited, Queen 10 suited. And what a turn card this is. Gives Darren way more possibility, and it checked around on the flop. Got to imagine a bet here.
Yeah, Darren's got a lot. It's going to be tough for him to get anything, though. Okay, I guess he's happy to take it down, though, isn't it?
And high, he's not, you know.
Yeah, he's pretty pumped to get the folds.
Yeah, and just one of those things where it's this board is, he gets to have 5-6. He's got a lot of 2 pairs. Sam doesn't bet the flop, which is, you would got to believe he's betting an ace. So Darren can confidently believe he'll take that down, and he was behind, but had a huge, huge hand there.
We're 6-handed. It says players left 41, but I think we have less than that at this point in the tournament. Probably just still to be updated here, because I can see in real time we're down to less than that. And what a beastie table, man. I'm just happy to see Bujtaz on our table with 8 million, because he is an action player.
Yeah, he is.
This is kind of fun. Rui Ferreira, another high roller player you see regularly on the circuit with the 5-3 suited.
Yeah, we went off the table, but Sam was hovering around the 400K mark Must have caught a double at some point. He's up to 1.5 million. So he late registered. Also, again, we already said congrats, but he is a father now, which is pretty exciting. I know Sam was, they were anxiously awaiting the arrival. So congrats to Sam and the family. It's very, very exciting. Good to see him still playing some poker and coming in late reg. Get used to that. Not going to be there probably from the beginning. To get a baby, that's out the window. And he's in some tournaments though.
How is the sleep, Jeff? You know, playing poker for a living, having a young son. Like, how do you deal with the sleep? Like, it's got to be really tough to get in tournaments and like to just feel rested. I mean, what do you do, man? What do you do?
The hardest part is the first 3 months or so in general, and for not even just the tournaments, just like, you know, you're getting used to it. Your wife is getting used to it, and it's tough because it's like you don't really know what's normal, what to expect. Everyone's a bit tired, and it's just you're guessing. You're purely guessing.
Everyone's a bit tired, yeah.
Everyone's got good advice on things, but all right, we got Sam limp in, and we do see it. I believe check on the flop. Sergey going to take the lead with the weak middle pair. Checks it twice, showing Sam some respect here. Would think maybe he could have bet the flop, and I think on this particular run out, he's still gonna. I don't think he's gonna. I guess he could go for a small bet to hit ace high, but not really. I guess okay, goes a little bigger. Interesting.
Yeah, I think after triple check, you're pretty happy to bet here
Yeah.
with any 10. But you're right, that was a bigger bet than I would have assumed.
But I kind of like it. It's like if you think ace high is going to call you, and if you have ace high, you're still sort of like curious, right? For whether it's a small bet or a little bigger, and you may as well go a little bigger. Also, probably less likely to get raised by some hands or people that maybe want to, you know, make a bluff. So I don't know. I that's a spot too. I think the sizings are always so interesting to see what these guys do in certain spots where it's like what you maybe had set as your default is not what they're doing. We did see that earlier, Jane, with that Jack 10. Nicky P blasted all in for over pot in a spot where trying to figure out. And I think if you ask him his reason, honestly, I think he might be trying to get off a chop there.
Right.
To be honest, was his thought on that. All right, let's see a limp. King 3 off. 60.
I think David Peters can raise this too. Does elect to check.
I would have thought of raise there as well. But I guess Sergey's stack is
Pre-flop?
kind of, yeah, little bit too much check jams there, maybe.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think
primo.
I think mainly going to be in the offsuit category.
6-3 off, but you would check back the small suiteds.
Yeah.
On that stack size though, not on like
On this stack size, yeah. Yeah, I think the ISO raises get like really trashy at this stack size.
Curious if he does go for some protection here. And he's got it's a pretty good turn for his hand.
Sergey is, I think, okay here. I mean, he's got to think he's got the best hand some of the time. But no.
Yeah.
Board pairs, king high, ace jack jack 6. Maybe I'm too sticky in that spot.
We saw you in the big deal. You stuck on versus Ebony. Ebony with that was a little different. I think you
had to call that one off, man. That was just too clean. Too clean.
How did you get credit, though. Did you guys both cash that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Nice.
What did you were deep? You got fairly deep, right? Or you were
I got 20th. That was close.
It was fun, right? I'm looking forward to the next one already.
It really was fun, yeah.
Marius back on our table here with a short stack, which changes the dynamic a bit. Sitting about 7, 8 blinds deep.
Jeff, I think you mentioned this earlier. It really is. It's cool to see how the cards get distributed out. Like you just see how much trash is really on the table at all times. It almost gives you confidence, you know, like when you're in those close spots, whether you should raise or not. It's like, you know, they have nothing a lot.
I think, this is something that I think it's so interesting about coaching, and people talk about this because, like, listen, Jamie, you, myself, I don't think anyone could argue. We know poker. We play poker. We understand the game. I think we're good. We're solid poker players. You talk about some of these guys, they're in solver worlds. They're doing crazy stuff. I mean, these are the best of the best. Like, if you look at poker and however many tens of thousands of players or 100,000 players and what levels, there's all different levels, just like any sport, in college, NBA, WNBA, whatever, right? Like, you could go through in the Premiership, there's how many divisions are there, or in the UK? They have like 8 divisions and stuff. But you talk about coaching and learning and who you want to get coaching from, or what programs you want to use. And you want to talk about, I think the best way to learn and some way that is, that able to really teach the game is to deal. Like, when people, I don't really do a lot of one-on-one coachings, but when people ask me for help, what I like to do, let's just take a charity event. If you were to go show people at a charity event that don't really know poker, right? The best way to teach them poker or explain is to deal the cards face up. Sit down at a table, deal out hands, and you get to sort of see like what's normal, what's happening. And people are like, oh, like I would play that hand there. And you say, no, because this is the position and this is like how look at the other hands, and they get a kind of feel. So I do think that the closest thing to that is like you really get to, this is at the highest level, but you get to kind of just see like little spots. Like every hand you can learn something on how the guy and how they play different hands in different positions, and kind of guess what would you do and what you think they do. So
right. That makes sense.
Great way to sort of learn whatever level you're playing. 2 big hands here.
Yeah, raise under the gun from Darren, call from Ruby in the big blinds. The queen, jack, flop, king turn.
Well, yeah. So Darren has some blockers, but the board's paired. So sort of the ace 10, 9-10 suited to the opening. He decides when he gets checked, called, when he gets checked, bet, call, he decides to slow down, and I guess he's just going to want to go to showdown, right? It's a pretty scary.
You bring up some good points though, Jeff. If he had the 10 of diamonds and Rui bet there, you think raising is good? Like blocking the flush, blocking the straight, both straights with 4th pair. You just go for the check, raise river.
Blocker talk is very interesting, but it really is like, it's same in like PLO too. There's certain times like blockers aren't really relevant anymore when the board changes, or when based on positions and situation, it matters a little, but it does change when the board is, you start bringing full houses in and some other stuff. It can change in the value. And look at Vajitas with the tier 1 ace king suited up to 8 million. We left the table. He's been super, super active, and he has got a really nice stack here. And he's going to work with 3-bet against Sergey. Just a clean 3x, like
on the nose. What are you gonna do, Sergey?
And these are always, sometimes you take personal in these spots, because like when you got like that 20, 25, 30 blind stack and people 3-bet you, and you just know how it's so tricky to play. It's what you start to be able to appeal with, what you're supposed to 4-bet jam, it's hard to go against. And look at this. He does outflop his opponent, though. The ace-7 suited, which is a pretty sticky peel in this spot. And he's going to get put in a lot of tough spots. I think it is,
especially on these stack sizes. Yeah. He gets rewarded for it here, though. Boosh does with the radar. Is going to check back on the 10-6-7, which I think is quite interesting, actually, because Boosh has all the overpairs. And then also, I don't think Sergey hits this board too much. I mean, really, it's... like ace-10, ace-7, and ace-6 suited, and that's it, right? And sets.
I love the bet here on the turn, because I think like part of your here, if you play a hand like this, you could be like, oh well, let me just check. He probably has ace-queen, ace-king. He checked back. He of course has some traps, but you're actually charging those hands, because like you said, you don't hit it that much. So what do you do with queen-jack, queen-king, broadways, and you get calls from some ace-king and ace-queens here, even though intuitively checking may seem like a good play. And he does go ahead and check back on the river.
What do you think about their approach in that hand, Matt, with the ace-king and the ace-7?
I probably would have folded the ace-7 pre-flop after opening that spot, which, I don't know, that might be wrong. Ace-king on the flop, I think I would have checked as well, actually. I think I'm definitely trapping some with some overpairs, and I think he's going to have probably more 10s than what you're saying, though. Like I think he could have some Jack 10 suited, some King 10 suited, some Queen 10 suited. That's kind of what I'm thinking
A7 at
too.
diamonds. Like he's definitely
Yeah.
all Broadway. It's like 10 Jack 10.
Like I'm not
King.
sure how far down
Way,
he's
way
going. I'm
better.
not sure if 8-9 is in there. I think sets are in there sometimes as well.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just don't think it's. I doubt it's a board where you're just betting everything, and Ace
Yeah.
King of Spades doesn't feel that good to bet. So I think I would have checked.
All right, here's another really interesting spot with queens on a king high. This is again, when you don't get raised pre, you block king queen, you take out ace king, and your hand's actually in pretty good shape, more than you would think in this spot. And now, of course, when you go multi-way, you throw in the big blind too. It's a bit tricky. There's some more kings in there, but they're not really just going to be kings that are going to be check raising you. So, and we do see David just confidently bet and take that down.
Marius, potential Shipperino spot here.
Ships it.
Let's go for it.
Sam can probably come over the top here too.
By the book, I think so. Unless he's got a read on Marius, I think we're going to see an all-in.
There it is.
Oh, okay.
There it is.
That's clean. New baby run good right there. That's what that is.
Look at all the art there in that left side of the screen. There's yeah, good, nice hand for Sam. Pretty conclusive flop, and just like that, he's back in at 2 million. And we see Fujita's probably going to work with the fours. We've seen him be opening. I mean, I would love to see this guy's VPIP. If we could get a stat line on how much this guy's open, he has been in there with every bit of modest holdings. And see Darren again with that queen jack versus an early position raise against Fujita's. Give it up. It's off suit, definitely suited. I'm sure he'd be playing. And Peter's going to happily call here after he sees how active Fujita's being. I shouldn't say happily. It's a pretty tricky hand
So, guys,
to play.
I have a question. 27 left, right, at this stage of the tournament. We know it pays 13. In your own game, is there anything that is changing about your approach given the money bubble at this point? You know, about half the field gets paid. Is anything in your mind at all, or is it still way too early?
Too early for me. Yeah, I'm not going to be adjusting yet. I think gaining chips is too crucial at this point still.
Yeah, I you know, for sure. I think this is, to me, at least in my history of my poker career, in times where I feel like I'm really playing well and going for it, in times where I sort of like feel a little gun shy, or I think this is a very natural phase for people to sort of freeze up, where they just kind of like, all right, like okay, now I look up and I'm like, wow, you know, a couple guys are short. I'm in there. I'm kind of in a good position to make it. And sometimes I think a natural tendency is to tighten up, especially as like a shorter middling stack. And I think this is something where the best really thrive, and tournaments are won and lost at this juncture, is when the players that are willing to go for it, to put their chips a bit on the line, put pressure on people, get a top 4 or 5 stack down the stretch, versus those that sort of get a bit short and kind of just make it and squeeze in. And I'm guilty of that for sure at times, where I'll, especially, you know, like if you're not feeling like you're running well, you're a little unconfident, you maybe instead of jamming a clear jam spot, you just call, or you end up getting a little shorter. So I think this is a very big part of your game to look at. If you feel like you're not really winning tournaments, or you're short, you know, you're coming in short in the money, this is the spot of the tournament. I would say it's a good time to maybe try to go for it a little more, take a few more chances, and really evaluate, look at your game. What do you think, Jamie?
Yeah, I'm with you guys. I think it's a little bit too early. You know, I thought maybe it's a reason that Darren Elias could tighten up a little bit, but I think those sorts of questions start to come up, I think, like 2019, 18 left, where you've got 5 eliminated. That's when you first start to consider some adjustments.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah.
I'm
4 or
with you.
5 off the money.
Yeah, and that area of the tournament for sure, being more so. But I just think that this sort of outer next phase, it gets kind of, you start realizing it's pretty close, and there are some really short stacks generally at this point. And then in a case where like Ike, I don't know that, again, we're on a bit of a head of the or behind on the delay, and Ike has a really big stack. I don't know if it's showing at the moment what his actual stack is, but when there's sort of a few really massive stacks, that means that the average, it's going to be pretty tight at the bottom.
Yeah.
That's generally how it works. So a little more ICM and just value to stay alive, because some of the guys that run away with the stacks, how the chip distribution is, it's something to pay attention to. And we see here stacks are pretty tight. Like there's a lot of bunched up stacks at like 2.5 million stack chip size. So it's gonna be our last hand before we go to break, and we see Sergey with a fun hand, 6-7 suited. He does open, and two potential ace-7 off gets out of the way.
Rui though, gotta love the king queen. Yeah, sure. It's an interesting 3-bet stack because it does leverage. They have to put Sergey in a spot for all their chips, but also plays well post flop. So does call and takes a flop.
Yeah.
Nice line, mate says, is it the same for massive field tournaments, what you said to think about ICM? I think so, man. I think it's just like percentage of the field, So 5 away from the money in a 1,000-player field might be like 50 away from the money. It's kind of the same feel, in my opinion.
Well, something nice about those big fields, same with the big satellites, is that it just goes fast. Like you can have like 10 blinds with 50 off the money in one of those big ones, and you're like pretty good shape. Like it's just gonna go, and like people are getting eliminated every hand. Whereas in a, in these high roller small field sizes, like you could have 3 or 4 away from the money. It could take hours. Two away, it could take an hour easily. All right, well, with that hand, we're gonna see the break come. We are getting to it. We have 585,000 going to first, 13 prize being paid. So we have got a really exciting coming up here. Down to 7 will play tonight. We are on day 1 of this 25,500 CPP high roller. Jaime Staples, Matt Staples. We will see you guys right after the break. Welcome back. We are here playing down to 7 on this day 1 of the CPP number 40. Well, I'm sorry, it's 04. It's the 4th event of the CPP. The main event's underway. Day 1A has already happened. Day 1B is next Sunday. Today is the high roller. Plenty more events going on, guys. What do you think about the upcoming schedule for the CPP? Jamie and Matt, are you playing the heads up tomorrow? Are you playing any other events? What's your schedules look like for the CPP?
Yeah, I'm trying hard to get into as many events as I can. I'm playing the satellites. I played day 1A of the 5K, didn't make it. I'm gonna try hard to get into day 1B. Not sure about the rest of the series, but yeah, I'm gonna be playing.
Jamie, what's your grind coming up? Are you streaming at all the next 4 or 5 days coming up?
I'm moving countries next week, dude. So I've been big deal commentary moving country zone. So I'm taking a little bit lighter on the CPP, but I will be streaming the next 5 days, my last 5 streams in the UK. So I'll be doing whatever I can to bag a title. See if we can make it happen.
Very, very nice. All right, we do look at the action here. All very world-class players as expected. 25K buy-in. Timothy Adams, Pascal, Bert Stevens, that's Giraffe Ganger. He is known his username online, and Sam Greenwood in there. So we're going to go ahead and start off the action with the limp by Sam Greenwood and a check behind with the deuce 9 off. Definitely a hand, the 2-9. You could see some players electing to try to steal it there. Just doesn't play very well, but we do see a check going to the flop. And Sam going to go with the check.
This is a great table, man. It's fun 5-handed to start as well. It's really interesting names and should be some good action.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with this player. Klaas. Does anyone know Klaas Stoop?
Never seen him.
I think he's good, dude. I mean, that's an easy guess, but I'm pretty sure I've heard the name. Let me do some research, Jeff. Let me do some research, okay?
Good guess. Well, trying to get a visual on him. Is he German? No, it says Austria. Yeah, maybe it is him. I do see a Hendon Mob. I only see 1 cash for 7K live, but I don't know if that's him. It says Stube Klaas, not Klaas Stube, but
yeah, it does not have a lot of really huge results. It does have some results on the board, you know, in Party Poker Live, Millions Bahamas and stuff like that, but may actually be less experienced than the rest of this field, in which case Klaas becomes my man.
Yeah,
I want Klaas to win. I mean, I'm Team Klaas all the way.
Yeah, let's see if he can get it done. This is still, he's got 2 million, so pretty good stack. He's definitely got some world beaters at the table. Got a nice hand in the small blind, although let's see, Sam Greenwood 3-9 suit. Is he going to go that far down the range? Tim in the big blind. Don't think Sam will open that.
I think Klaas might be one of the poker code boys because there's a guy named Klaas on those poker code videos. That could be.
I thought that initially too, but I don't think that is him. I did. No? That was my first reaction. Could be though.
You never know.
Listen, you're in a 25K. You got my respect online. Doesn't matter what you did. Satellite, full action, whatever you're doing. I don't care.
Yeah, however you got in. True.
However you're doing. Good luck. Good for you. And you are officially, you know, you're playing for 585K is what you're doing.
$500,000 Wednesday, man. That's kind of a moment. That's kind of a big deal to win $500,000 on a Wednesday. I mean, I get it on Sunday. I get it after 4 days of a live event, but just a nice $500,000 on a Wednesday is pretty legit.
Yeah. All right, we got the blind on blinds. We're starting to see more of this. This is going to happen as it's shorter handed and as the tournament goes. So these are always very, very, very interesting matchups. I think it's the most fun thing to watch. Position, small blind, big blind. It happens a lot, and I think that it's a good area of your game to look at really strongly, because I think a lot of people struggle with this spot. And it's important to understand ranges, understand what you're representing, what you want to try to steal with, what your value hands are. And, you know, this is something that I would just say that if you're at home, question your game, question what you want to work on, take a look at this, study some ranges, watch some of this stuff, watch some of the highest level players play it, and sort of try to piece together what they're doing, because it's a good area to work on your game, and it does come up a fair amount. See, Draft Gang are opening the King Queen offsuit. Queen Jack off on the button, going to be folded. Pascal on the big blind. Pretty deep they are relatively.
And these hands are junky, man. I mean, it's such a good price, but I've been folding some of these Queen 6, Jack 7 type deals. Let's see what Pascal likes to do.
I think very reasonable against that position. It's 5-handed though, I guess.
Pascal stands out, but maybe class. Guys, what are we going? Are we going with class? Are we going with Klaus? Klaus? It's a tough one.
That's got to be class for me.
Klaus? Okay, I'll roll with it.
I'm gonna do some research here.
Yeah.
Hans Klaus.
All right, we got like 8-9 on the button. Mr. Adams.
One of the best. Been doing some really great things, some great results. Is going to open it up here. And that makes sense, I think, with their stack. 22 players left. Able to put some pressure on and leverage. I think the raise makes sense. But we can see Pascal Lefrancois with the King Queen of Hearts isn't going to let it go so easily.
No, he's in there. Just a matter of does he want to flat or raise. Pretty strong hand. The only real thing is if you raise and get re-raised, you hate it. But so he does elect to call.
And now Gareth Ganger, Bert. No, says not today. Passes.
Yeah, it's exactly one of those hands I mentioned earlier, Jack 9. It's just one of the tricky ones. You know, it just doesn't, you're just going to be dominated so often there. There's not a lot of great boards for you. Multi-way, Jack 9. Even as it plays, his hand would have played okay, but it does get out of the way. Stone whiff for both players. Literally, you know, 8-9 has got backdoor club.
8-9 feels like it has something.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those looks better than it looks like hope is what it looks like.
I think it's a bet.
Now, interesting
big bet though.
This is something you see a lot where players are just going to bet a quarter pot here, but in this particular dynamic on this board, he does go for a very large bet. You know, this is something if you got to think what would he do with jacks or aces? Would he bet like that? You know, if he had aces with no club, maybe he would bet something like that on that board. And very interesting sizing. You know, I think the default, Matt, that I go to in those spots a lot of times is like quarter bet, small bet. But
I think that jacks would go big there, but I think maybe he might have two sizings. Sorry, I cut you off, Matt, but
no, it's okay.
Because I agree with you, Jeff. I don't think you want to bet 2/3 with everything there. So, what are your thoughts, Matt?
Yeah, well, I think sometimes those bigger sizings can be nice with a hand like that because you can continue to barrel large with the outs that he has, those big straight draw outs, and it clears out high cards better than a small sizing does. Like I feel like with a hand like 8-9, you don't want to invite a lot of floats in. So I could see that being a reason for a big sizing. Like you want to clear out high cards, and a big sizing does that. But it also doesn't have a lot of equity. So that's the weird part about it, you know?
Mm.
It's like just not a very good hand, so.
You know, the interesting thing about that 8-9 with that big size is you're probably not going to get raised. You're also, there are some, the clubs are interesting. You can get creative with a club turns. And there's also some cards where he turns open-ended. You know, there are some cards where he just gets some more equity. So, yeah, I think that has to do with that. I don't think he's just going to bet 7-5 of diamonds there like that, for example. But very interesting. That's like one of the hands that I would definitely note as noteworthy, to see the sizing there and what he did in that spot, and something I just wouldn't be doing in that spot.
That's a study later. You know, take a screenshot, delve into that one, and figure out, you know, what would the math say to do? What would the solvers recommend to do? What makes sense? Talk to your friends about it. I think it is interesting. I bet it's a split strategy where it's, if he's going to choose a 2/3, he's also going to have like a 25%.
Yeah. Okay,
It's a tricky spot. King 8. These kind of boards.
yeah, these are really tough, especially when, you know, Timothy. There's just a lot of board runouts that aren't really fun, even if you think you have the best hand, and if you don't, you're in some trouble. You could be drawing basically dead, right? Like, or to an 8 if your opponent has the overpair.
You can't check raise, call an all in. Check raise fold just seems like the worst thing in the world. And flatting, you hate 40% of the turns, like you said. Like, just play pots in position, I guess, is the moral of the story. Like, it just it's not very fun to be out of position, and that's it. That's the end of it. So check in the turn, and Klaus is going to value bet here. The kings and nines, 8 kicker.
There's a lot that misses still, to be fair.
Yeah.
Quite a few bluffs. Jack 10, Queen Jack, 6-7, 10-7, Jack 7.
We block, though, and we don't block diamonds with the Jack, right? Timothy Adams, I think probably be better to call with ace-5 than ace-jack there, just because of that blocker effect, those hands you mentioned.
Yeah, I wonder, man, interesting hand there to, I guess, do you always bet though if you're Klaus, or do you think check calling there sometimes can be okay? Or do you like the bet there? Matt, start with you.
I was thinking, I think bet's pretty nice. Yeah, I don't think it's a spot where there's going to be a lot of thin bets from Timothy there, which is why I like the bet. And the other thing is you have a lot of bluffs that you could maybe bluff. So like value betting makes sense, because if you can call light because you have a lot of bluffs, then like I feel like value betting when you do have it makes a decent amount of sense if you are going to bluff there, right?
Yeah.
Because you can just bluff all the straight draws.
Klaus with the 6-7 of diamonds, going to limp it in, and I would assume continue here in some facet against Timothy Adams, raise with king 5 off. Are you guys raising these sort of hands? The king 5 off?
I'm not.
It's a complex strategy, right? The blind versus blind. There's a lot to remember. There's a lot of different ranges you got to try and figure out. And if you have any sort of read on your opponents, you can adjust them drastically. The king 5 to me is like, well, it's king high. It's decent. You know, on a lot of flops, you can continue with just king high, blind versus blind. So I wouldn't typically raise this one.
I like it. I started finding some of those like suited gaps, like jack to jack 2, jack 3, queen 2, queen 3, 4, king 4, king 5, king 3 suited. Those are nice ones. And king 5 off here, I actually really like it. I think it's a good one to do it with. Now, I mean, this is a tricky board here. You have position. You also really have nice coverage on his stack, right? You can really lean on him in this spot. And look at that. Gets the 6-7. You got to think of 6-7. What hands is he holding on with there?
Whoa!
Very, very nice hand.
Look at Ike.
I mean, come on.
Oh my goodness.
15 million,
What
bro.
is that stack?
That's pretty savage.
How did that happen?
He's
What
the
happened to
best.
Adrian?
Where is Adrian out? Can we get?
No, he's in there. He's in this just short. He's on our table.
Okay. We need to. Ike is double second place with about 20 left or whatever. I mean, that's pretty crazy. That's pretty big.
Yeah. Especially like if he can hold that towards the bubble, he'll be able to absolutely punish people as they try and lock up the score. You know, like he's in a spot where he can lose an all in and still easily be first place, like easily.
No, it's a pretty crazy situation he's in. That is a big lead. You don't see leads like that in these type of fields, really. To get double second with 20 left, that's hard. And he's got 15 stacks in his stack. What's 15 times a 25K buy-in? I mean, that's how much he's got in equity, like chip and EV there. It's a lot of bodies he's got in there, including he got one outed. Let's not forget, one outed aces to kings with the king hitting the river to start.
True. What a crazy way to start the tournament and then turn it around like this. To just complete domination.
Party Poker hasn't tweeted any clips since that either. I'm just like, guys, you need to tell the other half of the story here. Rob Young is tweeting, poor Ike. Everyone's crying on social media. He's got 15 million in the tournament, man. We need a clip of Ike coming back.
Yeah.
We got a what's up from Party Time Streams in the chat. What's up, John Party? How's it going, man? Another big deal contestant.
Do you call here automatic? The king queen? Looks like it.
Wow, it's pretty crazy that. Wow, he's got like the one hand. I mean, he's actually winning, and I mean this guy Naza 14, Javier, he's just been on absolute fire. He seems like he's never out of a tournament. And does King Queen think they have showdown here? It's kind of hard. There's not many hands you're beating.
I don't think so. I think it's going to bluff, I would assume here. Because you only beat King Jack and Queen Jack. Tiny missed hearts, I guess. Like, that's it, you know?
It's kind of weird that Queen Jack didn't bluff, though. Doesn't feel like it's the hand you want to bluff with, but everything else is a pair or straight or something, you know?
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Aram Zobian. I don't know too much about Aram, or I know of Vyacheslav. Mateos we got, Lucas Rios we got, Ike Haxton, Javera. Aram Zobian is new to me.
That's the guy. I told you it earlier. He final table 2018, I believe, WSOP for 1.8 million.
Okay.
Sixth place. But he's battled. He's around playing high stakes, and he seems to be a dangerous player. I played with him a few times live, actually, in tournaments. Definitely a good player.
This is quite the flop. Top pair open ender versus top two pair.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Check raise would be very reasonable. Wow.
I mean, it's kind of a that's definitely a very bizarre, like if you're you don't really think that you were probably thinking you were winning. I mean, I guess this makes the board super dicey. We do see the two pair bet here. Very interesting.
Pretty small bet under, well, it's about a quarter of the pot. And I guess probably getting some extra value from like one pair type hands. denying some equity and or maybe getting some value from a few things like gut shot, flush draw type things. And then I would assume check here.
Yeah.
It's like turn block kind of.
Feels like you're just getting away with so much on the turn there, betting that small. It's a nice play.
Mateos, ace-8 suited. Matt, your boy.
Yeah, he's known to open it up.
Ace-8 suited. There's Nicholas who hit that. It's like a 2.8 million pot at the time. One out. King's ace is what it was. We saw King was burned based on the whole cards face up, and he's looks like he's maintained, just sort of been keeping that stack right around the same level. About 7 spots off the money. Ace-8 suited to ace-10. See if raising a flat. And these are also very interesting.
Yeah,
These
it's a
type of
weird
hands
spot.
yeah. Where you just have options.
I think a check back here with the backdoor hearts, reasonable showdown value, and Nicholas is going to have a lot of straights and 2 pairs and sets, but Adrian does not agree. Adrian's just
It's always the worst when you have to talk
Seven
through your
with
original point, talk through the big sizing when you're wrong.
yeah. I think it's good though, man. I don't know. There's so many good
Yeah.
turns with the ace-8, and you are opening yourself up to getting
You know,
smashed.
I think the lesson, we've seen this a few times, that in those spots though, like you're right, but at the same time, there's so many bad turns. You know, like you're just gonna get like the random card's gonna come on the turn like a 9, and he's just gonna lead out then, and you just can't really call. So I think that's sort of, he's just trying to take it down there, basically polarizing, saying, look, yeah, this, you could hit that board, but like I have an overpair. Now I'm gonna bet pretty big and make you decide. You know, so like I think that just keeping control there is important, and a small bet, you know, he's gonna be able to continue so much. But again, you're right, Jamie. I don't. That's not a spot where I'm generally gonna barrel, and not that sizing either. Like I just think that the important thing is we've seen Timothy with the 8-9, we've seen him with the ace-8 suited, kind of in these stack sizes, making people make big decisions. You know, another important part is like I can't really call there. Then it's pretty hard to just peel with the 1 pair holding, for example, or a weak draw.
I bet if
and
you
how
looked at
often
that
are-
spot in like a PO solver or something like that, you would probably want to bet big with some of your middling pairs, right? The cards where there's a lot of bad turns that can come off with your pair of 8s on the 6-5-3 or whatever it was, 6-3 deuce or something. You know, where you want to get value now from a 6, you want to get protection now from a lot of bad turns coming off. But I can't think of what other hands for value really want to choose that size. That's the thing. You know?
Yeah.
This could be something.
Oh,
2 pair
Lena.
versus top.
Rib City, Lena. Uh-oh.
You love to
Can't
see
make
it.
it away.
I also like Lena 900 though.
Yeah. A true and proper grinder. Lena
Yeah.
900.
How do you not have respect for it?
Yeah.
Have to, for sure. Goes quarter size here, and Adrian, with the wettish board, he's gonna have a lot of draws. So I gotta imagine the check raise coming here. He's got. There's just, you know, he has so many bluffs, like so many 3-5s and 5-3, 5-6s, diamonds, ace-5, ace-3. No, ace-5, ace-3 might just call.
Yeah, and like what do you do if the turn comes a diamond? You're gonna kill your action incredibly if you're Adrian with the 2 pair. Or, you know, if it even comes like another Broadway, you're not as comfortable with your hand. So I think fast playing is the way. But the disaster turn, both of them hate that turn. It's probably going to save Nicholas here. Keep them in the tournament.
Yeah, for sure. There was a lot of kind of random cards that come. And this, wow, I don't want to say, but for Adrian, you just feel sick for so many reasons. I mean, that's just, first of all, you're never getting value, and now you're actually losing to a ton of things. And it got worse and worse.
So is it check? Does Mateos just say, I have 2 pair showdown? I guess so.
Yeah, it's an important pot. I don't think there's anything cute here. I think Nicholas just gonna this for sure, right? That's a nice feels good to win that one.
That's big, yeah. I mean, you've just got a smile on when that's going your way. Yeah. We have a question in the chat from Nice Line Mate, and cheers. Thanks everyone for hanging out in the Twitch chat tonight. At the boys, how do you stop yourself from dreaming and getting all toxic when playing tournaments if you only play them occasionally? You guys have any thoughts on this?
Dreaming and getting all toxic.
Yeah, when you're playing tournaments, I decipher that to be like getting ahead of yourself. You see the first prize money, you take a bad beat, or you're kind of up stuck where you lose a few chips after you had a big stack. Like, how do you keep your head on straight when you only play poker once a week? You know, you might play 4 hours total.
I think for me, what I do is I try to back up and think about why I'm playing in the tournament in the first place, and then try to make all my decisions according to that. So if I was somebody that was playing for maybe the chance at a big score, like I like the idea of like maybe winning money, like that was my idea. Well, getting bored and making these crazy plays, you're making those crazy plays to like, you know, make money in the moment or whatever it is. But what it's actually doing is hindering you from making money. So it's getting you further away from what you actually are playing for in the first place. So I like to back up and be like, okay, why am I playing this tournament? What's the best way to have fun and actually make money in this tournament? And usually it's, you know, to remain level and play the best that I can. So that would be how I would approach it.
Yeah, and I do think also if you're playing once a week or that's your sort of Super Bowl, right? Like if you're not a daily grinder, it's sort of it's nice you get to look forward to that, and hopefully, you know, that day's special for you and you realize, okay, well, I got to wait a whole nother week and let me focus and play my best. I think that's something that's important to do. And it's sometimes easy though. I got to say, like, as someone that has a, you know, family or other responsibilities and things, it's sort of easy too when there's other stuff going on, or maybe you could go to a pub or do something with friends and you kind of in a tournament and then you get short and like we have one tournament left, or you're just like, it's not going well. It's kind of easy sometimes to get distracted and just say, all right, you know, I have other options, or like not play your best. I don't know if you guys are the same, but I can definitely say there's been numerous times where I've, you know, not played my best down the stretch. If I feel like it's kind of getting away from me or things aren't going well, I've definitely, you know, the word punted comes to mind, but was kind of not, you know, taking like an extra bit of a gamble in certain spots and just sort of in. So, you know, you definitely want to try to avoid that if that's possible. We do see here an open and a Ike with a massive stack flats the 5-3 off. I mean, he has got a powerful stack, 3x the next biggest at the table, the person he is actually in the pot with at the moment. And with a check and a check, could see Ike getting creative here, trying to take a stab, but he also just, you know, stack preservation. He's got a big stack. He's out of position, and he's just keeping it friendly for now.
Jeff, you know, when you know there's a problem in your game is when you get into that punty mindset often, but you always end up chipping up and you just realize you're a massive nit, and it takes you getting tilted to play well, you know?
Yes.
That's it exposes a problem.
Yeah, sometimes I can't tell you how many times, like I said, Party has the nice one table re-entry feature where it doesn't let things get too out of hand. But there's oftentimes on that re-entry, you know, you'll just kind of storm up, similar to what we've seen Ike do here. You know, you take a one outer on the river, and what do you know? He's got 15x starting and just gone savage, right? Like it just running well playing, and it's yeah, you know, there's a little bit of that too sometimes, maybe on the rebuy where you play a little more aggressive, and it's either you're out in the second one or you're cruising. And you're right, Jamie. Maybe sometimes it's better, or some people have like a drink, or you know, they do some push-ups or do a workout or listen to fast music, and it can help them get to where they need to be.
Your advice is to just rebuy. That's your overall advice.
Yeah, I mean,
just get back in there, give it a little touch.
Little touch, man.
Just something.
You know what's
Kings.
crazy is Ike has 15x starting stack. There's 84 entries in this tournament. Ike has about 20% of the chips in play. That's insane.
I haven't. This is such a wild chip lead. This almost never happens.
We've got a call in the chat. Come on, Amadi. We have an Adrian Mateos fan.
Yep.
I'm throwing this out to
There
you.
you go.
Twitch. We've got 400 people here. Who's your pick in the tournaments? We've got some legends of the game. Who do you want to win? Got Ike Haxton, Timothy Adams, Lucas Reeves, David Peters, Darren Elias, Mateos, Gareth Ganger, Sam Trickett, Pascal Lafrancois, Lena, Jalavera, Elio Fox, Sam Greenwood, and some other names that I struggle with more. It's about half of them.
I mean, I'm going with Draft Ganger. I want him. I like to see him do well. He's a great Twitter follow, and that's Bert Stevens. And I know he plays a lot, and he does play big stakes, but I don't see him in all the 25s. Sam Trickett would be another one. He just had a child, but Sam's done well. He hit the second to one drop. Very good friend of mine. Those are, but the guy had a $10 million score. I gotta root for my man with the goats on the farm, Bert Stevens.
Yeah.
The goats are nice.
The legend. He's got great
Yeah.
Twitter posts and a great outlook on life. It looks like, so I'm gonna go with him.
It's a good pick.
Yeah. Matt, or you said you like Mateos?
Mateos is number one. I'm gonna come in with a Trickett Lena tie for second.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Yeah, the baby run good's real deal stuff. I mean, don't count against it. He's in there, and we are going to play down to 7 again. We will be down to 7. 13 make the money though, so we do have a big high stakes bubble situation, which is 57,533 for the min cash. I mean, that's going to be a fun one.
Pascal Lafrancois. He's my pick, by the way, guys. Just believe in him, man.
Yeah, Jamie, who do you like?
Yeah,
Forgot to ask.
That's okay.
it's a sneaky open here from Adrian. Jack 10 off. You got Ike with 15 million on the cutoff, and in a little bit. I mean, he's stacks vulnerable for sure. This is sort of venturing out there a little bit. And look at that flop. Oh, just gets what he needs. Not gonna have any defense from Nicholas on this one.
Nicholas probably has more 10s than Adrian, but he doesn't have a lot of good turn river combos. But it is still interesting because I think that you wouldn't think Adrian would have Jack 10 here, right? Like you said, Jeff, it's a sneaky little move. He kind of just whipped one in there with the Jack 10 off.
Yeah.
I think Nicholas could ponder for a second, like, wait a minute. Any 7-7 in the chat. I'm going to bring up a controversial topic here as we wait for this hand to play out. Sorry to break it to you, but live players are so fish and so outdated. Guys, what's your opinion? Live players versus online players. Where do they have merit? Who's better? What are the thoughts?
The only world I've ever known is online, so I can't tell you. I don't know. I'd just be making stuff up.
First of all, any 7-7, great to see you. I think you had a deep run in the 33 monster heads up. We got to the final, I don't know, pretty deep. So congrats. Good to see you in here. I think you got to go online. The players, first of all, a lot of the online guys play live too. So they kind of do a crossover. I think generally the online players are going to be a lot stronger than live. And I think it's a valid point, but there are some absolute crushers live. I just think the guys that are crushing live play online as well. There's very few live players that do very well that just like, I'm not touching online. So, and I do think some online guys don't go play live. That's sort of that's sort of my take on it. But, I think also you just got to look at repetition of hands. Online, they just see so many more hands, so naturally I think they're going to be in better practice, better form, and play a bit better.
Any comes with a follow-up on this, which is like, if I ask you a simple question, like, what do you think the donk bets big blind versus under the gun to button where solvers approve donking more 3-3 to 6-7 bet sizes. You've lost me, bro. I'm a live player.
You might have
Hands
to
up,
call.
man. I'm out.
It's just a
I'm
simple
out.
question, bro.
There's nothing simple about this. I got to defend the live players, man. Listen.
Get your
The online
donk
players,
sizing.
I'm an online guy, okay? I do think theoretically online guys have a better fundamental understanding of the game. But I got to give a shout out to my live opponents and their pocketbooks. Because low-key, their bank accounts looking pretty plush sometimes, okay? So don't get too quick on the trigger there, Annie, okay? Just saying.
Yeah. Yeah, look at this hand. By the way, we've got a big flop. I mean, Jack Queen and Ace Queen are kind of intermingled, little everything going on there. Tens, Ike just flats pre off his stack size, which is interesting. I guess just like, again, he's got a big chip lead, he's got a good hand, doesn't really want to raise and give up a shot at 5 million in a flip. But he could have easily 3-bet that hand. He didn't, and now he's gonna basically, don't see any way he can continue here.
Yeah, I think against any other position, we're gonna see a decent amount of 3-bets.
Wow, I'm bit baffled by the call, I gotta say. I mean, just seems very hard to, with no club even, to get involved there. To bet in a call. What do you think on that, Matt?
I agree. I'm very surprised.
Surprised at that.
Wildly surprised.
Me too.
We see goes to them pointing out that Ace Queen is doing really well in this hand. Jeff, Ace Queen with the Queen of Clubs. It's really
Ace Queen's
Whoa!
batting 100 right now.
Ace Queen's done well today.
Jack
Call
on the
it
river.
is.
Is this gonna cost Zhao a bet here? Maybe. I mean, are you calling one if Lucas puts out a little something? Check.
Is Ike gonna overbet bluff?
Why did Lucas not value bet? Would you value bet if you're Lucas with the Queen of Clubs? I think I would.
Into 2 on a board pairing river, I would not.
Okay. There was way less fireworks than I was expecting with those
Yeah,
big
but-
hands, you know?
An interesting tens thing there. I'd be curious on that one. I'll just be curious, that's all. Anything you think on that, Jamie? I mean, Ike, again, he's got a huge stack. I guess his thought is too, not necessarily anyone has a jack and he has tens and there's 3 flush, they don't have to have a flush, but it just seems like there's so many bad cards.
Yep. No, I agree. $985 here, Rainbow. This is a pretty connected board, one where Lucas is going to be capable of having 9-8, 9-5 suited, 8-5 suited, 6-7 off and suited, whereas Zhao is not going to have all those offsuit versions and not the big gapped ones. So definitely a board that benefits Lucas, but Zhao can still have all the overpairs, right? Which Lucas wouldn't 3-bet. So you would say nut advantage to Lucas, but range advantage to Zhao. Goes check at the flop and turns a 6 of diamonds, which both players just have ace high here. But who do you think's more likely to have the 7? I guess Lucas, right?
Well, there's no
Just a raise and a call pre-flop. So I think Lucas, I mean, I guess saying I have enough showdown value and they're right against ace deuce. But I wonder if they would have had an ace 4, if they would have chosen a different strategy. Surely they would have actually.
Yeah.
And what's the line? Is ace 10 going to just take the same approach? Takes it down.
Interesting. Also, we're getting to that stage where it is kind of getting, the money's getting close, right? There's a little more maybe pot control, a little different strategy being implemented. And having a big stack is really nice. Having a sort of fragile middling stack is a bit different, and we're going to get to see various stacks and various styles here.
Yeah, I think definitely different styles. I think some pros value ICM and bubbles and big chip stacks a lot differently than other pros too. Like you definitely hear that some pros like, oh, he always plays crazy around the bubble, or like he always goes crazy on final tables. Like some players play so differently than others when money comes into play and the pay jumps. Some people respect it a lot and play a lot tighter, and then some people are known to not value the pay jumps as much and value just getting a huge stack. So
it's another interesting part of the game that, you know, there's been a lot of discussion in poker generally about solvers and how the game has progressed and whether that's a good or a bad thing, or, you know, whether they're evil or not. There's so many aspects of poker that are much more difficult to figure out. And I think that is an example of another one, which is how do these payouts affect the math of making decisions around the bubble? It's really hard for a computer to come to a precise answer because of how many different variables there are. So I think that's why we see the difference, like you say, Matt. Some guys take risks and some guys are super risk averse, and we're all kind of just
right.
Yeah.
To your point, I know that, you know, like especially live, and this sort of translates over to the high buy and low field size. And I think a lot of players really have detailed notes and understanding, and in the groups of players that are sort of together, they kind of, all right, hey, this guy, like exactly like you're saying, he just goes for it. This guy doesn't give whatever. He will 3-bet, he'll 4-bet, he'll open rip anything. And then this guy is going to play differently, or this guy will not call with ace queen suited if he's not the shortest stack and there's 4 off the money. You know, so like you can really start utilizing that, and that adds up a lot. And that kind of stuff goes on. And there are, for sure, people have tendencies, maybe not the top that maybe they're just like playing perfectly kind of no matter what, but there definitely is a big I think disparity in people's approach and how you can see. I mean, here with the cards face up, you get a pretty good understanding too. You get to kind of see who's stepping out of line and who's playing pretty in line. So it is fun to watch and see that aspect of it as well. And that always differs too, right? Like what is it? Is there's are we 5 off the money and there's 7 guys with 4 blinds or 7 blinds, or, you know, is it only 1 or 2 short stacks and there's a lot of 20-30 blind stacks, and that stuff matters too. You know, also what's the distribution? Is there 1 or 2 guys that have 10, 12, 14x, and there's, you know, so it's not always going to be the same either. People for different reasons are going to play differently in different spots. So you can't always just say by default you see something here today that means that someone's doing something all the time.
Yeah.
You got to remember too, some of these guys are satelliting in. Now, a lot of these guys we recognize and may not be the case, but even like a Nicholas, you know, I don't know. Does he play all the 25Ks? Maybe he does now. Do some guys just say, hey, I'm going to satellite in? You know, I saw Ape Styles, who's streaming as well. Like I saw him earlier today. He didn't play this and he bubbled a satellite. That guy, you know, he's a great player. He's not playing every 25K. He knows these are tough fields. And, you know, sometimes people have rules like that too. So you start talking about guys that are satelliting in or not playing everyone. That min cash of 53K off a satellite is a lot different than the guys that are just firing and rebuying maximum 25Ks. Like they may approach it a lot differently, even though their caliber of play and even bankrolls could be similar. Maybe they just take a different approach and they're like, well, I'm not going to play a tough 25K. And some guys do. So there's that too.
It's a chunk of change, man. 53K. You know what party should do? They should get a sponsor. And every time we talk about the prize pool, we just convert it into whatever that product is. So like, let's say it's, at my casino is rice bowls, right? So every $5 chip was a rice bowl. I just won 20 rice bowls. I mean, maybe Party Poker could partner with Mercedes. It's like, yeah, you know, this is 10 Mercedes up top. I'm just saying. It's just an idea for the people at Party Poker.
It's a great idea.
Think about it. Jay Carver uses Xbox. That's an Xbox. He used to do it.
Interesting. Very interesting.
I don't feel like Jeff is following me on this one, man. Jeff, I lost you, man.
I blacked out for a second, but I get it. I get where you're going. All right, we got Ace Jack and under the gun, 7-handed, and Ace 10 suited on the button here. Now, kind of in that 30 blind, 32 blind range, 7-handed Ace Jack. Interesting. Does flat. I think that's pretty standard. Don't really see another option. I don't actually think I don't think he's going to 3-bet versus that position open, and folding seems too tight.
Yep. To a flop, I think is good. A comment from Melio here. No other chance than PokerStars for micros at the moment. I have to say, my friend, you are not paying attention. There is an incredible amount of options on Party Poker for the micro stakes, man. There's a lot of options out there. King, Queen, 4 on the flop. Vyacheslav with the gutter. Zhao, also with a gutter and a backdoor flush draw. Gotta love this situation. But a big bet, 2/3.
That and a call.
Do we see Vyacheslav get gangster here, dude? Because
I think we see a lot of barrels.
Yeah. It's a
I'm
check
wrong,
this time, but
be interesting to know how he does it. Does he keep betting Jack 10 and checks this one? Does he bluff nothing?
or is this the spot where he's supposed to just barrel off like 5, 6s, 7s so that he unblocks like all the gutters with the ace jack? You know,
I think he. I think he folds those out on the flop more so.
Yeah. That's true. I mean, Zhao doesn't ever have kings or queens or ace king. And Vyacheslav has aces, kings, queens, and ace king. Always so.
Just a pip. Ace comes. Interesting if it bricked out on the river. But as it plays, best hand wins.
It's another one to look at, I think. I'd be curious to see what the math would say to do there on the turn. I think that's a fun spot.
Yeah.
I bet if you plug that into a solver, though, it'd just be like jam the turn. If you give it an option, you know, just like 2x spot. Rip.
Okay, see Aram Zobian going for the A7 off button. Folds to him, makes sense. Ike's been pretty quiet. I don't think we would have seen Laszlo Buzia going for as much, being as tranquil as Ike has. But to be fair, he's had a lot of bad hands. Really only the 10s was the spot where he flatted. He could have raised. But he really hasn't had good cards down the stretch here for a bit at least.
No.
And he's not going for it, though. I would still think with a hand like this, he could just decide, you know what, like I'm going to attack. But it just shows you that's not really how it's played, right? It's not just like, oh, I have these chips. He realizes these guys aren't afraid. Guys are going to play their ranges. And I'm not just going to go and try to muscle through here down this like secondary kind of outer bubble. Which is one of the biggest things I think in fundamental poker. Like guys, I think a lot of times people like PLO in particular, Hold'em as well, hands are hands. Like they're still charts. Like if you want to get better at poker, you should learn the ranges and kind of stick close to that, because it doesn't matter really how good you are and what you know how big your stack is. Like at the end of the day, if you have Jack 8 7-handed under the gun +1, it's just not really a good open, right? Like it's just forget about everything else. Like guys are going to wake up with cards and you're going to just not be able to overcome that, and you're going to get tough spots. And you know, just because you have 15 million doesn't mean, is it really worth trying to pick up 400 or 500K and risking 2-3 million?
Yeah, there's almost always a line.
Here. Yeah,
when it comes to pre-flop.
Both with a pair of queens. Nicholas with the better kicker here. There is some chop outs on the river as well, but I don't imagine either player is going away on the turn. Oh.
Now, neither player going to love that card, but the reality is the Queen 8's got to kind of does chop him now with like the Queen 9, Queen 10, Queen Jack.
Yep.
And did get that exact situation. So
40K, 80K. We've got nice potential clash suiting up here. Depends what Nicholas elects to do, but the 9's and ace-10.
Yeah, might not get around to Lucas though.
Yeah.
Does flat, no 3-bet.
Ooh, this is setting up for maybe a back raise though as well. If the ace-10 goes to the squeeze, I wouldn't be surprised to see a jam. But just a call with ace-10 off, I'm a little surprised. I'd probably squeeze.
Really?
I think so. You don't think so? It's bad.
I think it's a hand that like yeah, I think it kind of makes sense, but I don't think a call's like that weird.
Yeah.
But I agree with you. It does look like it's something that could squeeze.
Jack 6 deuce, really dry. Vyacheslav loving the situation.
I wonder about if a little bit the also part of what crosses Lucas' mind is that the flat on the button with Adrian's stack is pretty strong. Like realizing he could squeeze there a lot and probably not just going to be flatting super wide. But then again, I think Adrian's going to play. You know, he's not just going to rip in super light. So. So as we see it, the 9s feel pretty good about the board at this point. Deuce 6, Jack Rainbow, turn 7, brings backdoor flush draw, and he's going to go for a little over half pot. Actually, half pot exactly, and takes it down.
Easy
and
win.
That is going to be, we'll have one more hand, I believe, here before the break, as we look at nothing special, a lot of weak aces. Again, hand distribution, you look at, you do see enough, you kind of see how boards are, and you start looking at and getting pair of 8s, pair of 9s, ace, queen, ace, jacks. They're hard to get good hands. Sometimes you see coolers, but oftentimes just who's going to be first in and take the aggression is going to get control of the hand.
Wonder what Adrian does here on the button with 16.
Yeah, I don't think we'll call him Vi. What are you calling him, Jamie?
Vyacheslav.
Vyacheslav.
He opens that ace 4, especially with the shove stack of Adrian and just Ike in the big blind, huge stack. It just those are generally hands you don't want to play as weak aces in the cutoff or hijack.
He goes for the shove. Takes it.
Big.
Interesting, but you know, Ike has been very quiet. That was the last hand. We're going to go to break. We are getting down the stretch here. Exciting times. This is, of course, in big stake tournament. This is always the most fun. Bubble time. You know, who's going to get that? I don't want to say pain. Not that you're looking for pain, but who's going to go for it? Who's going to not? And we get to see someone is going to, you know, there's going to be an intense bubble. We can guarantee that when we come up, we will be back and approaching that. And we play down to 7. This is Jamie, Matt, and Jeff. We're going to take a break. We'll see you guys right back here soon. All right, welcome back, everyone. Here we are coming to that bubble time, getting close to it anyway. We are in the CPP 04 Super High Roller, 2 million guaranteed. Got over the guarantee, which is amazing. 2.1 million in the prize pool. 7th place is 84,000. The min cash is 57,355, and the winner's going to take home $585,175. I'm joined by Jaime Staples, Matt Staples. Fellas, we're back getting that exciting stretch, and still we got new table now, and we
Look at
have
this.
a nice, pretty big cooler short-handed here. Ace King, Ace Queen.
Ace King versus Ace Queen is a big spot. I mean, I don't know if Klaus can get away from this here. 27 blinds to start the hand. It just looks like disaster to me. You ever flatten here, Matt?
27 blinds.
6-handed.
He got 3-bet by the big blind. No, I'm in there. I'm in there, and he's in there.
That's my pick for the day. Does call. And,
Oh!
oh my god.
Ace Queen! It's Ace Queen!
Just kept getting better. Jeff,
You know how ridiculous that
tune
is?
in.
Running quads against my pick in the tournament, dominated, and just Ace Queen is having a field day today.
Wow.
Ace Queen is on fire. It is
Honestly, the
literally
hand of the
so
tournament, Jeff. To be
It is.
honest, it's
It
the
is.
hand
It
of the
is.
tournament. You know what? Ace Queen did it to you again because it did it against your homie Sam
I
Greenwood. Somehow,
tough.
it
just
did it.
Comes out. It just feels personal, but I don't know. Whatever. Good for Ace Queen. Nice hand for Klaus. Nice get there. Unlucky for Sam Greenwood. Arguably also in that very, very narrow conversation for best player in the world. I think he's just always there. He's just always at the final tables, the highest stakes, winning stuff. Just a class act, very, very even keeled, and seems to have a very, very strong, sound game plan in all situations. And there, got it in, a great favorite. Big pot, doesn't hold up. All right, here's another small blind, big blind. Very interesting, off relatively the same. We got 12 blinds and 10 blinds, and we see a limp with the 9-7 off. Interesting. And a raise by Mr. Fox, 2.5x. Wow, high level, all around. And basically, Elio saying, look, I got one of my worst hands. Doesn't perform well after the flop. Sam's probably just got air in blades. Now he's going to shove most of his middling range. And look at the call. I mean, this is wild.
This is what I was talking about earlier about how these guys like to give themselves the options to be creative instead of just going for a shoving range. He has a bluff raising range of 10 big blinds with 10 deuce offsuit. Like this is the stuff that I like to see that these guys do because you don't see this elsewhere.
Yeah, and like we're saying though, it's a bit tricky because this is not gonna go down most of the time in the Magnificent 77.
Great tournament. This is perfect choice.
It is a great tournament, but and he's just gonna protect Rip here.
Jack and I played a $260 or $215 phase into a satellite that didn't work out. That was it.
Yeah, I didn't fire any of this.
Yeah, 2,600 satellites they're getting in the stratosphere range because at that point it's like, are you flicking that in or the big game 2,600 300K? The satellite train is a thing though. Going through the fade 260 to a 26. Try to kind of ladder it up, but I think if you're firing $2,600 satellites, it's still a different level of satellite.
Yeah.
And a lot of those guys are trying to save a couple bucks to get in, and you're playing with a lot of the best too, at that level of the satellite. So,
I love the big game at 2,600. By the way, I think it's like a great buy-in level where it's accessible to people to try and satellite in for $200, $100.
yeah,
I think it's awesome.
right, I guess do I get to pick someone else? Can I? I said I had Giraffe Gang or Bert Stevens and also Sam, but at some point we're getting deep. At some point we got to stick to somebody.
Oh, listen, man, you can't jump ship before he's even dead, man. He's still in the tournament. You can't jump ship yet.
Yeah.
It's too
Right.
soon.
You're right. I'm asking what point are we locked in? Is this like Slumdog Millionaire? You know, the killer guy locked in. Are we locked? Is it over? Like I'm just saying, if I'm not giving up on Sam. That was a tough beat. He can overcome.
I mean, listen, I'm on board for a roster. If you guys want to fantasy select like 3 players in the tournament, I'm game. I've got Pascal already. LeFrancois.
Interesting.
No swaps, Mateos.
Do I have options, or am I is Greenwood like what am I doing here? Where are we at?
You get 1 swap.
So who am I in on though? I got
Greenwood will hear about it though.
All right, well, I'll just stick with him then. I'll stick with the guy. I'm just gonna stick here. Not giving up, guys. All right, we see the open 10s and the deuce 8 suited. Tim does come along pretty deep, 75 blinds, covers. This I think would be much different depending with his stack. He's got a little more playability, a little more creativity, a little more options, but still Pascal raising off 22.
This is like a very Pascal board. Timothy Adams is going to have a bunch of hands that are quite weak here, and then Pascal's going to have a lot of strong hands raising under the gun. Now we can see 10s don't like this flop at all, but Pascal's range loves this flop and can own Timothy, so it does go for the bet with 10s and just takes it down.
That sizing is interesting. Is he maybe trying to get a weak jack to fold there too, or something? I'm a little surprised like to go that big there.
I think you can just mash the big sizing because Pascal never has any 2 pairs. I mean, can have some queen 10, and that's it. You know, it doesn't have ace king, ace jack, king jack, aces, kings, jacks, probably.
Who, Tim, you're saying?
Yeah, especially because Pascal opened up 20 blinds under the gun and Tim calls in the big blind. So Tim has like, 7-6 offsuit, whereas Pascal doesn't. Most of his range has connected with that board, so you can go big with your sizing. And just put pressure on Timothy's range.
Elio here with 10-9 suited. Nice hand, 9 blinds. He would have loved to shove this, but not when there's a shove ahead of you with 10 high.
Pascal with the ponder.
Yeah, probably checking the weather, seeing what restaurants are open. He's not calling there.
Maybe a little time play.
Make
Do
him
we start
sweat
to
a
see
little.
some time banks start to play out as we're getting closer to the money here? Do people take the 4 seconds for free? Is that what happens? I mean, it's an advantage. It's very uncool, but it makes you money. So do you do it?
Money's cool.
Money is cool, man. I love money. It's great.
7K. Yeah.
I wish I had more of it. Like these guys.
Yeah. Think how much cooler you'd be if you were in the 25K.
Oh, bro. Cool aspirations. 25 bands.
I see a question about to play out to winner note, playing down to 7 to the final table today. That's where it's going to end. We got a bubble coming up, and then we will take it to 7 though. Final table. 14 gets $0. 13th gets 57,533.
About 1 Mercedes.
A couple of rice bowls.
Yes. That's 5,700 rice bowls. I'll feed you
9
for a
blind,
decade.
8, 7, very close. And 3s for 7.5 more blinds. He would still have 3 million if Giraffe Ganger calls and loses. I think what do you think? I think he does find a call here. Can't love it, but
Yeah, he probably does call. I think once you get down to 8-9, it just goes in.
oh, wow. That flop looked promising. It's so hard to fade that. The board pair. Threes look clean to the river. Double up, Bert Stevens. Double up Elio Fox. Very
Both of your boys took hits.
I mean, I see it. It's tough out there. No guarantees. Every pot's important at this stage.
No, chat's got me going. I gotta just close down the chat. Just close it down.
Yeah, Timothy Adams, definitely one of those names that's just out there as top right now. He's just seems to be deep in everything. I'd say he's a great soccer player as well, and a Canadian, guys. Great soccer player. One of Canada's.
Have you played with him?
Yeah. Oh yeah. World Cups for the last like 6-7 years in Vegas at the WSOP World Cup. He is absolutely a great player, actually. Really good player for soccer. For the standard, at least, for the World Cup of Vegas poker edition. He's a very good player. There's actually I'm impressed with the overall level of athleticism in poker, at least in the last 5-10 years. I think there's been a big health kick. We've talked about this in general.
That's true.
The people like just in general.
That's so true, especially in the high stakes. People are
mindset,
when they're all about performance and everything, they're dialing in the fitness for sure. I think the goal is to get up to the highest stakes and then start golfing with other poker players and get into that scene.
High stakes golf? That's the next play for the ice?
No, golf with high stakes pros. But yeah, I guess it would turn into high stakes golf, but I think that'd be fun.
That could be a show. High stakes golf with Matty Ice. I'd watch.
High stakes golf, yeah. Who's it? Again, you used to golf, didn't you? Kind of seriously.
Both Matt and I did, yeah. I mean, we were out there grinding, putting in time. I mean, it was my poker before poker for sure. It's a great game. I mean, similar to poker in that it feels like it's you against the world. It's a never-ending pursuit of trying to improve all the time, and it's kind of just down to you and this impossible task of getting to be great, in a hard game. So it's awesome. I think it's really a nice flop there. Top set, almost hard to get any action there. I think golf's most similar to poker at all sports, and I don't think it's close. Like how it's structured. Let's just take the Masters or any real 4-day tournament. There's cuts. It's multiple days in a row. It's stamina. It's endurance. It's mental toughness. And it's also the payouts. Like look at the payout structures; they're almost identical. How they do like that. Whereas a lot of sports, like it's not payouts, right? You're not football, basketball, baseball. You're not getting I guess they get bonuses, but it's not like there's just not like a flat purse. And in a similar setting and different pay jumps and all that, and also just how the game's scored. I think it's also in terms of improving your game, it's very similar to golf. Because I think to go from a 120 to 100 or from like a 110 to a 80 to a 90, it's not impossible. Like anyone, you get the charts, get the fundamentals, get a coach, you spend some time in golf, you spend some time in poker, you're going to be able to improve a lot. But to get down, start shaving strokes, you want to get from an 80 to a 77 or a 76 to a 75 or 4. I mean, you're talking about it's a difference between world class, being on tour, making a living, and you're strong in your group of friends. You're gonna make a couple bucks hustling on the course, but doing your thing. But it's very similar in that respect. I think that the progression and to get improvements
at the top, it's really, really hard. So that's my, I don't think I could compare it to any other sport. I'd just say that that's like the sport. I guess tennis maybe a little bit, but
Button big blind.
Oh,
Big
here's
ends.
the clash. Here's the
Hello.
clash.
oh my goodness. Ike, I don't really see a lot of scenarios this doesn't get in. This is 20 million territory if he could get this in and win. I mean, this is
Pairs are hot.
7-handed cut off. Now
Matt,
you
this
got-
is your boy, bro.
I know.
This is your horse in
know.
the tournament at risk here in a second. I mean, he's not, but he is. We know he is. My boy Pascal's still in there. Pascal's still in. My guy's good. This is a slow motion car crash, by the way.
Yeah.
You know, the pace of poker and golf, similar. Similar.
Yes, sir.
Similar, man. What's that gonna do? Make this a nice little 845.
Yeah.
9-15.
850.
Okay, this is fun actually. I like this over under guess game. 845 ball.
Oh,
Oh,
that was closest.
960.
Wow, big one.
Wow.
I'll take a point.
That's a W.
I missed by 3 blinds, dude. Yikes.
No, I mean it makes sense too. A little bigger, right? It does. You're gonna put him in a tough spot. You're gonna get him to go in with worse.
Here we go.
And that is, they both have the goods. Oh, hello,
Oof.
Turn. How are we?
See ya on the
Lock
turn.
it up. The Prince was running so pure. He had been quiet, and then he gets tier 1 in versus big hand, 2 big hands. Nothing you can do there. That hand plays itself. And Adrian needed it for life. Still in there. Very healthy.
Jeff, you're
now.
tier 1. Where's tier 1 from? What book is tier 1 from originally?
That's nothing else. I mean, that's just, isn't that how it is? Isn't there tier 1 ranked hands? Like that's like how poker hands are broken down. That's how I learned it. Tier 1, tier 2, tier 3.
I never learned that way, man. I didn't know the tiers, so I love when you throw a tier 1. Because I'm just thinking in my head, this is an arbitrary tier system.
Well,
And I wish I knew it.
the actually tier 1 is aces, kings, and ace king suited, I believe. I mean queens could flirt in that range, but I think it's like though you start moving down a little bit from there. But that's those are the tier 1 hands.
I would put queens up there for sure.
No, you're excited to look at some ladies, but it's a little, the ace king suited. There's something powerful about that. I don't know. I like ace. I love ace king suited. I think it's just there's something just pure about that hand. What happened here with the 7s going out of the way? Was this a open and a fold? Was that pre-flop? Well, look at the set, Mr. Mateo.
I guess open under the gun and then fold from Vyacheslav.
Interesting there.
Yeah, Mateo's calling with a worse hand, 1 position behind. It's tight with of the 7s, I think.
Man, that really worked out poorly for Aram here. Right? Like 7s could have called. I guess 5s might have came in then too.
I mean, we did see a check raise with a similar hand, but the stack does not work here. The check raise, so call or fold, and calling the turn makes life difficult. I mean, I guess you're hoping for a jack or better, jack plus, really to be able to represent some things, but it's tough. I would not want to be Aram in this spot, man.
No. You do beat Queen Jack. You do block that hand. And the hands that Adrian's flatting with, though, and in betting, I mean, man, you're not doing very well against a lot of hands at this point.
No.
2 small bets. He beat 7-8 as well. 7-8 suited.
I don't think he's opening that 7-8 suited in that spot with these stacks in this situation off of that.
Didn't he flat?
Adrian flatted.
Oh, you're talking about? Sorry, I thought I was saying ARAM.
Yeah.
True.
Whoa. Another call here. Interesting. I'm curious what he thinks Adrian's range looks like. Like what sort of hands Adrian's going to be bluffing this situation. And King Jack and Queen Jack, sure, and 7-8 suited. Is Adrian? That's all I got. I don't know.
Well, you got to think about how many value bets he has as well, though, for multiple streets. Balance them out. Because is he betting all of his Queen 10s, Jack 10s? Is he betting?
Yeah, no, he's not, right?
And is he betting his 9x? Not really. So he doesn't actually have that many like 3 street value hands here. But he does have ace 10. Probably has king 10. He definitely has pocket 5s. Probably has pocket 9s. But if you balance out that range versus the bluffs, I don't know. I'm not very good at math, but
it's a tough one, I think. 9 combos of King Jack off, 16 combos of Queen Jack, 4 combos of 7-8 suited. Given 100% credit, it's just not a lot. But these guys are the best of the world, and I'm doing commentary on a Tuesday night. So, I'm here to
be fair,
learn.
this is pretty strong commentary. It's a good group. It's a high production event. It's nice. They get good overlay graphics, big learning experience. You could honestly argue to charge to watch this, and we're in here firsthand talking through. So yeah, I don't know. I think this is a pretty cool.
wants to get paid.
I'm saying this is a pretty strong Tuesday. This is a strong Tuesday.
This is
I'm
good.
happy to be here. Sign me up.
We'll drop a PayPal. Let's drop it.
Yeah. No, I think we're all very happy with Party Poker. We're happy to be involved and be here, and we know we're in the right place. That's for sure. Party Poker, making things happen, doing great things. A lot of people we could start shouting out names at Party, but we'll just encompass the whole team and what's going on, because it's good things. Big deal just happened. Future big deals, some other fun stuff. Stay tuned for. We're gonna do some cool content with the team here, and it's been good. It's been a fun journey so far, and this year's obviously been a bit tricky, a bit different, So I think all things considered, things are going well with for the poker world. I'd say the action's been good, online numbers have been good, and I'll take away COVID and outside of life, I'd say poker wise, there's good events, and there's a lot of exciting stuff, a lot of good streamers, a lot of good things going on poker at the moment. Everyone got something here.
These spots are the worst in poker, I swear. Middle pair, short stack, draw heavy board.
Yeah, I
Gets
agree.
early position. Yikes.
You know what? It really sucks against a lot of players as well, is because if you knew something about them, sometimes it's such a big mistake to get it all in with the Queen 9. And then sometimes it's such a punt not to, and you just don't know. So you have to make a judgment call.
Yeah.
If you knew it was Old Man Bob on the other side, you're just torching money, but you just don't know. You don't know.
Well, we saw this gentleman fold 7s to his open. Now, if he's watching this, maybe the delay hasn't even kicked in. Maybe they have history. And again, does that mean he's going to do something different? Or maybe he's just aggressive in spots and passive pre-flop in spots. So, you can't really just take one situation and attribute it to the other. But, here he is opening King 10 off. And wow, the check raise. Whoa.
Decides to go with it.
Whoa. Clean hold there.
GG.
GG for Aram Zobion. Put up a good fight, was dangerous, had chips, was in the mix, and then ultimately a couple tough spots, gonna finish in 18th place.
Yashislav contending here, 7.6 million. Mateos on 9.4. Ike on 11. Yeah, interesting mix of 5 here.
Yeah, so we're gonna have hand for hand at 15, and we are currently at 17. So once we get to 15 is hand for hand. As Matt and Jane, we were kind of just talking about, listen, these guys aren't going to time bank the full 20 seconds before the time banks initiate and fold every hand, but the guys are taking a little bit of time, and it's a big bubble. You want to make sure you're getting a fair shake. Other tables are, it's really nice. They do the 2 hand for hand off, so you don't have to worry about that, and it speeds things up a lot. But we are kind of in that really secondary bubble at this moment. Things are real. 17 left. You look up, and you realize like you're very close to a $57,000 score. It's probably, I would say, some of these players satellited in. Whether or not they would buy in or not. Anyway, I think most of them would. But yeah, it's a big bubble coming here. Big bubble.
Got a news report in the chat from Bidanko. Says Old Man Bob elected not to fire the 25K this year. So tough news for Old Man Bob. Thanks for the intel on that.
Okay, there you have it. So
Bidanko, yeah, hot off the press. That just came out.
Here it is. So we still have 3 tables left.
Ooh. Top pair versus trips.
Pretty deep stacked here.
Have to love it. You're Adrian. Do raise. And this is one of those ones where you lead out, you're kind of protecting a weakish top pair, but you just don't want to. And the fact that Adrian has a dime in his hand, I wonder if he, how often he's raising and how often not, or just always on that board with the diamond draw. But he does go ahead and raise, and look at this, an improvement even to 9s and 5s. And it gets a little worse a little better for Adrian. He's got his opponent on now. Surely he's not going to be able to fold to this turn. What a run out of cards so far here.
Yeah, that's a really good card on the turn for Vyacheslav. Because Adrian can really easily raise with hands like Ace-9, King-9 for value, and they should be raising a lot.
Adrian picks up the full house of the river. Didn't need it, but bonus. Vyacheslav with 2 pair. But it is worth noting, like any 10 or better pair beats this 9-5 because of the bottom pair on the board. So
I should also note that Ace-9, King-9 would raise pre-flop a lot of the time, but
yeah, this is a sizing. What is Adrian targeting here? What does the opponent have? Does he just have ace high? Does he have a 9? He let out, and he's probably going to go pretty big. Yeah. Oh, very big.
wow.
Nice fold.
It's a big
don't
fold.
have to think about it too much. Just snaps it in there. Okay. Thing is, I guess Adrian Mateos choosing the overbet will have quite a lot of 2s, right? Like in the big blind, has a lot of 2s in his range there. And is capable of having like a 10 or an overpair that's low played as well. So that's quite a wide value range that can value bet for 1.5 pot. So I guess, give credit, I guess.
You think that sizing is a 10? Can be?
Sure. Because I don't think Vyacheslav has that many 2s, so I think you can value bet thinly, expecting him to have 9x.
Right. Not worried about overpairs. There's enough combos there.
I don't think so. I think he can go for it with a 10. Yeah. Not that he has that many. Whoa. Okay.
Ooh, big hands.
5-handed. Big moments.
Mm-hmm.
But is Ike gonna get to do anything here?
Unlikely.
Probably not.
Gotta go raise 3-bet.
There it is, 1 million. Now, does Ike ever? No. I mean, the stack of Lucas is too short to consider doing anything crazy. But I mean, the lights go off inside a little bit, don't they? When you see the King 10, you're like, oh.
Is this a bet fold? A check.
Such an ugly spot with the ace king on that board when you get flatted. This is really not fun. Guys got about almost twice your stack. You're out of position. You get a bad flop, and this goes with the check and the check behind. Interesting.
And then I'm just done on this turn with the ace king, I think, because even a lot of the things you were dominating pre-flop, like you're beating ace jack, ace 10, and then like everything else is better than you, basically. I mean, I guess like king jack and king 10 as well. You beat those combos.
You beat a lot of things, but it's very scary, and you're in really bad shape for some hands. We do see a check go to the river, though.
I mean, you love life if you can get ace king to showdown here. Just
Yeah.
amazing. I mean, you lose to like sevens here.
The bad news is, though, I think most of the time you think that you're in worse position when Adrian has some showdown. Like, that's a pretty great result to get the check down here with Adrian's particular holding. Because, like, you got to think, I don't think Lucas has many airball bluffs there, right? Like, on this scenario, like, he's probably not 3-betting like ace 5 suited in that spot. So I'm a little surprised Mateos didn't try to take it on the turn, but makes sense, I guess. He has some showdown value. And we're going to switch tables.
Stacks at this table look pretty similar to how they were. Timothy with the lead.
This looks fun. Pascal, my boy. Come on, Pascal. Let's go.
Yeah, it's time for him to run it up here.
Jeff, was Guref Ganger your secondary pick? You kind of got a secondary pick just on pure hype alone. You kind of picked him.
I did. I'm just stick with them, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
okay.
in.
So I'm going to take a second pick as well then, and I'm going to go with Timothy Adams, and don't at me. So now I have 2.
Well, I mean, if we just get the bounty hunt big stacks, so
You
maybe
got
it should be a redraw.
You got 2. Listen, I'm taking my 2.
Yeah, you did get 2.
I'm taking my 2.
I took 3.
There's a cutoff point on just picking. You can't go final, 16 and grab top 3 stacks. I think you got to go. I need more in the connection than Tim's Canadian to put him on your team. At this point, I would love pick a feel good story somewhere down there. I don't know where you can find one at this point.
I like him, dude. I like him. He's got 2 first names.
All
you
right.
know, Tim Adam. I'm into it.
Fair enough. And there we see the bet with the ace 3 suited. Just not a fun board, but just sort of a one and done. Try to fold out a hand like that. So nice pickup there for Bert Stevens. Wow, look at these. That is not a good looking hand. There's not. I mean, that is not even. No one suited. King 3 gappers in the lead. It's hard to get good hands. That's why it's even sicker, right? The ace king suited to jacks, button big blind. And I just want to repoint this out. I think in poker, if you're looking to work on your game, don't focus on those spots. Like that jacks and ace king suited, that hand plays itself. Look at those limp blind on blinds. Look at the 9-5, the 10 deuce, what sizings you're picking, what you're doing in those junctures. Like don't focus on the coolers. It's so easy to say, oh, like I lost jacks to ace king. Well, those hands play themselves, and you got to win those to win tournaments.
Or even filtering for your biggest pots. I mean, like it's the same thing, like you just said, Jeff. Often those are just the coolers. They're the moments. They're the spots that are so close where you're winning, like a quarter of a blind either way. Whereas like you could just be torching money in the small blind by only playing 30% of your hands, and you're bricking money all day long. I mean, you're totally right. Poker is not won in the coolers, even though that's where it feels like it's won. The coolers and the big all-ins and the pots, it's won in the C-bets, choosing better sizings, opening ranges being on point. Like all of that equates to the total.
Yeah.
With it, bro. On it. Also picking up 20 Royals in 3 years. Key.
Yep. Or just run good, You can do all that, but just run well instead.
I'm never surprised to see a tweet of just like number 75 from you. Just like every day I check your Twitter, there's just a new Royal up there.
Yeah, it's a little out of hand at this point.
That's absurd. I did have 2 in a week once, like in a couple day period.
I've had 2 in one stream before. I really have. I've had 2 in one stream.
Jeff's literally suspicious, man.
I know,
Jeff is struggling to deal with
Look at his
that.
face.
Don't do it. Yeah, let's start. Move on. I don't want to hear about this. I'm happy for you on the Royals, but I've lost to a lot of Royals. I've lost to a lot of Royals. All right, look at this. Jack's button has a raise in front. Is this just a rip in, or let's see? He's got 140, 221 blinds roughly. I don't think he has a 3-bet range, does he? This is just a Chipotle, tacos and burritos.
Chipotle, man. Sponsor idea. Chipotle.
How many burritos
Yeah.
is this pot worth?
Just a couple burritos, man. It depends if you want guac or no guac, but it's a lot.
Always guac.
There it is, full throttle. Queen 9 though, interesting to see the Tim going with the Queen 9 open. Makes sense. He's got the lead. Couple tricky stacks, like exactly Pascal and Bert probably not flatting too much, and it's hard to make hands, hard to get good hands. So does Tim just save a second of good faith, or is he just gonna muck it? I guess give a second. It's okay. Gain a little bit of like, hey, I have, I'm not just opening whatever. I got a decent hand. Okay. Again, stay on this table. We got a bubble situation coming up here. Mr. Fox has the button, King Deuce, Pascal 6-8, Bert Stevens nothing too playable. This could be another blind on blind situation that we get to witness. Also not a fun spot with King 5. Think you might have the best hand, but Timothy can really put pressure on you here in this spot. It's
almost had a ton of great results as well. He's got to have a lot of confidence, and you must factor. I mean, I would factor that into my decisions. Like, this guy is he's gonna get after it. He's been crushing it. He's been winning tournaments. Like, he's gonna fight.
Yeah, like this is one where it's like almost a mandatory limp in, but at the same time, you just know you're going to get raised almost always. And it's kind of an annoying one because when you have like the 4-6 suited, you know what you're doing. Like, you're like, all right, I have not a good hand. I'm going to check call, try to hit a good flop. With King 5 off, you're kind of like, well, I don't know if I have the best hand to start, and I'm out of position. I'm going to get raised. What am I rooting for? And that's kind of tricky.
You know what's the small blind strategy? I look into it a lot because I suck at that. We do just see a fold.
Yeah, you just.
I think if you, I might fold there as well. If you put me in that seat in this spot with these stack sizes in this situation, I don't think that's a crazy fold against him with the chip lead in this dynamic. Like, you can just basically count on him putting a lot of pressure on you there. And I don't think it's not a fun hand to just check, limp in, call, and then go to the flop.
16 left, 13 get paid. I could see that. Yeah.
I think it's a pretty standard fold. I'm folding. But
okay. Wait a second. We went from tough spot to standard fold. Let's hold on a second here, man. It is King 6. Like, if we do King 6, King
Jimmy,
5.
it's King 5. Okay. Not King 6.
Let's not get carried away, but it's hard spot.
Okay. Well, that's okay. I stand corrected, guys. I've been studying the small blind. I know there is some hands you can open raise there as a bluff, right? You want some limp raises as bluffs. You want some limp calls. You want some raise calls and some raise folds. Maybe that's a raise fold. Maybe you go for the 3.5x there, and that's one of your bluffs, right? Or your 3x in the small blind, 3.5. And King 6 is the one because you don't want to limp call it, right? Kind of sucks. It's on the edge. You're fine limp calling King 8, but King 5, I mean, not so good. Maybe you go for the raise fold. What do you think?
I agree. I think it's a raise fold or a limp. Well, that's what I would do.
Confirmation from the ice.
King 6, I'm jamming. No, I'm just kidding.
Jeff, there's some speculation about your habits at burrito places. Are you a bowl guy or a wrap guy?
Bull.
Confirmed.
You
I
nailed
saw
it, bro.
Bull in the
You
chat
nailed it,
tonight. I
man.
saw Bull. I gave the guy a Matrix moat there. He nailed it. I like the Bulls. Man, I'll tell you what I miss is Boustons in Montreal.
Yep.
Bro, I'm
That
telling
was-
you, man.
Dude, Bouston.
I am a
delivery,
block
mean,
away. A block.
Oh, so you don't even have to. But you're going to deliver then, or would you go in? I guess you deliver, right?
It
Save
is
the time.
minus 25, so I might deliver it a block. But, you know.
Gonna have to. It's dangerous temperatures.
Well, it's also COVID. Montreal, I know, is on serious lockdown.
Yeah.
Oh, Timothy open shoves here.
Wow. I mean, this is one you hate if you're Pascal and you just know you're ahead, and you just like, all right, run it.
Yeah.
I think you're
Just
running.
gotta
I
call.
think you just
You gotta call. I mean, the Ace Queen has been on fire today. This is an auto double.
Pascal knows. He knows.
Pascal's seeing what's happening.
He's legit. He's a Montreal guy, I think. At least a French Canadian guy.
He is. I told you about Pascal. We've got history.
Yeah.
He's a Montreal guy. Look at that. Ace
Clean.
Queen never.
Yeah,
goes
it's
out.
clean.
Queen as it gets. I am back on Ace Queen's team. I am flipped after this. I'm repping it. I'm in. I'm on it.
It's actually printing all day.
Yeah.
To be fair, the last week or two I have said on party, you know, I have noticed Ace Queen and Deuces have been hot. That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying in my stream, I have said that. I'm not kidding. Ace Queen's flipped a bit. It's moving in the right direction. That's all I'm saying. I'm not fully on board with it, but it's moving back.
Jeff,
Moving
please,
back
can
into
you
it.
start like a Twitter segment, man, where you chime in once a month with like the hot hands?
Yeah, hot hands
I
party.
would love it, dude. Like, please.
Still party, but
Weekly
I-
hot hands.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
man, it's pretty crazy, guys. We were just talking about Boustons. Someone on Stars in the chat is literally eating Boustons while watching the commentary. That's got to be a Matrix moment. Talking
Respect
about your food
Boustons.
only available in Montreal. Watching poker commentary. That's weird.
We had a little flip the script, and look at this, 8s to 7s. Nicholas has chipped up a bit as well with the pretty hand, but this is going to likely go raise, jam, and David Peters is going to be a 4-1 favorite. Most likely, I guess he could flat. It could be a min-raise flat. I think 7s are just, well, how many blinds we got here, guys? What are we talking about? It's 2.8. Yeah, no, this is like 20.
25?
This is like a pretty fist pump jam for Colby.
26, 25, yeah.
Yeah, he's like, I think he's just fist pumping. It's six-handed. And he covers as well, which is always nice.
Yeah,
to little backup.
it's gonna go in a lot here.
David Peters gonna snap, snappy. And 7s look strong here. They happen to be worst case scenario. Over paired +1. Only got one club live. The spade's dead. Straights are hard when you're just pipped by a pair. So I mean, 8s are in a big command here. And David Peters near the money bubble, probably already his mind made up what he was doing. Don't think he's going to take long. I guess at this level, right, in this deep, you just take your time. Just look around, see the other stacks, make sure.
Oh, 7-ball.
No way. Always coming
Yikes.
to a 7 million chip pot. Mr. Peters is going to be a relief to the players remaining. One of the best players in the world. We haven't talked about a lot of them today. We didn't see a lot of this table, but one of the best in the world, and just a cold one. Just a cold deck. Cooler on the wrong side. Well, the right side that turns wrong, and David's going to be eliminated. And again, a relief to the field. One closer to the money. Great player goes out. And kind of a guy who had a middling stack. He wasn't critically short, and he is out. So David Peters going to be our 16th place finisher. That also brings us to hand for hand. 15 left, 2 off the money. Bubble activated, I think, officially with the 16th place knockout.
We've seen a lot of sickness today in the stream. You know that? We've seen some incredible beats. Some one card to come. Bam on the river, smacked it. It's been intense. Daniel, max pressure on Darren. Does Darren call here? Ace 5. I mean, you know you're ahead on average, but there's bubble pressure here as well.
I think it's a fold.
This is one of the spots we were talking about earlier. Like, how do people think about the bubble? Matt, what do you think?
I think fold is pretty nice. The thing about on party poker, the way that they structure their payouts, the min cash actually ends up being pretty important. It's usually, it's over double your money, and sometimes even closer to 3 times your money, which is a bubble that it's a big pay jump. Like it shouldn't be ignored. So I think making tight folds when it's structured that way makes a lot of sense.
This is super interesting. Chip leader Daniel Colpoys. This is a spot where I would think on these particular stacks you could just rip in, but I guess he still has some min raise folds off of his absolute trash, which that's like I think a little better like 10-9 or Jack 10 he might just shove, but there he's actually like, all right, I'm gonna min raise fold if one of these guys wakes up and has a shoving hand. But interesting there to see the min raise, because he could really put a hurt on those stacks there. What do you think on that, Jamie? Instead of shoving there with those 2 million chip stacks, like 20 blinds right on the bubble.
Yeah, I think I like the min raise fold with that particular hand. I think there definitely should be a lot of shoves there, but I think that one is okay to min raise fold. This is a good spot for Sam Trickett here. He's 5 suited. Nice little pickup. He needs it. We're on the edge. Of glory.
Mr. Trickett.
Back.
New baby run good. Coming in. Don't count him out. Listen, you had Trickett as one of your guys as well. Jeff, you low-key have 3 guys in there.
No. He was my guy. He was my
Trickett
second.
was your guy?
I mean, Jeff might have stuck him in there. I don't know.
Okay.
At some point, I got too many guys, but yeah, I can't. I'm always gonna be on Trickett's team here. So
I had a Lena Trickett split.
Can I have Tim Adams, please? Let me have Tim Adams. You guys have a whole roster. I have one guy. Give me a backup.
One guy. Didn't you have?
I have Pascal Lefrancois, man.
All right. Okay.
Give me Tim.
It's fine.
We're not on a Tim basis. Timothy is his name. I'm sorry, Timothy.
I'll say this: Timothy, one of the first players that I got to know kind of well in poker, and Tristan Wade, great player, very nice guy as well. One of Tim's best friends over the years. I remember seeing Timothy in the Bahamas. It must have been like 2009, and I was watching. I came into during PCA, went upstairs with Tristan. I didn't really know Tim at the time, and like he was sharing a room with him. Tim was in playing full tilt on 510, and he was like 12 or 16 tabling, a ridiculous amount of tables. And his graph was the most impressive graph I've ever seen in poker. It's just like this. It's like a smooth rocket ship at 510 cash for like years. The guy he would like 12, 16 table and just rocket shipped up. Never even, I don't know if he lost on a day, honestly, and just printed it. And this was back in the heyday. But yeah, Timothy, I remember that, just seeing that name, and he's just like the absolute grinder crusher. Just stays with the time. So, good for Tim. What a graph. What a life. 510 back in 2009, just winning. Imagine just logging on and playing 510 6 max all day and just doing it.
If we could go back in time, man, and play those games, man. The opportunity, dude. I mean, sometimes I regret not squeezing like 2012, 2013, not working harder, and but you live and learn, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I was in math class, grade 7 or something. Wasn't around.
You're claiming no possibility there to dial in at that point.
No.
All right, Jamie and I have a little more of a. I mean, that was in my 2009. That was sort of like my poker heyday of traveling and running around.
Oh man, Matt and I were literally competing on Zynga for play.
Yeah, that's true.
Bro. Literally,
Yeah,
we were fighting it out.
Here we go again. Interesting to see, but also just one of those spots where this is tricky too. If you're Sam, it's such a pretty hand, but you sort of stinks to go post flop and get in a lot of tricky spots. Although you can, so interesting to see the fold there. What do you guys think?
I was reading the chat.
I was daydreaming.
6, 7 suited.
I was thinking about.
I was reading
fighting
the
in Zynga, man. You got it covered, Jeff, on that one.
We saw a min raise on the button, and Sam had 6, 7 suited in the big blind, and he folded to the min raise off of that stack.
The annoying part, man. Whoa, Daniel going for the click with 3-2 suited. Darren is loving it. I'm gonna see a jam here. The part that's annoying about 6, 7 suited is when you flop the open enders or second or third pairs, you kind of have to risk it on the bubble, So I get the fold, even though it looks so pretty. You don't want to take those thin edge spots even post flop because of the situation. So
yeah, it's also like basically the stone bubble or 2 off or whatever. So it's it's different if there's 7 or 8 away from the money, but it's really in a different game, part of the game right now.
Mm-hmm.
And Colpoy is really showing that he's going for it. He is not afraid. He knows what time it is. It's time to print chips. And he is going to go with the 8-10 off. Darren and Sam not going to be able to play. Sergey also with the ace-4 going to have to get up. But there's a hand that will play in the big blind.
Do you think this is just pretty standard and correct that if you have this many chips, you're just opening anything that looks like a hand? Jamie?
Yeah, I think you open this. I mean, I wouldn't at this table because I would give too much credit to my opponents, I think.
Well, that's what I'm kind of
Everyone
getting
play
at.
well.
It's like, you know, you scale it all the way up to where everyone can play well, like very well, and they're still trying to abuse the bubble on that level.
Mm.
It's just interesting that.
So here's a good test, right? Sergey with ace jack, Daniel with the chip lead. If I'm Daniel and I get opened here, I'm 3-betting, no matter what the stakes. Like, this is just a good spot to pressure Sergey, who's got double all the short stacks. But I don't know. Let's see if he goes for it here. And what is Sergey going to do?
Yeah, to see 1.3 million here is would be interesting. And I guess we're not going to find out because this is a conclusive board. And Sergey still feels great. He's got top pair blocks. I think he would assume that all those broadways too might put some pressure on him and go with it. And he even improves to the super nuts. Interesting. Does he have any check back here? Maybe try to let his opponent go take a shot on the river with no flush draw. You know, I don't think your opponent's gonna have 2 pair.
That's kind of funny. Yeah.
Do you ever check here and just give him a little rope? I mean, you're not really scared of anything. Look at this. I think now you have to just call, obviously. And he does even get no board pair, no scare at all. And I'm a little curious on this line. Yeah, I almost rather see the aggression pre-flop. But at the same time, doesn't necessarily have a jack. He's going to have a hard time here. I think there might be another barrel in here, no?
Yeah, I feel like most of where the folds happen is on the river, not the turn.
Yeah. And gotta love this if you're Sergey. What an absolute treat of a hand. You go from pre-flop not loving if you get adversity, and here you know, Daniel's gonna find out. He bet right into the nuts. And that is the last hand. I believe we are
Big hand.
getting to that time, guys. We'll play down to 7 tonight. 15 remain. Hand for hand is initiated. 7th place is the final table. 15th gets 0. 14th gets 0. 13th gets 57,533. Massive bubble. We'll be here when you get back. We got Jaime Staples, Matt Staples, and myself, Calm Action. Exciting time, exciting night, big tournament. We'll see you in a few. All right, welcome back, everyone. We have got the most exciting time of a tournament. It's bubble time. There are 2 players that will not leave with any money. 15 remain, 13 cash. Play down to a final table of 7 tonight. Right now, the players are coming back from break, and it is that time, guys. Who's ready? We got a big bubble. We got big excitement. We got our picks are in. We know who we want to win. Jamie, let's start with you. What are you thinking here on the bubble? What are you noticing?
Well, we've seen some aggression from the big stacks. We got a new table coming back here. Pascal Lefrancois, definitely going to be the winner of the tournament. Also my pick, my backup boy, Timothy Adams, number 2. Sorry, Timothy. Side by side, 1 and 2 on the table. Listen, I'm feeling good here entering the bubble.
Both of the big stacks, by the way.
I'm a good picker, man.
It's good picks.
What's up. Good picker,
pick.
okay?
Matt,
No,
what stands out for you right now?
Nah, Jamie said it right. The big stacks are playing looser than I thought they would play, honestly, in this kind of scenario. I just assumed that with the strength of the field, they wouldn't go that far outside to try to pressure on the bubble, but they're doing it, and it's working, so.
Yeah, we see Timothy here, a new table, new situation. Pascal and Timothy with 2 nice stacks. Everyone else pretty vulnerable. Elio, Fox, the short stack at the table at the moment, and definitely a really, really dicey spot, just going below 10 big blinds as we see him fold in the big blind, and Tim gets the ace-4 open through. Really only has to worry about Pascal getting a little out of line, and it's nice when you open modest holdings and then you get close to the top of the range. Ace-king, 5-handed, surely an open. Pascal's got a pesky little hand, but still is not really looking to get too out of line. Jack-7, doesn't want to tango with Tim. Bert Stevens, though, ace-8, also a tricky hand. These are the kind of hands where Tim's going to open the ace-4 in the wide range and get folds from hands like ace-8. He, in this particular case, welcomes that, but looks like he's just going to pick up another pot here. What's up, Jamie? What happened there? What
Pesky Pascal, man. It's just a good alliteration you got going. Pesky Pascal. Gonna open it up. It's good.
He can't get in there. He would love to open there. He doesn't. We do see a little time. I think we are on the hand for hand, though, 15. So it doesn't matter at this point. Hand for hand is being played. And, man, I'll tell you what. I've played a fair amount of live. I mean, some big online, but the bubbles are so intense at the bigger buy-ins. Because even, let's take the 5K CPP. You got day 1B next Sunday. Day 1A already happened. Like, those are big bubbles. You grind. Those are long tournaments, good structures. 10K. When you talk about 10K, 5-figure plus bubbles, it's intense. Like, again, no matter who you are, no one likes the bubble. No one likes the bubble significant money bubbles. Whether you have a lot of money, you satellite it in, whatever, it's just not fun. It's not a good feeling. It's nice to get on a resume as well. It's a 25K. It's a CPP, big event, $2 million prize pool, confidence as well. A lot of these guys, if you think about it, the buy-ins throughout the week, there's not a lot of 25Ks. So this is this has a big impact on your week, on your month, on what you're doing online, what you're grinding, and getting the score here. It adds up. A lot of 5K, a lot of 2K, a lot of 1K buy-ins you can do at 57K of scores. So this is again, no one wants to bubble. Let's just call it what it is. So we're in a tense time here. It
is a lot of electric scooters, about 57 or so.
Yes.
Seems like tons of short stacks too on the bubble. It's not like there's just a few stacks, there's a bunch.
Whoa, very interesting here. I am seeing something. We see a min raise. I was just thinking, 5-handed cutoff versus Klaas, who he can't really be out get crazy here. He's gonna min raise, and very interesting to not just shove this off of his 10 blind stack. And he does.
I mean, less than 10 blinds here. I mean, like 8.5, 9 blinds. 1.5 million. So, I mean, I don't have a raise fold on 9 blinds. It's pretty crazy. Very creative.
Yeah. I think Timothy probably realizing it's not, jacks are a huge hand, but looks very strong from Elio. Jacks, though, however, he's not going to get a fold from. But I think what I was getting to say, though, the short stacks, it really is so intense bubbles, It's just super, super intense. And, it's like, listen, you gotta support yourself first. You know, no one really wants to see anyone else bubble. You don't want to be that guy. You just don't want to bubble, stone bubble an 84 person 25K tournament. Let's just say what it is. You know, I think again we're seeing Elio min raise the king jack off of what are we at? How many blinds is
This one's not a min raise.
This one is a half.
This is a half
shove.
Oh, this
Yeah.
was the half. Which
So we're
actually,
half
50
stack.
now, 50 after. That's what's up.
I guess interesting though. And any logic? Any thoughts on the a little over 3x off this stack size, just showing your committal but not going all in? Like what's the logic on this one?
I guess Bert could flat big blind with some hands. So you're kind of leveling on that, you know, right? What do you think, Matt?
I've seen that done for the reason of if it goes, you know, the rare times that it goes shove, whatever, you know, like some crazy cooler happens, then you can maybe fold and like cash essentially.
Cool.
Yeah, but why 500? Why not leave yourself a little more? Just because you're not letting people flat either.
Yeah, I think so.
Interesting.
I'm not sure. But yeah, I think like allowing yourself to avoid like the mega coolers on a bubble is why.
What about those sizings we've seen sometimes where people leave themselves like 5 blinds on river bluffs, you know, 100 blinds deep. They leave 5 blinds just as like, you know, give people opportunities to sometimes raise bluffs some crazy amount of time trying to fold them off a pure bluff.
Huge spot here. I think Elio might call, even though this doesn't feel good, but I think he just realizes that Bert Stevens is gonna shove wider. King 9's a pretty good looking hand, although we saw Darren Elias fold the ace-5 off in a similar spot. It's a little different scenario. I think Elio might be the shortest at this moment, but what do you guys think? This is close. Oof. I think he might find a call here, even though I don't know. I don't think.
Yeah.
Does call.
Oh my goodness. It just feels a little different than Darren's, because in like Darren's, you know you're ahead probably, and like, but you just like you have more room to play, and you're like gonna get in here. He's like critically short, and it's not easy to find good spots. I don't know. It feels different to me, but
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised about that one.
you think you're surprised you called?
Yeah, I think I would have leaned towards folding that, but I'm not here to argue. It's a good double up.
It's weird. It's a weird one. I don't know. It really depends on the other stacks around too. I mean, that one's like that's pretty close. And here he goes.
Goes for the jab against Class.
He's playing pretty solid. Like this is, I think, you know, Elio would probably go pretty wide here. This is a very good hand he has in this spot. Look at this, over 3 million. Giraffe Ganger taking a few cold ones. That's Bert Stevens. Pascal been a little quiet, hasn't really had anything to get going with, and Timothy's been able to come in first. And
I'd be curious to know the profitability of the ace-5, what would have been a shove, versus the king-9 call from Elio. Because he called it off blind versus blind with no fold equity, versus how profitable it would be to shove from, he was in the cutoff, I think.
Yeah.
Right. Like just how those two spots differ on the bubble for risk and equities and everything.
And nice takedown there. Klaus does pick up an important pot. First in, so important.
Jack 10, the best looking hand. Queen 4 is ahead though. Is Elio going to try and get another steal in here or give it up? And I think you can give it up given the stacks in the tournament with this Jack 10, and they do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting too. Bubbles generally can take a long time in these big spots, but then like the effective deepness, the amount of big blinds players have shrink a lot. So although a bubble can take a long time, that just kind of usually results in the after bubble to go pretty quickly as well. So I don't think it actually ends up. Sometimes it may seem like a long time a bubble takes, and then it kind of evens out with being shorter stacks, but. It's intense. It's just intense. You're sweating so hard. I mean, you're so sweating the all-ins in these spots. It's crazy when you're short. Like, it's so emotional. It's really an emotional game. I think yeah, I mean, I think, you know, Timothy's actually doesn't have a great seat. Pascal is the best seat here. He's got position on Tim. To be fair, Tim gets to open though first in a few of the spots. So it's these guys have a lot of history. They know each other's games very well. Pascal and Tim. They play the Elias High Rollers a lot. They're from both from Canada. They both know each other, very familiar with their game, mutual friends, and friends as well. I'm pretty sure, and you know, they're very aware of what's going on. It's got to feel good. It does. Yeah, having 6.4 million right now, 7.7 at this table. It's really nice to be able to be the one kind of playing bully here. It's not fun calling off and being pressured and having to make tight folds.
No, yeah.
It's just not fun.
It does suck. It's especially because if you're anything like me, you're questioning the decisions you're making, and that you understand you have to tighten up, but you don't want to be the scared money. You know, there's always this thing in poker of recognizing those are the players you get value from. So there's a real pride aspect. And I know you remember, Jeff, 2010, 2011, 2012, it was very uncool to care at all about the bubble. If you cared about the bubble, you were a loser. You had to be so strong that it didn't matter if you punted on the last hand. Big deal.
Here's an exact example. A mandatory shove from Pascal, and Bert with a suited ace decides to take
Calls it off. There it is.
Turns basically dead. He actually got a good turn card because then an ace would win on the river. And just like that, unlucky for Bert, he lost a few big all-in confrontations where he was either flipping or had the best of it, and just like that. That'll bring us to a stone-cold bubble situation. One off the money. 14 remain. Really, really well played from Bert. Good game, and wish him the best. Draft Ganger put on a good performance there. And just, again, sometimes when you look back on a tournament, you're like, wow, what happened? Oh, I lost 2-1 favorite. Oh, I lost a flip. I remember it wasn't long ago. It was ace-9 versus threes versus Elio Fox, and he got rivered on that flip with threes, ace on the river, and and then it came back, and sure enough, Elio's still in, and now Draft Ganger is not.
GG.
Final two tables, man.
Psych, go for the raise.
This actually changes things a lot, this segment of the tournament now, because it went from 15 to 14. So we had 3 tables of 5, and now we're back to 7-handed play. So things change a lot. And if you're short in your bubble, it actually helps you, because now, it's full orbits. You have to wait, and you're not hitting the blind as often. And there's also, it's a little, things calm down a little bit. When it's 5-handed, it's pretty fast action, pretty, high collision, a lot of jamming, a lot of situations. Here's things sort of slow down a bit, and you get to breathe and sort of, see what happens. But now we're in the stone bubble situation. One away. One person will not get paid, and the remaining 13 players are going to walk away with that $57,000. So big spot here.
Ike Haxton still has one of the top stacks, and he has 5 million less than he did about an hour and a half ago.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Insane how big his stack was.
Yeah.
Mateo's easy raise, take it there. Your boy, Matty.
It's been a good pick.
Jeff, who do you got?
Do I have anyone? I've got Sam. Am I in there with Sam in short stack? Do I even get to claim him, or is that too many people?
You got Sam Greenwood, you had Giraffe Ganger, and you had Trickett. You had a 3-pack, man.
Okay.
A 3-pack. And you're giving me crap about picking Timothy Adams, with 20 left. I just had to call it out. You got an extra human being, okay?
To be fair, I was taking low stacks, taking long shots. I think I should get an extra one.
We actually got a tweet here from Giraffe Ganger of him petting little kittens post-bubble Zen session. So he is currently petting kittens. to deal with that bubble bust out on Twitter?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair. Like, I think other people may handle it different ways. I think that's
a good way, man.
I think that's a nice
great way.
Pretty
It's not
calm,
very
right? That's pretty
destructive.
respectable,
Yeah.
All right, so we do have one of the two tables here. We are getting a look here. There's Ace Queen, has been borderline undefeated today. Lucas Reeves has a vulnerable stack. These are kind of tricky too. 17.5 blinds. You got the Prince of Darkness with 10 million on your left. Jal Briere, you don't really have to worry about in class, but Timothy Adams in the big blind as well who could defend. And here we go, Adrian Chip Leader raising. These spots I hate. Yeah, and look at this.
There it is.
There it is.
Wow. I'm making errors if Lucas is right. I was just in there, dude. That's a crazy fold.
You would rip that?
I'd rip it, I think. Ace Queen's big. Adrian Mateos, the
Against
beast of
chip
the game,
leader.
the legend. He's pipping like probably 50%.
Yeah, it's just such a disaster when you bust there in 14th when there's like
It is,
4 or
dude.
5 guys short.
Yeah, the upside versus downside is
Because it's not even
I
that you
don't know.
bust and bubble 57,000, which is not fun, but there's like that. You could really start talking yourself after that one. Like, you might have to take a couple of days off. Like, it's tough, you know. Like, there's other effects besides just the money there, like mentally to bubble that spot. But at the same time, you know, let's see what happens. Let's see if Lucas passes the spot. You know, is he going to be short later? Is he going to make it even? You know, you don't know. You got to take spots because then you are at some point forfeiting a big opportunity. That's a huge pickup. He picks up like 1 million chips. Instead, he's at 4.5 instead of 3.4 if he just shoves and gets it through, or he doubles somehow even. You know, and then he's like got a
Whoa.
chance to really win.
Vyacheslav going for a extremely speculative call in the big blind with the deuce 3 suited from my perspective on this stack. And then just boom, deuce 5 on the flop. Mateos with ace 10, but probably doesn't think that Vyacheslav has all the deuces here. I mean, this is interesting.
Good card for VY, my man right there. He picks up open-ended. He's got trips. No spade comes. He's loving it. Still a little scary because, you know, if you get barreled off here on, you're scared. But that to have the 3 is nice. He literally couldn't have a better situation. And we see Mateo's discipline slow down here. Very interesting dynamic. What is he doing with a lot of hands? Like, you got to think that, man, this is tricky. I guess he has to bet at this point when he checks the turn. Goes for half pot.
Half pot. Thing is, does a 5 bet half pot here? Do 5s want to bet on this river? I guess so, but maybe a smaller sizing. In my mind, I think if you bet 1/3, you can have a 5x, you can have a 7x, you can have a deuce x, but half pot, it's tougher to sell the 5. I don't know. Adrian blocks the nut flush draw, but that doesn't bet anyways. He does go for the call on the river. And Vyacheslav takes it down. 3 million coming his way up to 7 million. Good pot.
Interesting. I think you're right. I think the deuce there, he's thinking he's kind of repping a deuce or like nothing really, or boat, you know, like what hands is he going to bet there? He doesn't really want to get blown off. Maybe bet a 5. That's a very interesting hand in my opinion. I don't know what I would do if I'm Vyacheslav there on that sizing. What would you do, Matt? Bet size river.
from the big
you don't
blind.
want to check, right? You don't check. You can't. Like, the guy's gonna just check back ace high. It looks like he has ace high.
I'm betting big, I think. Just because if it's already hard for me to have a deuce, then my opponent might just not believe me. You know, if it's not that easy to have what I'm trying to say I have, then I'd prefer to just bet bigger.
Mm-hmm.
And like, I think it's okay to not have a lot of thin value bets on the bubble, right? Like have a small
that's true,
sizing.
yeah.
Like I don't really need to value bet a lot, so I'm just gonna bet big. And like if Mateos is like, it's even flat a deuce, then you might get Euro called a lot.
Like you talking like an 80% kind of size.
Yeah, I think like pot.
Yeah.
Interesting here. Open from Ike. We've seen Ike kind of show different gears after being big chip leader. Loses the flip to Adrian. He's kind of been in that 10 million range. He really has played pretty solid. Hasn't been too out of line. And we do see just a check down to the river here. And Ike with queen high is good. Can't love the board. Loses the king high. Loses to ace highs. Fours a straight. But he does have the best hand. Wonder if he thinks he has to bet here to get like a king high or like a weak ace high to fold. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, queen high doesn't look so hot there. Nice hand from Ike.
Really interesting. I mean, the stacks the way they are, it could happen in any hand, but we also could have a bit of a grind here to burst this bubble. We are playing down to 7, so we've got to eliminate half the field still. It's a very deep structured event. Quite a long day one for them. I see in real time, running time for 8 hours as of now. Probably be 10, 11 hours. Lucas Reeves with the best looking hand left, but a delicate hand to play, I think, given the bubble, having 15.5 blinds. But we see Adrian actually open up the 9-5 of clubs, so that'll let Lucas off the hook. Stone bubble.
A lot of clubs there. King 8 suited, nice hand, but can't do anything there. He's just hoping stay out of harm's way. And we do see appeal, and both players connect with the board here. All of a sudden, Adrian covers. You know, both players have very healthy stacks, but
Yeah.
Adrian does have position and covers his opponent, which is important. Elects to go with the more conservative route, checks back a 5. I would definitely think that betting there makes some sense for some protection alone. You know, the 5 just so vulnerable on any turn is really scary, but Adrian does check. Thoughts on you guys? I mean, cover. I don't think Ike's going to really get check raised there too much.
I think I'm checking. Yeah, I think a 5 is a nice check. I think they're pretty deep. Ike is pretty sick, and there's a lot that can potentially raise. So, yeah, I think I would check.
I'm with Matt on that one too. I think if anyone gets credit for being able to put in a bit of action, it would be Hollywood Haxton. That's what he calls him, Hollywood Haxton, dude. Like Haxton. So yeah, I think keeping the pot small, but there is a threshold where you want some protection and you're willing to bet thinly to get some protection. I don't know if that's the spot though.
I love the overbets. I just love overbets in general. I think
Me
they're just
too.
fun. Like, it just,
Me
like,
too.
Seeing when people do it and what spots and where, like, it's just exciting.
Wow, we've seen people make some big folds. The 9-5 fold earlier, blind versus blind, that fold there, also with the 9-5. Paired board both times.
And Klaas is handcuffed here. He's folding, and this, I guess Adrian's going to open though. So, yeah, Lucas got to bin the 7s for sure.
I don't think Adrian's going to open with the queen 9 off. I think with Zhao with 10 blinds and Lucas with 15 and Ike on the same stack in the small blind, I think it will fold to
he's
Lucas.
opening.
I think he's gonna open it.
For sure open. This is Luke.
Sure.
Okay.
Lucas-
Okay.
No, because we seen him opening kind of even wider than this, and this is Ike is in the small blind, which is the best spot for him to be against. He knows that Lucas has to jam super tight, and same with Zhao. Zhao doesn't even want to call like 6-7 suited or whatever, you know. So I think that's like I think it's a very good spot to open in general.
Okay.
But
New table here.
I would have not. Honestly, I didn't think he would shove the sevens. To be fair, I thought maybe that would just be a spot to fold when there's stacks shorter. I guess it is the chip leader, and it's a pretty good spot. But I think I would have. I think seeing a fold there wouldn't surprise me. But maybe it's just a mandatory jam.
I think it's mandatory, man. I think the sevens, because the rejam, dude. I think that Mateos is just going to fold, like just so much of the range, you know, like 4 out of 5 times, basically. Gonna fold there.
It's not much. Seven's okay. Like, yeah, it does feel like he should probably. I'm just saying I wouldn't have been surprised if he doesn't. Like, I don't 5, 6s. You know, I don't know, man. It's getting pretty close when there's a lot of shorter stacks.
5s, I'll give you that for sure. I think 5s is pretty close. I'm still in there with 6s and 7s though. Matt, where are you drawing a line on pairs? That spot.
Oh, I
15
don't know.
blinds.
I don't know. I guess I sort of lean towards Jeff's side just because I'm already sick about the sevens. But
I think
I don't
part of the
know.
problem
I
is
don't know
that
what this.
this really matters what the other stacks are. The guy, like,
Yeah.
there's guys with 5, 6, 4 blinds at the other table. You have 15 blinds on the stone bubble. I mean, you got to be pretty freaking tight.
Well, we're at that other table now. So there is an 8 blind stack and a 13 and a 17 and a 15. So it's not, it's tough, man. This is a 6 spot, 1 off the money still.
Yeah, I don't know. The way I approach bubbles is like, okay, what does their calling range look like? Like, obviously I have a ton of fold equity, but when I'm called, how am I performing? Like, am I crushed or am I winning a decent amount? And then what does the double up do to my stack size? Like, does the tournament dynamic change completely for me, or do I play the same? Like, do I gain a lot of future game by, like, you know, do I go from almost out of the tournament to like survivable, or do I go from like, you know, like by picking up the blinds, I mean, you know, or do I go from 20 to 25, which is essentially the same stack, but all I'm doing is putting my tournament life on the line against the top of his range. So like, it has to be like on a big bubble like this where the min cash is so big, and I don't mean in dollars, I just mean in buy-ins. So that's how I think about the bubble, and I'm not sure about the sevens there if the upside outweighs the downside.
It really depends to me on the other stacks remaining. That's like it. Like, am I risking? Yeah. Do I think that Mateos is going to fold a lot? There's still 2 players behind you. Don't forget, they could wake up, and you know, how short are the other short stacks? So. 7's definitely a good spot, though.
Sam
See how it
Tricker
plays
here
out.
with
You
the
know?
moment.
See how it plays out. Big
Whoa!
pickup.
That's a tight fold from Sam Tricker right there. 12 blinds effective against a button raise from Pascal, chip leader on the table, or tied for the chip lead. That's a tight fold, man. King Jack
It's a
suited.
tight fold.
Something diapers aren't cheap, and situation than he was weeks ago, and I'm on the team. I think being solid is it's, you know.
Whoa!
You folding the King Jack, Jeff? Take
Lena
a line
just-
here. I know he's your boy.
Lena just folded 10s.
Yeah,
Open
let's talk
folded
about this,
10s.
guys.
What?
That's wild.
This is the bubble. This is the bubble. This is wild.
All right, so
10s is more wild to me than the 7s.
For sure, it's more wild.
Yeah, it's an open muck. Like, he could just make it, you know, min raising or whatever seems super reasonable there.
So, I mean, probably 11 of these guys are watching the stream. Do you think all 11 of them are just like laughing at how unaware of the ICM pressure we are, and like they're just on another level, dude?
No, I think
Because
we're
that
both
10
taking-
is crazy.
no.
We're all
That
I think
10 is
it's
different
crazy.
takes.
I think at the end of the day, we have our own thoughts. It is what it is.
I think it's great to see great players doing different things. Also, for all of us to not necessarily agree and vastly disagree, it just shows you how wild poker is. You know, it just shows you how different thoughts and different things. And again, we're looking at, to be fair, we're not looking at the lobby in real time, right? I mean, I'm saying like we're looking at this. We're not really looking at the table, like seeing exactly. These guys are in the matrix. They know what's going on the other table. They see the spots. They know what's happening, and there is a lot to consider in these spots. So I think I think we need to have all the information there, and it's. Can we get a current lobby stat? Like I know the lobby in real time. Can we see the? Can they flash up like the chip stacks right now? Because there is 2 tables, guys. We're seeing one at a time.
Problem is the chip stacks are delayed, so they won't have them from 30 minutes ago.
Fair enough. Well, I mean, the important thing is to look at when he folds 10s there is look at Elio Fox, who he has position on, who has less than half his stack. I mean, it's a pretty big disaster for him to bust.
Here's Elio, going to put it at risk here with the Kings. I hope. I mean, if not, I may retire.
Me too. This would be my last broadcast.
In there. He's in there. And he gets a great scenario. I mean, so many times he's going to see that scary 1 over. But as it stands, everyone's puckered up, sweating. And he had a little sweat, a little deuce running spades, but nope. Like a Band-Aid. I love party poker more than anyone there is, but we need to slow down that river card. And we need like a little, little slow down on that. That was fast. And Elio Fox back up to 3 million. And look at that, though. Nicholas is now essentially tied, almost tied for the shortest stack at the table. Did pass on the 10s. He had a tough seat, though. He's under the gun. A couple big stacks. I don't hate it. I mean, for sure, I think it's... Listen, I'm tight. I'm not going to out here and say I'm going crazy. I played pretty solid, but that to me would be... I would definitely put a couple chips out there, see what happens.
Yeah, well, I think the 10s... Well, asking a question. Is the 10s fold more extreme than reshoving jacks? Because the reshoving jacks, you actually have more chips as upside, right? But it's 3 worse cards, right? Your pair is 3 worse. But you have less reward than like with the 10s.
Reshoving jacks like as in where?
The 7s. Remember the 7s? We saw the reshove on the button with 15 blinds. Are those the same thing, or which one is tighter? Which one is tighter? Folding the 7s or folding the 10s?
10s, I think.
10 seems tighter because you're actually at risk in the other one. 10s he could min raise or whatever and then decide. He still could like see what happens, or he's not all in.
Yeah, you can min raise.
He's just going to take it down a lot off that stack. First of all,
yeah,
he is going to take it down. People are going to. It's going to look strong. So.
That's interesting, man. Those are some really interesting hands.
He's also under the gun, and the 2 big stacks are under the gun plus 1 and 2 there. So like they kind of like have less incentive to mess around because there's still hands behind. So like I think it's even that much more of an open.
But all in or fold. Let's say all in or fold. Which is tighter? I think honestly, I think the 7s might be tighter because of the extra value of the chip leader raising. You reshove and they're going to fold 5 out of 6 times, so you get extra reward with the 7s. With only 2 players behind. It might be tighter with the 7s to fold.
Could be. Could be right. Bro. I was laughing just in case, maybe 10's was a misclick and we're just going off for 25 minutes. Just going to change all of our games for the next 2 years because of this one hand.
Yeah. I do want to. That is interesting. I mean, I don't think it was, of course, but yeah, you never know. There's people do misclick or have a bit of a thought relapse, but.
So we have a comment here from Annie. Not only he folds for 60K, also he has investors. What are you guys' thoughts on that? Obviously, some of these high roller games. I mean, some of these guys are bosses and just buy in straight, but a lot of people will sell action. They'll swap action. 2%, whatever, right? Just to make the risk less for themselves than this full 25,000.
Yeah.
So what do you think about people changing their game based on having investors, feeling nervous about trying to get a cash for their investors? What are your guys' thoughts on that?
Is that a thing?
I don't think.
Well, I think it's a thing. I think confirmed people, it does affect their behavior, having sold action sometimes. Shouldn't.
Yeah, but at the same time, if like you're making a really horrible like printing of a mistake, people don't want to see that either or know that. I mean, I guess like like not saying that is there. I'm just saying in general, like if you see someone like mucking like a crazy hand where they just have to do something differently and they're like, well, I wanted to cash. Like, it's not good. I mean, that's not what people are really buying sweats for either. Like, so I don't think, again, not saying that spot was or any of those is, but just in general, you don't want to like say, oh, like I folded kings on the stone bubble because I really wanted to cash. Like, but then again, you're passing a spot where you could maybe take top 3 by putting it in. Versus you're going to min cash or make the money more often. But
I think in general, like when people invest, they're investing in who they think you are as a poker player. And so if you're changing who you are as a poker player, you're being deceptive to your investors. I don't think you should be changing anything. If you go for a bluff on your own, you should go for a bluff when you've sold, because that's what people are buying. You.
True. All right, still in the bubble. It's been a long bubble all of a sudden. It really has kind of gone around. Keeps running here, and we see a look at this though. Yeah, and this is again, I do just to kind of hit home though. In these spots, when you do pass spots like those 7s jam, which again, you can argue the 10 just open fold. Like, look at this. I mean, Nicholas all of a sudden, Sam is short, but Elio Fox now has overtaken him in chips barely. He is in pretty critical shape. Darren Elias and him are tied essentially, and Sam's short, but like he's sub 10 blinds all of a sudden. It's not like he's not a guarantee to cash either. I mean, he's in the chopping block.
To put in a 10 spot, it's really interesting that Pascal folds Jack 10 of clubs as well with all of the bubble pressure on those 3 shorter stacks and the chip leader. I mean, he can raise fold to Darren Elias and Elio Fox. He'd have to call off Sam Trickett, but really, I think that's a missed opportunity. Oh, I didn't see the ace deuce. Never mind. That's fine. It's my first show. It's my first show. It's fine. Listen, guys, it's 3:30.
I'll just like automatic 3-bet.
Okay. It's not a 3-bet.
And look at this though. Sergey definitely not an automatic 3-bet here. This is for sure going for it a little bit. Sort of recognizing the situation and that Daniel's going to be out of line here a bit. Oh my goodness, savage.
Easy. Didn't waste any time either.
Wow. Very strong play. Talk about taking control of the table. It wouldn't surprise me to just rip off put the king 6 upstairs there after just smashing there.
King 6 is the hand.
Does fold, and we see Pascal. Open it up, 2 7s. And here we go. Nicholas is going to have to fold the weak ace 4, both blinds, same stack, same weak hand.
Yep.
Darren Elias kind of getting blinds coming around below that 10 blind mark.
Sam Trickett sweating here, man, with 6 blinds. Coming around to the blinds as well. It's getting tight. 14 left, pure bubble. He is the shortest stack. But then there's an 8 blind stack, a 10 blind stack, 2 10 blind stacks just on this table. We don't even know what the other table's got going on. It's intense.
And this is the argument for valuing a big stack, because the rich get richer on the bubble by a lot. By a lot. Granted, you see a lot of the best players in the world right now playing very tight, so the other side of the coin does exist too.
That's what's amazing about poker. It feels like there's population tendencies, but things change quickly. Like what's people are doing, are they 3-betting, 4-betting, people flatting, how people are playing on bubbles, how people like the general consensus does change. And I think that's also partly because of population tendencies change, and you're looking for exploits and what's perceived right or wrong. And it's a very interesting game. Look at this. Daniel Kolpoy is going for it again here with a little saucy check raise. Ace queen put in a tough spot, and he does call. Very interesting.
Yeah, this turn is pretty crazy, right? Paired boards. Daniel is, I have a 4 deuce or not really, I think. So can Pascal like put on a sick cape? Is Daniel going to keep betting when the board's double paired like this? He's not representing very much at all. I mean, this is really aggressive.
Tough call though. If you're
After
Pascal.
opening under the gun, it's a very bad spot to be in.
Yeah.
Extremely bad.
You are, if you call here though, the stack to pot ratio is less than 1 going to the river. Like you just got to sort of think if your opponent's gonna follow through there. It's pretty hard. You can't really call. Like I mean, you're just guessing. And just big pot. Daniel really put on a show here. Up to 15 million.
King 6 shove coming in. I'm calling it. Calling it.
Wow. He is on
Nope.
3x. Okay. Surely
Pascal
has to work.
fold here, I think. Yeah. I mean, you wouldn't fold if there's 200 people left in the tournament. You'd peel it off. Only 3 blinds in position. But
Did you guys see Sam fold ace queen there? I did not.
No, I missed that. If that, did that. Oh, look at
oh, ace king. Here we go.
Yeah, he folded.
Here's a
That's why.
spot,
That's why he
man.
folded. That's why he folded.
Is he gonna go for it though?
I think he's about to hit the blind.
Okay,
Yeah,
he
he's
went
got-
for
he's
it.
got,
All right,
what,
I was
6
ready to be
blinds.
surprised there. That's okay.
6 blinds, the shortest stack.
It's gonna work, right? It's gonna
It's
get
also
through.
a good spot too because he's against the really short stack in the big line who can't call wide either. Like Pascal or Daniel could call a little wider, but he he gets a critical pot for him there. I mean, if you're Darren, Sam, and Nicholas, you all and Elio, you're basically you 4 are all in the danger zone right now. It's not fun. Not fun to be that short.
Daniel Shirley with the raise here. King 4 clubs.
Yeah. Got to be really tight there in the blind. See, we do see everyone's folding pretty fast. It is hand for hand. 1 off the money.
I don't think the replayer operates on the same logic as the hand for hand. So
Really?
yeah, I don't think it pauses for the hand for hand. I think there's just a delay that it keeps.
All right, Pascal, King 3 off. Darren and Sam, he's not too worried about getting out of line. Does he want to attack that covering Sergey here? These are interesting to see how players play these spots. I mean, King 3 is just pretty bad. Also, Sergey's showing that he's willing to go for it. Pretty sticky. He's going to get a walk here. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Was there a... Oh, yeah, he is going to get a walk. Okay. Yeah, so there's basically 2 separate groups here at this table. There's Pascal, Daniel, and Sergey, and then they got Elio, Nicholas, Sam, and Darren all hovering and hanging on. Musical chairs going on. And Daniel loves it. He hopes this bubble just keeps going. He just wants to keep raising, keep taking. Not going to work this hand with Pascal.
I think if you're Pascal here, my thought is shove really strong hands. You don't want to open up the possibility for a 4-bet. So I think I'm all in. Or flat, I guess. What do you think, guys? With ace king.
I would shove.
I think he's going to shove, yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right. You don't want to invite any nonsense in there. You definitely don't want to induce. You don't even want him to 4-bet bluff you.
No, you don't. You don't want to take 60% here.
No.
What do you think that Daniel calls off with there? How strong do you think he has to call that particular shove? I mean, he's not. Do you think he calls ace queen?
Yeah, I think 8s plus ace queen, probably.
I don't know if he calls ace queen there. I mean, I don't think Pascal's shoving ace jack.
I bet you'd call quite a bit tighter than that.
Yeah, I would think it's like jacks plus. At tens, maybe he finds a call with tens.
But what does Pascal do? I guess, well, maybe if Pascal's folding like 8s and 9s.
Wow, he goes for it here. Look at this. Look at this. Jacks for Darren, ace queen for Elio, fours for Nicholas, and here comes a light 3-bet. Interesting if Pascal doesn't 3-bet, if Darren just has to take that spot. But as played, I mean, he has no full equity to that 3-bet. And wow.
I like that, yeah. I like the fold with ace queen, I think.
King Jack actually is one I've been doing a bit of work on. This hand plays like really well. Not only as a flat,
So
but
wild.
it could even like re-raise there. But I guess again, Pascal looks pretty bladed here to make this raise.
The amount of insane folds we've seen. I'm not saying insane as in bad. Just very strong holdings that we've seen folded on the bubble.
Well, if it's any consolation to Darren in the spot, he would have got out flop for what it's worth. I guess if he goes all in and there was a 3-bet, I wonder what Daniel does. I guess if that opens back up the action, or if he would have still called. But anyway, we got Pascal kind of continuing here. Elio Fox would have had a pretty good flop with the only spade and over in a straight draw. But very interesting hand, and we do see a bet and a call, and Pascal has to hate this. He has got basically a no equity bluff now. He's got just a naked ace high spade. He's no spade in his hand, and he gets called by the chip leader. 5 million in the pot, SPR just over 1, but you know, that's your guy, Jamie. Don't worry, he's not just gonna blast off into a bubble with 6 million here.
You never know, but he has heart, but I don't think so. I don't think so. I think the ace queen fold is fine though. Like if we extrapolate to even like 40 blinds, right? Someone goes like shove, reshove. Ace queen is very marginal. So
Elio can't do anything. Darren's
in the
got
spot with this bubble. Yeah, I think you have to fold ace queen. I think you have to fold ace king if you're Elio to raise 3-bet, right? You're gonna have 60% against a range.
Oh wow.
He goes for a bluff.
Oh, Pascal!
Whoa.
What a legend!
Whoa.
That's savage, man. That's sick. Finds a way, creative, waits, delays it. Really strong stuff, man. Nice play for Pascal. And here he is with sevens with 11 million all of a sudden.
Man, he's got some chops. He's got some chops, guys. He's got some creativity. He's got some heart. I picked well, Pascal.
Very nice. Really fun. This has been a fun, I got to say, the last half hour or so has been incredibly entertaining.
Yeah, the bubble has been very exciting.
Yeah. Got over 800 on right now. Checking in, guys. Where are you watching from? Let us know what you think. What do you think of some of these plays? The sevens, the tens, the jacks. Are we on board? Is everyone aligned? Do we need a poll? Is there confusion?
I see some arguments going down in the chat. I think there's a lot of controversy about a lot of these hands, man.
Burnsy's asking if I folded aces on the bubble a few times. Of satellite, I've folded aces before, for sure. And 7s to 4-5. All right, these boys are battling. Daniel wanted to see a flop here with the 4-5 off. Kind of control of the bubble, right? This actually bubble has the making to go for a while because of the stack sizes being so short, the different players. So there really is having a chip lead here is nice when you got one of these big things. And here he goes leading on this turn, realizing that don't really represent many nines Pascal has, especially on that flop, how the action went. And this is going to much favor his range. But I think Pascal could stick on to that size. This is fun.
Yeah, the size is small. This is annoying for Pascal though, in that you're just dead against an ace or a 9. You're beating a 4 in bluffs, so it's like it's an annoying one.
And you know, 3-5, maybe 3-5 of spades. Some trying to think of things. How the deuce. This is kind of, he's got a weird blocker to a straight, but I don't know. I don't. Whoa, hello.
Oh.
Jeez.
Okay.
Exciting, man. Guys are going for it.
I mean, turns the
How
four
much-
into a bluff, I guess. You know.
How much heart does Pascal have, Jamie? Back to back. No.
That's, I mean, that's different. That's just a great bet.
But the thing is, though, man, like, what if Pascal has an ace? Is Pascal folding an ace in that spot to the 1.5 on the river? I mean, it's tough to get an ace to fold there, I think. It's such a dry board. Spades miss. I mean, like, I don't know, man. I don't know about that bluff from Daniel. It works. But Pascal, my boy, he had third pair. He ran into the bottom of Pascal's range. I don't know, man.
It's a tough call with an ace there. I mean, maybe it's like it depends what ace, and it depends what if he has a spade in his hand or not. Look at this. He's going to get called. Sam is short, but he's going to get looked up. Kings to 8s on the bubble. Can Sam hold up? Going to the river. It's clean. It's fast. It's a double for Sam. Trick it. The man gets it done. He stays alive. Jumps up to 3.4. And Elio, Nicholas, and Darren are not loving this situation. They are in they're in a real predicament here, and they're getting in super danger. And Sam, who's been at the bottom the whole time, he's made a couple tight folds. He's been rock solid, played great. He's finds himself healthy-ish. Well, still short, but healthy compared to the situation at hand. And he's back way in the game. He's in there. Mr. Fox, nothing to do. Daniel with the 4 high.
Yeah, is he going to go for this? This is the question, I think, this hand. Or you suited.
The instant that he is for sure going for it. There's not one scenario where he folds. Did you see what he's doing? Of course he's raising. He's got to. I mean, Darren can't do anything. Darren is cuffed, and now 7's just flat. Super interesting. I guess Darren, Darren's so short. Man, multi-way, you got to believe he's going to give it. It's got pretty nice playability, but I just can't imagine. You just can't call, right? Like, you're going to hit a 10 or an 8 or get a draw, and you just don't want to put your chips at risk, so he has to fold. That hurts, though. The 10-8 suited looks good there.
It's a really interesting sizing. I think 441 going for a third. Because conventional wisdom would say you don't need to bet this much to get a bunch of stuff to fold, right? You can bet smaller and then just size up on the turn.
Yeah, he does flop a sneaky wheel here again. He was for sure looking for a club, would have been his best card other than a 5. But, this is he does realize mid pairs, which is what Pascal happens to have. Like, how much king queen is he just hanging on? Maybe you would call it king queen, king jack. Goes for a turn, pretty big turn bet, and does get the fold. Really nice display here on the bubble from Daniel, chipping all the way up to 16 million. And we've seen some real battle between Pascal and Daniel. They have been going at it. Some really nice bluffs. Exciting stuff here. And Nicholas is down to 1.3. Darren through the blinds actually is ahead in theory, right? Because he is through the blinds with 1.3. Nicholas has 1.3, and he is going to hit the blind. So technically, the pressure is on Nicholas, and Elio also not too healthy. He's got about a blind more than Nicholas.
On this table, we've got another table with mystery stacks. Who knows what's going on?
That's true too. So these guys are probably paying attention. I'm sure there's some short. I don't know how short, but we see a 5-10 off or 5-10 suited open. Sam again. We've seen Sam really be passive in these spots. And again, passive is maybe the wrong word. He's played close to the vest, but that's just one of those spots. You don't want to bubble. You don't want to get in a weird spot. Flop top pair, not know where you're at. Flop 8-9, have to draw for your life. So with that, we will continue the bubble. We're going to a break. We have got the actual stone cold bubble. 14 remain, 13 get paid, 57,000 for the min cash, and 585,000 going up top. We're going to take you all the way down to 7. When we come back, we will get the bubble going for you. It's happening. Coming up here. Someone's going to bubble. Someone's going to be happy. Let's see what happens right after the break.
I I made a promise to her, swore that I would change. I'm on the come up, bet I live up to my name. I wake up, flex, thumb down, that check. No drip, this wet. Tell 'em run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell 'em run it up. I wake up, flex, thumb down, that check. No drip, this wet. Tell 'em run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell 'em run it up. On track, now we gon' way up. W's as easy as a layup. Working late, stay up, stay up. Counting all the way up. Count blessings, yeah, you know we pray up, way up, pray up. On track, now we gon' way up, way up. Now we gon' way up, now we going. On track, now we gon' way up, way up. Now we gon' way up, now we going. Keep the same energy. Work on being better when I'm 70. Your drip is just a water spring. You know I drip different, this is 7 C's. I deal with life different, make that limit squeeze. Went off for my style and identity. Better bounce back and get the cheddar cheese. I guess that's why they envy me. On track, now we gon' way up. W's as easy as a layup. Working late, stay up, stay up. Counting all the way up. Count blessings, yeah, you know we pray up, way up, pray up. On track, now we gon' way up, way up. Now we gon' way up, now we going. On track, now we gon' way up, way up. Now we gon' way up, now we going. I got his band like I'm Barry Bonds. Running through the money, but the money's long. I don't love it, but I need it, keep it coming on. Only friendly, me and friends, we don't get along. I put that on my name, that I put them on. I put myself on stage and say sing along. I might book a session, do 100 songs. I'ma let you hear them just to prove you wrong. On track, now we gon' way up. W's as easy as a layup. Working late, stay up, stay up. Counting all the way up. Count blessings, yeah, you know we pray up, way up, pray up. On track, now we gon' way up, way up. Now we gon' way up, now we going.
All right, here we go, guys. Showtime. This is what we all came here to see. The bubble, the highest stakes, 25K online. One away. Someone's not going to get in, guys. Who's your pick to win at this point? We got 14 left. Let's not talk. We're not gonna bring in about who's gonna bubble, but we've got 14 left. Are you guys still sticking firm with your pick, Jamie? You got your crew.
Look at Pascal right now, man. Look at this. I mean, he's in a pot where he's going to be all in a second. He's got 4 million back to 7 million in the middle. Pascal is my boy. He's going all the way.
Wow, what happened here in the action? But whatever is the case, we're going to see a shove, right? I mean, Daniel's got the chips. Oh, no, he checks it. And Pascal feels pretty good. I can't know. He's got a 0. He's got 100% a lock on the hand going to the river. He doesn't know it. And I think, imagine he's just going to, I mean, there's a lot of chips out there, guys. 6.895 million. He does check it back. Interesting. Wow. A little bit of a scary card. Didn't catch the action pre. We picked it up, right? Was there a 3-bet? Was it an open and a 3-bet and a call, I guess? Or maybe, I don't think he went flat. So yeah, it must be there's a lot of chips out there. Oh, there it is.
Oh, Pascal. Oh, he snaps it. He knows. It's cool, man. Wow. My boy, dude, look at that. 15 million.
Wow. I'll tell you who was sweating that big time. Nicholas, Elio, and Darren. They are in Barney Rubble trouble. There is officially some short stacks going right here. And Pascal with his newfound chips. Control the table. Gonna min raise. And wow. What a pot to come back to.
This is pretty big.
Battling.
Jeff, have you ever heard of Cockney rhyming slang? You know, like in London, how there's a certain part where they rhyme words to... I feel like you would be really great at it, man, because you have I mean, Barney Rubble Trouble. That's just, there's something about that, dude.
Well,
I've never come up with that.
I have some of my very close friends growing up were from the UK, like in college actually. Like I got to shout my man Io. They had all these sayings, you know. They have all these little things.
I think that's
so I
it.
think I picked that up from there. But yeah,
I think that's it. Barney
Yeah.
Rubble.
all right. Well, Nicholas is down to critical 3 blinds, and just Daniel's been battling. He's just gonna back off a bit. He's now officially got the second chip stack, and he's Pascal. I mean, geez, big stack, big hand. Jim, you guys might have to have a dinner date in a little meet up in Montreal.
I think so, man. That sounds good to me. We'll smoke meat.
Really putting on a show here. Trickett also really has maneuvered very well to get to where he's at. He's played solid and found a 4-1 kings to 8s held up. We saw David Peters not hold up 8s to 7s. Actually, that was against Daniel Colpoys, I believe. It wasn't for his all his chips, but that was a big pot. That was about 7 million. And here, Jack's just gonna slam it. Has the big hand. Nothing Darren can really do here.
No, Nicholas on 3 blinds. Can make it through the blinds and survive, as can Darren, but it's tight as to who would bust first.
Yeah, I think Elio must have got a shove through because he was like tied on the break because he was tied with Nicholas essentially. And see a raise. Pascal does give this one up. I'll trick it again. Another kind of playable hand. I mean, still, this is interesting. I would almost think to maybe try to set mine, just literally set mine or fold, but I guess just not the time. Not the time. And look at these hands.
Darren, I've got to think Darren would go for it here if it folds to him with 9s. I mean, it's such a strong hand. Nicholas on 3 blinds, less than 3 blinds with ace queen, the shortest stack in the tournament right now.
Let's just point this out. We did see Nicholas fold 10s around 15 or so, open folded. And like, look at this. It just like to show you, it doesn't mean you're not guaranteed to coast in, and he's going to have to put it on the line here. And Darren's
going to play, right? I mean,
yeah,
against the shortest stack.
Well, actually, though, yeah, I think he has to. But at the same time, it's wow, look at Sergey. Look at this price. I mean, he's going to flick it in here, too. He could go for a 2-for-1 deal.
Why not?
I think he has to. Was it 400K, 440? It's like, yeah, with his stack.
Getting 4-1, 20% equity is what you need. Easy.
You can't fold this, surely.
Don't be.
Super bizarre spot. You don't see this very often. On a 25K bubble, 5 high for a double KO opportunity.
Whoa!
He folds it. That is shocking to me.
Oh, the queen on the river.
Wow.
Nicholas.
Unbelievable. Ace queen, undefeated. And Darren actually doesn't go out. That 3-5 suited fold boils kind of crazy. And Darren, that's max pain. And he's left with 7,900. One of the best players you'll see. He is, again, 4-time World Poker Tour champion. Doesn't need an introduction, and he is officially on life support with 8,000. I mean, and just got there's if he somehow can win this pot, he would have a big blind basically, and he does have an over to 8s, and it's going to go heads up, so not over. Such a crazy run out that
he
was.
folds. I mean, he's taking the hand because obviously there's a second table where someone could bust this hand. So I guess he's saying, hey, it's not worth my ante. I'll get an extra hand in, and hopefully someone gets coolered.
Yeah, so now he is all in though. But the thing is, let's see, he's only eligible to win 56K plus the blinds, right? Plus, so he could win. And now he gets dealt 7 deuce off, the worst hand in poker. That's pretty wild. Sergey actually can just jam. Sergey can just jam here. He picks up a lot of chips for no showdown and takes it heads up and doesn't even care if Darren wins. So I think he's just gonna rip it. Yeah.
That's tough for Darren Elias. Gonna need a 7 or a deuce.
He's live though. He's live and he gets that extra Well, he's playing for the wait. He's just playing for the
Just the
ante then.
55, yeah.
GG breaks the bubble. There it is. We're down to 13. Really, 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 really intense bubble that ultimately ends with the ace queen to nines flip goes to Nicholas, and Darren is going to bubble that tournament. It's pretty crazy runouts, guys. Wow, it's crazy. It's crazy to see it come down to that. And here we go. Now things are going to move pretty fast. We do get a look at the other table and see there was João Vieira with a very short stack as well. So that was factoring in, I'm sure, to some of the players' decisions on this 57K bubble and some of the hands they're passing. And we do see a shove. Timothy Adams going to give up. Suited jack.
It should be a bust out bonanza now. 13 left in the tournament. 67,000 cash. 57,000 is the min cash. But there's a ton of short stacks. So here we go. Buckle in. I think we're going to see some action.
Oh, yeah. Chip's going to fly. There's a big hand right away. Jack's in the big blind. We see Lucas Reeves, who's been pretty quiet. He is 9 blinds. Has a decision here. The payouts don't really get moving from 13 to 9 that much. You know, it's like less than
8K, 7K.
Yeah, until 11, and then down to 9, you know, all the way down to 8th place still gets 74K. I mean, it's 17,000, less than a buy-in. So, yeah,
compared to the 500,000 up top, I think you're down to just gamble here and try and run up a stack. Don't have to worry about the payouts too much. So if you're Klaus here on the button, bubbles burst, 9 blinds, you're in there with ace deuce suited, right?
Yes.
I have been muted.
You're back.
I'm back. I did not know I was muted. That was an accident. Happens on comms.
It happens.
Wow.
First time streamer. It's all right. Klaus with the ace ball takes it down against the jacks. Vyacheslav now on the short stack. Blinds are up 150-300 as well here, guys. Vyacheslav only has 7 blinds at this point.
Now that I'm back, can we talk about how many chips Mateos has at this moment?
It's pretty wild. 20 million. We should probably.
You know how to
bring that
pick
up.
him, dude. You know how to pick him. Pretty good.
Severe chip lead at this point.
Man. There's Hollywood. 11.5 sturdy. Solid. Just cruising along.
Take a look at all this garbage, guys. I mean, after Ike Haxton, literally 8 is the highest card. That's tough to do.
Ace 5.
10 cards.
Ace 5 off for 7 blinds, hitting the big blind next hand. That's probably close. João Vieira is short too. I mean, you're going against 6 guys for your life essentially, and under the gun. I don't know. You could argue that one. It's also easier when you see no one has anything. Just saying, rip it. You know, it's
Yeah.
pretty close.
Makes it look nice as opposed to when you see the jacks out there. You're like,
Yeah,
oh.
there you go. It's a good fold, yeah. Again, we see a couple, actually a few playable hands here.
I mean, I think I can open here because up against 7 blinds, 2 blinds, and then 8 blinds in the big blind. Really, you're kind of raising into 3 significant stacks. The other 3, you're going to have a profitable situation against their range. So I think you can raise with the king jack. He does go for it.
Yeah, and also very important, Adrian is in the small blind. The best, you know, he's out of position, and the big stack, who's going to be the most inclined to tango. He does see João wake up with a hand, and they're going to go, but that's fine. He actually has less than that even open. And it looks like they'll probably go heads up here. Just thinking about it, I mean, with the raise and an all-in and front's going to get out of the way. And there it is, Jack on the flop. Sir Mr. Haxton takes
GG.
another one.
That's it. Javiera.
That is our 13th place finisher. Nice cash though for NASA 14. He's known as.
Is this the moment for Lucas? 5 blinds here. Adrian Mateos with the suited king. I expect to see a raise on the button, but Lucas looking down at 6 blinds with the king 10 against the chip leader's raise on the button.
Yeah, I
You
think that's
gambling?
pretty likely to go in.
Yeah.
First up. It's gonna be a nice position for him too. Gonna get against the dominating hand. King 4 suited looks like a lot of possibility though. Suited, wheel draws. It's got a chance, that's for sure. But yeah, Lucas got to take this one, I think. Big stress relief to be in the money as well. It's kind of nice, you know. Like, all right, 57 locked up. Let's try to get back in it. Let's try to double up.
Ooh, folds.
Interesting. Okay.
At least 17 high performance bikes guaranteed.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? There is something to be said about that, though. It does like, oh, okay, like, sure, let's get it in with King 10. Maybe find a first in spot to take down. Plus, there is, after the knockout, it's 1 spot away from a $8,000 jump. I mean, it's generally good to look at buy-ins, right? So it's like a third of a buy-in, but it's still $8,000. You know, it's $8,000 to just to take 1 more spot. So I don't think he's going to fold like Ace 10 there. I don't think he's going to fold King Jack suited or something, but King 10 off, it's
Sure.
$8,000 to maybe fold. You're basically going to likely get 8,000 if you click fold, at least. Now at the same time though, if you double and hold there, you're in a different game. You know, you got almost 4 million, and you're back in the thick of it. That's why it's fun, right? It's fun. Poker's fun, and not everyone's going to do the same thing there. I think we all would go with it though, right? We're safe to say we go with it there.
I would have shoved, yeah.
Unless we're missing something on the other table, but even then, I don't even know how it could be.
So I'm saying, when you talk about buy-ins, like $8,000, that's a lot, but it's a third of a buy-in, and you're giving up probably the chance for it's 5-8-5 at top. You'd much rather have a chance to get top 3 or 4, and take a little risk there, I think, but. Fun watching Ike work here. He's got a nice hand. He's got king high, could be good. Plus he's open-ended. And doesn't see the bet from class. So trying to think, does king high win? Does my opponent have some showdown value? He's checking back. Maybe Ike feels like this is a spot he still should be betting. Get some hands that are slightly better to fold. Although I don't know what he's getting to fold at this point, but he does check. Just the sides, he's got enough showdown here. $10-9 knows that Shirley can't win, but does it tell much of a story here by betting?
He's taking his time. He wants to do something.
Pretty reasonable price for Ike.
Yeah, these bets are always pretty awkward to face. The small river bluffs.
I just don't know. Could Ike just mash it in too or something? But no, he does fold. Nice
Folds,
bet.
wow.
Very nice. Class. Making some moves here.
Vyacheslav with the old ace-queen ball, 6 blinds deep. And Mateos behind has a bit of an interesting one, I think, with a huge stack king jack suited. Does have 4 mysteries behind, but I think you want to be a part, and he does go for the click back against Vyacheslav. You know, I'm going to have to take the king jack here.
Get rid against 20 million Mateos.
gonna have to take the king jack.
You know who I got, but although ace queen's really overperformed today. You guys know what I got.
Wait, Jeff, you might have to change your mind on ace queen. After
Let's see
this
what
one, dude,
happens.
it's seven case studies in the last 6 hours.
This is in the money though. Let's see when the money starts. Ace queen in big performance spots is not performed. I'll tell you that. So let's see. Let's go in the money. They'll start now.
Not a good look.
Tough hand, ace queen. All right. Well, good playing from I'm going to pronounce it wrong. Violet Shalev. Very well played. Takes 12th. I know he's going to be a little disappointed after. You seemed like he was battling. You know, he had chips down the stretch, sort of in the middle of the pack, and interesting to see some of the short stacks that have really stuck in there. Sam Trickett, who still in at the moment, and look at this stack from Adrian. And let's just talk about tournament, how powerful it is. Look at that flip. Remember ace king of clubs versus jacks with Ike in command of the whole lot. It was a 20 million pot at the time, well away from the money. Adrian wins the flip. Excuse me. And Adrian is back at the chip lead, 24 million. That is 24 of the 84 stacks in play in his stack right now. That's a lot.
Yeah,
that's a lot of stacks. He's got like 30% of his chips in play.
He's got 24 souls sitting under his name on
power right there.
The Grim Reaper of poker tournaments, Mateos.
And we do see a limp and a fold. Tim Adams folds the 9.
I don't know if he's much of a Grim Reaper character, but
too far.
Listen,
it's late, dude. Listen. I like Mateos. I'm not.
Isaac's already. Apparently, Isaac's next name is the Dark Harvest Prince or whatever Jeff is talking about. So
Prince of Darkness.
Yeah. Can't have the Grim Reaper and the Prince of Darkness at the same table. That's a little much.
Lucas getting to life support level here. Less than 5 blinds to start the hand. King 9. Again, I think this hand's in there against any reasonable action. Maybe a raise 3-bet you could convince yourself to fold, but just against a raise, I would gamble with the King 9 personally.
Yeah, I don't think I'm folding.
Jeff, is it gamble time with the King 9? What are your general thoughts on King 9 as a hand?
It's tough here, but it's 5-handed. Ike's going to open wide. Adrian's in the small blind. I mean, I think it's just kind of like does okay. I guess he's going to call. Wow. We haven't lost another player.
Whoa. Okay. Wow.
All right. Well, Lucas, I mean...
Jamie, you look sick. Are you okay?
I'm just pondering everything I've thought about the world for a while, you know? It's tight. And listen, these guys are in a 25K. So, you know, I think when you're really bad at poker, you say, those people are stupid. And then the key to getting better is having an open mind to like, well, maybe Lucas is doing the right things and I'm missing something in my game. And so that's my facial expression is like, why would they be doing that? Like what's the logic behind their play? I'm trying to understand it.
Well, look, he does pick a spot, and he gets King 10, this time to a non-dominated hand. He loses to Jack 4 suited, and he's going to go out for, again, this time he was playing for a 2.6. Last time for a 4 million in a dominated spot. Decides to take a stand with King 10, and he is going to actually, the only difference, though, is he did ladder there. So he did actually pick up that 8,000.
Nice 7K, man, yeah.
So I don't know, you know. I just don't know about it. I think that I would go the other way on that, but I get it. I mean, I'm not saying that's wrong. And
for 16 Scotty Camerons, I mean, might have been worth it.
Yeah,
Jeff will never be on board with what you're trying to do, man. He is not on board at all. Could have back-to-back. Timothy Adams all in.
We are ripping through players right now. I mean, we are losing them fast. We are close to the end of the day here.
We're averaging about a per hand. It's almost going on right now. So ace-6 suited does take it. There is no jump. Oh, wait. 10th? Oh, there is actually between 10th and 9th. And there is 10 left. So
there it is.
Has to go with it. Gets it in behind. Gets it in good. What a turn sweat, but it's not going to come home. No heart for Timothy Adams. Goes out in 10th place. And look at that. We're down to 9 all of a sudden. And we are going to flip-flop tables. Elio Fox hanging in there with just under $1 million. Nicholas Osted is back up to 7 million. Trickett hanging on there with 9 blinds, just over 9 blinds. And Pascal, the table captain, 18 million chips.
Don't blink, chat. This is going to end quickly here. Very short stacks. Playing down to 7 tonight. And I mean, what an amazing final field in the 9, right? We can see the 5 here. Ike Haxton, Mateos on the other table. I mean, tomorrow is going to be absolutely sick. Playing down to a winner for over $500,000. 585K.
Yep. Yeah, it's a big one. That's a big 25K purse, no doubt. 84 person 25K field you don't see very often. This is a 2 million guarantee. Got over the guarantee. Great event. CPP supposed to be played live at Baha Mar right now, but obviously with COVID and what's going on, they decided to put it online. The 5K Day 1A was last Sunday. Got a really great turnout, and there will be another Day 1B on Sunday. So that is still, if you're looking to get in, 5 million guaranteed, $5,000 buy-in tournament, pretty special. Be there this Sunday. So still options, a lot of satellites, a lot of ways to get in. And yeah, the dream's alive, man. Satellites, you know, run it up, get in there, take a 55 or try to parlay it up there. It's they're available. Some big satellites on Sunday. I believe they'll have another 20 or 50 person entries that go through. I think I saw something like 200 satellites or something, 240 maybe qualified for through the satellites, which is it's a big number. It's great for the game. Not sure what the guarantee is. Actually, I'm going to check that out.
Ooh, this is someone's dying, man.
Whoa!
Someone's getting wrecked here, man. Kings for Sergey, queens for Pascal, 5s for Sam Trickett, king queen for Nicholas. Elio, take a hand off.
Wow, king queen though. We see a min raise from.
Tough spot for king queen. I mean, that looks really strong.
King queen,
right?
Looks sweet.
Sergey with the min raise on 10 blinds looks very strong.
We saw that with Elio with ace-5 off. I mean, we see that players are willing to do this with not necessarily premium holdings, and Nicholas is going to bite into the worst hand he could see. I mean, talk about a situation. What a spot with kings. Your opponent has king queen and queens. You would have to lose to a straight or a flush. I mean, still king queen can make straights.
I'd say the jack 10 on the flop. That'd be fun.
Little sweat. This is Pascal's in, and Sergey. This is, you know, Sam's going to get away from 5s here. Sergey's going to snap call this in. Although actually,
he's just dead.
Wow. He's got the clubs covered. Wow. Clean run out, and there you go. Sergey with 9.8 million. Nicholas, just like that, hits the showers, and Pascal. He's got 19.7. Great game from Nicholas. Nice battling. One of the world crushers, known as Lena 900 online. He is going to take 9th place, 73K and 8.
Oh, this could be it, dude.
Pascal,
this could be it. Elliot
directly into the kings.
Wow. We've literally lost a player per hand, I think, for the last 6 hands.
I wasn't ready for this, dude. I was expecting at least another 20 minutes of streaming. This could end it.
Well, I mean, we're a 2-1 favorite for that to happen, at least right now. 2 kings versus ace-7 suited. Elio finds a nice hand 4-handed with 2.5 blinds, but he does wake up. Pascal just got queens and kings back to back. Didn't win with the queens. He didn't lose either. I think he did actually make some chips on that last hand. And he's just thinking, is there any reason to flat? I'm going to raise small. And here we go. This could be it, guys. Again, 8 left. We play down to 7. And Elio, nowhere to wait. I guess if maybe a table has another hand at another table, he could try to see if someone busts there. But he is going to be putting it in. We're going to go to the races. Kings to a7 suited. And there we go. Whoa.
So many odds.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh.
What a sweat. I guess a 10 would have not been good, but wow, that's it. Look at that. And we got our chip counts. That's down to 7. Sam Trickett squeaks in there with 2.396 million. Remember, you start with the million, so just over a min double, and he is at the final table. And your guys' 2 picks doing pretty strong there. Adrian Mateos, 24 million plus chips, and Pascal Francois with 19, almost 20 million chips going in the chip lane. Of course, there he is, like Haxton, always around, always in the mix. Took a 1-outer on his first entry to start. Kings to aces, aces to kings, king on the river, came back, battled, had a firm stack the whole time, and here he goes. 15 million. We'll see him tomorrow. Guys, closing remarks, thoughts? This is exciting. 7 left, guaranteed 84K, 585K up top. What are your thoughts?
Looks like a sick final table. Good luck to Mateos and the rest. Appreciate you guys having me on today. It was fun.
Yeah, man. I mean, if you look at those 7 players coming back tomorrow, I mean, that is star-studded. Playing for 585,000, I would wager to say the best possible use of time on a Wednesday. I'd say Sunday, you got some competition. Saturday, I mean, there's a lot happening. Wednesday night, you can't miss it. So make sure you come back tomorrow and watch it. Pascal Francois, my guy, I'm rooting for him. I think he's going to get it done.
Very cool. All right. Well, thanks to Party Poker. Thanks to you guys for coming on. I'm Jeff Gross, Jaime Staples, Matt Staples. We'll see you soon. Again, final table tomorrow, 7 left. Big money up top. Hope you enjoy it. And there is a 50-person satellite on Sunday, as well as others, to get into the 5K for 500. I hope to see you guys there. Thank you for tuning in. Have a great night. We'll see you soon.